Let's start. In the last class, we have discussed the adverse impact of global warming, and in that we have discussed a number of adverse impact. Obviously, oceanic acidification is one adverse impact which already we have earlier discussed. Clear? Oceanic acidification is one of the adverse impact in which already we have earlier discussed. Well, I'll come to this question. Clear? Fine. But let's cover up first of all. One adverse impact of global warming is called as expansion of dead water zones. Now, when we say dead water zones are water bodies in which the dissolved oxygen level reduces. Dead water zones are water bodies in which the dissolved oxygen level reduces. And we can see that if we talk about expansion of dead water zones, first of all, there are three types of dead water zones. One type of dead water zone would be called as what? It would be called as terrestrial dead water zone. Terrestrial DWZ. Now it would be formed where? It would be formed in lakes. It can be formed in ponds also, lakes also, and this can be formed due to the process of eutrophication. Eutrophication means what? It means deposition of sediment deposition. Now, only merely sediment deposition cannot be called as eutrophication. We say that eutrophication is a process through which sediments get deposited in the lakes. It can be naturally, it can be due to man-made agencies also. So it can be naturally, it can be anthropogenic, but it's a process through which sediments get deposited in the lakes, and this is responsible for what? This is responsible for aging of lakes. This is responsible for enhancing the nutrient content of lakes. Nutrient content would be enhanced. So this process is called as what? It is referred to as eutrophication. Here, this process is referred to as eutrophication. What will happen? The algae which are present in the lakes, these are suppose the algae which are present in the lakes, would be utilizing these sediments because nutrients are present in these sediments, would be utilizing these sediments to grow in large numbers. This phenomena is called as what? This phenomena would be referred to as algal bloom. Algae would be utilizing these sediments to grow in large numbers, nutrients from these sediments to grow in large numbers. This phenomena is called as algal bloom. And we can see that when algal bloom takes place, now it's a wrong perception to say that the algae cover the lakes, so dissolution of oxygen won't take place in the lake. No. Algae, they are responsible for performing photosynthesis. They would be responsible for oxygen regeneration. So algae which are present in the lakes are responsible for oxygen regeneration. They perform photosynthesis. What happens? If you are saying that DWZ is formed because the algae are responsible for covering the lake, that's not a sound logic. What happens? That algae in large number cannot withstand their weight. They won't be able to withstand their weight. And they would be submerging. So when they submerge, अपने भार को सह नहीं पाते. When they submerge, these algae would be decomposed by what? They would be decomposed by saprophytic bacteria. And these saprophytic bacteria, for decomposition of these algae, would be utilizing what? The dissolved oxygen level. So we can see that formation of dead water zones would take place. So one is this reason, but second is also that toxins are released by algae. And this also would be responsible for what? This also can be responsible for reducing the dissolved oxygen level. And toxins would be acting as contaminant. Do remember that when contaminants are present in the lakes, they reduce the dissolved oxygen level. The dissolved oxygen level in lakes would be reduced. So you can see that dead water zones would be formed. Dead water zones are also called as what? They are referred to as biological deserts. Sometimes they are referred to as biological deserts, dead water zones. And as far as DWZ is concerned, as far as dead water zone is concerned, we can see that this is not only one type of dead water zone, but another type of dead water zone would be called as what? It would be called as coastal DWZ. Suppose this is the coast. In this area also, the rivers they come, they would be responsible for deposition of sediments here inside the ocean. And the rivers carry sediments along with them. The rivers carry the agricultural waste along with them. So this would be deposited. A DWZ would be formed over here also. A dead water zone would be formed over here also. This would be called as what? This would be called as second type, and that's your coastal DWZ. Coastal DWZ. This is the second type of dead water zone, coastal DWZ. And the best example is Mexico, because in Mexico, corn cultivation takes place on a large scale, in which there is widespread use of fertilizers. So you can see that the sediments which get deposited in the coastal areas would be enhancing. So similarly, here also eutrophication would take place. Here also algal bloom would take place. Algal bloom would take place. And a similar kind of dead water zone would be formed in the coastal areas. But do remember that in this area, when red algae are present in large numbers, red algae are present in large numbers in the coastal area due to algal bloom, we can see the color of the water would be turning red. Color of water turns red. Red algae are present in large numbers. The color of water turns red. This phenomena is called as what? This phenomena is called as red tide. Color of water turns red. This phenomena is called as red tide. First thing, clear. Or it can be due to toxins released by algae. So there are two perceptions. Toxins released by algae. So sometimes it in the coastal areas due to algal bloom, and particularly if red algae are present in large numbers, the color of water in this area would be turning red. This phenomena is called as what? This phenomena is called as red tide. Fine. This phenomena would be called as red tide, or it can be due to toxins released by algae. But the third thing that you have to remember is that there can be dead water zones formed inside the oceans, and this is a natural DWZ. Natural DWZ, which would be formed inside the ocean. We know that up till a depth of 600 meters inside the ocean, oxygen is present. But from 600 meters to 1200 meters, oxygen minimum zone is present. Oxygen minimum zone is present from depth of 600. Below this, no oxygen is present. So, there's a natural DWZ present in your oceans, and this natural DWZ just wait. Yes, the question which you have asked, creating artificial rains in some regions, reducing the frequency and intensity of tropical cyclones, reducing adverse impact of solar wind, reducing global warming. Clear? In the context of which one of the following do some scientists suggest the use of thinning of cell? So it's for the purpose of reducing global warming. That's your D option, because you know that cirrus cloud enhances global warming. Clear? You know that cirrus cloud enhances. See, when you talk about algae are of different types. Some algae are called as diatoms. Some algae are called as green algae. Some algae are called as red algae. Some algae are called as brown algae. I have taught you these things. Then some algae would be called as Kappa ficus. Red algae is nothing but a type of algae which is used. Are they same as normal algae? Yes, they are. So same as this is used for preparing the agar sticks, agarbatti. Clear. So red algae is used for that purpose. But if red algae is present in large number, you know that these kind of red algae or brown algae would be present in the subtidal zone. So if they are present in large numbers in the coastal areas, then the phenomena is the color of water appears to be red because of the presence of red algae in large number. This phenomena would be called as what? This phenomena is referred to as red tide. Clear. This phenomena would be called as red tide because of the presence of red algae in large number, or it can be due to the toxins released by algae. I've spoken about that earlier. Now, remember that when global warming, when suppose we are saying that global warming is taking place, and global warming taking place means what? Global warming taking place means that the temperature is enhancing, obviously. Now, what will happen due to enhancement of temperature? Expansion of DWZ would take place. Expansion of dead water zone would take place. But how? See, this expansion would be witnessed in all the three types of dead water zone that we have discussed. But would be more and more distinctly witnessed where? It would be more and more distinctly witnessed in the third, that is dead water zones which are present in the oceans. Why? Because there's a natural dead water zone. So why? But why expansion takes place? Because there's a characteristic of oxygen. The characteristic of oxygen is that if temperature enhances, the dissolution rate of oxygen, in water would be reducing. The dissolution rate of oxygen in water would be reducing. Clear? So that's one thing. Clear? And second thing is what? Second thing is that dissolution of oxygen in water would be affected by a number of factors. One factor is temperature. That with enhancement of temperature, you know that the dissolution rate of oxygen in water would be decreasing. That's a characteristic of oxygen. But second is also that if suppose there is calm area, then also dissolution rate of oxygen would reduce. And why reduce? Because turbulent areas where there is wind and waves, they favor the dissolution of oxygen. Clear? Turbulent area favor the dissolution of oxygen. Third thing is what? That also we can see overcast sky. This also reduces the dissolution rate of oxygen in water. Overcast sky. And why? Overcast condition or overcast sky. Because if overcast sky is there, photosynthesis performed by phytoplanktons would be reduced. And if photosynthesis performed by phytoplankton is reduced, that's the main source of oxygen for the ocean. Clear? So we can see these are the factors which are responsible for influencing the dissolution rate of oxygen. First factor is the temperature. Second factor, we have said that if suppose the calm area is there, no turbulency, winds and waves is missing, then the dissolution rate would be less because winds and waves favor the dissolution of oxygen in water. Third thing we have said, if overcast sky is there, then the dissolution rate would be certainly reducing. Overcast sky is there. And why? Because photosynthesis performed by phytoplanktons would be reduced. Clear? Now that's about, but remember that when expansion of dead water zones takes place, DWZ takes place, it results in the migration of fish community. It results in death of fishes on a large scale. This phenomena is called as what? This phenomena is called as fish kill, which was witnessed last year, 2023, in Texas. Clear, which was witnessed last year, 2023, in Texas, fish kill. But also what happens, that the jellyfish, this is one thing, but the jellyfish would migrate from the mid of the ocean, would migrate from mid of oceans to the coastal region, This would result in what is called as jellyfish bloom. This would result in jellyfish bloom, because in the coastal area, I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that biological. In the coastal area, we can see that they find nutrients in large numbers. So jellyfish bloom takes place in coastal areas. Now this disrupts the coastal ecosystem. Clear? And this is nothing but the adverse impact of global warming, one can say. Fine? Clear? Now you have asked, is it same as biochemical oxygen demand? See, biochemical oxygen demand is the amount of oxygen which is required for the decomposition of biodegradable waste. It means that if suppose this is a water body in which the contaminants level enhance, or dead water zones are formed. It can be formed naturally also due to sediment deposition. It can be formed due to anthropogenic activities when contamination takes place. So if dissolved oxygen level in this water body is decreasing, then the aquatic organisms which are present in suppose this lake or suppose this water body, what will happen? They require dissolved oxygen. So the biochemical oxygen demand is the amount of oxygen which is required for the decomposition of biodegradable waste, so that this contaminant can be removed. Clear? And chemical oxygen demand is the amount of fish kill and tropicalization are two different things. Tropicalization is a more comprehensive phenomenon which results in the migration of fish community also. Clear? So fish kill is large scale death of fishes. You are not killing the fishes. Large scale death of fishes would be called as fish kill. Clear? Now, jellyfish bloom takes place, and this is the adverse impact of global warming as such. Fine. Now come to, there's a concept which is called as global cooling. I'm saving this. All these slides should be global cooling. Now, this is different from the cooling pledge, global cooling pledge, which has been signed at this COP20. We'll discuss that also. Don't worry about that. Clear? This is different from the global cooling pledge, which has been signed. But let's understand global cooling. Now, obviously, in global cooling, temperature would be reducing rather than enhancing. Clear? But it takes place due to three factors. The first factor is called as what? It's called as nuclear winter. Initially, nuclear winter was a hypothesis, but it became given by Paul Crutzen, John Burks, etc. But it became a reality when US tested its atom bomb, and they tested their atom bomb at New Mexico in 1945, and then in the same year at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Clear? At Hiroshima and Nagasaki they did. But what happens in this? When nuclear explosion takes place in an area, suppose, obviously radioactive debris would be released. Nuclear explosion takes place in an area, obvious radioactive debris would be released. Now they would be forming a layer in atmosphere. These radioactive debris would be forming a layer in atmosphere, disrupting the solar radiation. They are responsible for disrupting the solar radiation. What will happen to this due to this? Now, here we can see that winter-like situation would prevail. Winter-like condition would prevail. First thing, fine. Winter-like condition would prevail. Not only this would be there, but also we can see that due to uh, radioactive debris obstructing the solar radiation, photosynthesis performed by phytoplanktons, not only phytoplanktons, plants, photosynthesis performed by plants would be reduced, and certainly oxygen regeneration also would be reduced. This would affect the radiation balance of Earth because the incoming solar radiation is less. This would affect the radiation balance of Earth. So this phenomena is called as what? It's called as nuclear winter. Clear? Second is called as what? Second is volcanic eruptions. Volcanic eruptions. Clear? Now when volcanic eruptions takes place, then we can see that due to volcanic eruptions, first of all, oxides of carbon, nitrogen and sulfur would be released. Black carbon would be released. That's soot. Clear, although it enhances global warming to an extent, but and debris would be released. But acids also would be released. And these would be forming a layer in atmosphere obstructing solar radiation. Now, acid would be in the form of fine droplets, acid mist. Acid would be in the form of fine droplets, acid mist. So you can see that when this happens, the solar radiation would be obstructed. And obviously, because of obstruction of solar radiation, we can see cooling would take place, temperature of this area would be reducing. But temperature reduction is not only due to obstruction of solar radiation. Temperature reduction is not only due to obstruction of solar radiation. It is also due to the enhanced albedo performed by the acid mist. It is also due to the enhanced albedo because we can see acid is in the form of fine droplets, enhanced albedo performed by the acid mist. Clear? So that also happens. So this is due to volcanic eruption that the temperature of this area would be reducing. But the third thing is what? Forest fires. So when forest fires would take place, when I am saying that forest fire would take place, this would be also responsible for reducing the temperature. Why? Because initially it is a fire, the temperature would be enhancing. But the debris which are emitted due to forest fire would get accumulated in the atmosphere and obstruct the solar radiation, because of which global cooling can be seen. Plain as simple. Global dimming we have discussed in the last class. Clear? Global dimming we have discussed in the last class. But do remember that when we talk about global warming, it's not that only and only these are the adverse impact that we have discussed. Oceanic acidification, expansion of dead water zones, then erratic formation of clouds resulting in enhancement in the frequency of floods and droughts. It's not that only these are the factors which are responsible for which are the adverse impact of global warming or melting of polarized rising sea level. There are other factors also. Due to global warming, food production would reduce. And this is witnessed in countries like Africa. Clear? Due to global warming, some bacteria like Vibrio genus bacteria, some bacteria like Vibrio genus bacteria would be growing in large numbers. Would be growing in large numbers. Clear? Vibrio genus bacteria would grow in large numbers, and they would be responsible for diseases like cholera. So this can happen due to global warming. Fine. So Vibrio genus bacteria would be growing, and they would be responsible for diseases like cholera. So that's another thing which can be said about global warming. The next thing that about global warming is that if you talk about the positive impact, some of the scientists say that enhanced wheat and rice production is nothing but the positive impact of global warming. You cannot say two things at the same time, because their perception is there's a phenomena also takes place, and this phenomena is called as CO2 fertilization effect. See, CO2 fertilization effect means that if excess amount of CO2 is present in atmosphere, which is leading to global warming, and this is present due to industrial emission, excess amount of CO2 is present in atmosphere, then more and more of it would be absorbed by plants. And if more and more of it is absorbed by the plants, they would perform more and more of photosynthesis. So photosynthesis would enhance. And if photosynthesis enhances, then what will happen? Not only due to this photosynthesis, if enhances, then we can see the carbon content of soil would also enhance, because you know that Sir, please can you tell us in crisp which are the gases or elements which increases the albedo phenomena leading to lower global warming? See, generally the gases are responsible for enhancing global warming. One gas is only responsible, and that is SO2. Clear? SO2, which lowers global warming. Second thing that you have to know is generally all the acids, if it is emitted in the atmosphere, it is in the form of fine droplets. And this would be, first of all, enhancing albedo phenomena. So all those gases which are responsible for formation of acids, nitrogen dioxide, SO2, would be responsible for, if they form acid in the atmosphere, then the albedo phenomena would be enhanced. Clear? When they come down in the form precipitation, that is detrimental. But when they are present in the atmosphere, what happens? It's not that the area where the industrial emission is taking place would be also the area of acid rain, because it can be, the emissions can be carried by the prevailing winds. So SO2, NO2 would be responsible for formation of acid. When they form acid, then only the adverse impact of global warming would be reduced, because albedo phenomena would be enhanced. Clear? Otherwise, we can see SO2 is responsible for what? Forming low-ranging clouds, which obviously would lower down the impact of global warming. So these are the gases mainly: SO2, NO2. Clear? But NO2, when it forms acid, SO2 is the main gas. And that's why we can see that there was an agreement signed in 2017 between the question which you have forwarded. This is based on an agreement which was signed. And this agreement was signed in 2017 between India, US, and China. And the purpose was, first of all, to pump sulfate particles in atmosphere so that the cloud cover can be enhanced. And second was what? Second was that not only we would also be responsible for developing a technology for thinning of cirrus clouds so that the adverse impact of global warming can be reduced. Clear? Reduced. Now, you can see that the carbon content of soil would be enhancing. So, if the carbon content of the soil is enhancing, to neutralize it and maintain the carbon nitrogen ratio, to neutralize it and maintain the carbon nitrogen ratio, more and more of nitrogen would be fixed to the soil. More and more of nitrogen would be fixed to the soil. Clear? Fixed to the soil. Now this would be enhancing what? This would be if enhancing the fertility of the soil, because nitrogen fixation means more of fertility. So in this context, this phenomena through which more and more CO2 is absorbed by the plants and the carbon content of the soil enhances, and to balance it, more and more of nitrogen would be fixed to the soil. This phenomena is called as CO2 fertilization effect. Clear? It enhances crop production. But you cannot say two things at the same time. That one is that your crop production reduces, and second is that crop production enhances. Clear? So it would be better that to say that enhancement of crop production would be a short-term impact. Enhancement of crop production would be a short-term impact. If crop production further enhances, if suppose temperature further enhances, crop production is bound to reduce. And why? Because a suitable temperature is required for the cultivation of any crop. This phenomena through which the fertility of soil enhances due to global warming that we have said is a short-term impact would be called as what? It would be called as CO2 fertilization effect, would be referred to as CO2 fertilization effect. Is that clear? CO2 fertilization effect. First thing. Now see, some of the contemporary terms related to global warming and climate change. Let's go through that also. Very important. And that's the part from, we'll start from Paris Declaration and we'll move till COP28. So let's cover up all these things. Now, we know that the Paris Declaration is what? The Paris Declaration is COP21st, and this was signed in 2015. Clear? This was signed in 2015. Now, the Paris Declaration says that the temperature enhancement of Earth should be less than 2 degrees centigrade by the end of this century. The Paris Declaration says that temperature enhancement of Earth, in other words, they can ask you incremental temperature, clear, should be yes, definitely. That is the thing that we discussed in the last class also, when we discussed cirrus clouds. Clear. And I have given you the agreement also. 2017 is the year when the agreement was signed. I remember that. It was signed between US, India and China, although these are bitter enemies of each other. But the agreement says that the purpose would be first to pump sulfate particles in atmosphere to enhance the cloud cover, so that more and more of albedo phenomena is performed. And if you read the second part of this agreement, it also says that a technology should be developed for the purpose of thinning of cirrus cloud. Clear? A technology should be developed for the purpose of thinning of cirrus cloud. That also has been mentioned in that. Clear? Now, we can see Paris Declaration enhance the temperature enhancement of Earth by the end of this century should be less than 2 degrees centigrade. It also says that it would be better if we attain the target of less than, better, 1.5 degrees centigrade. Clear? Now, when you talk about 1.5 degrees centigrade target, from where we are getting this 1.5 degrees centigrade target? Now, we are getting this 1.5 degrees centigrade, less than 1.5 degrees centigrade target. From where? It is from the IPCC report. The IPCC report, assessment report of 2015-16 said that why the world cannot afford temperature enhancement beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade. Because if, see, this year it is said that 1.5 degree, we have breached 1.4, 1.5 degrees centigrade. Clear? But that cannot be, 1 year cannot be taken as the average temperature. Clear? Average temperature would be calculated according to the Paris Declaration from 20 to 30 years. If we calculate the mean temperature, that would be called as the average temperature of Earth. Clear? So according to the Paris Declaration, the mean temperature of Earth from 20 to 30 years, clear, 20 to 30 years would be called as the average temperature. And presently the temperature of Earth is 15.6 degrees centigrade. as the average temperature of Earth. Clear? Every year you can see this year is the hottest year. Every year you can see this month is the hottest month, but keeps on changing. Clear? Keeps on changing. But remember that the calculation of mean temperature of Earth, if we take, it would be from 20 to 30 years of time, not even 10 years of time. Clear? Present temperature of Earth is this much, 15.6 degree centigrade. But the calculation is based on what temperature? What is the base temperature? The base temperature is nothing but the pre-industrialization temperature. The temperature of Earth, which was dates back to 400 years ago, or pre-industrialization level temperature. Sometimes 1840 etc. temperature would be taken for this purpose. Clear? So that's your pre-industrialization level temperature also. Now this is the Paris Declaration. But see, emissions have taken place in the past. Emissions would be taking place in the future. So suppose we calculate emissions of the past. This is suppose emissions of the past, and past were starting from pre-industrialization level. Clear? And this is the Paris Declaration, 2015 Paris Declaration Agreement, and this is end of the century. So if we calculate emission of the past and add to it emissions of the future from the Paris Declaration, emissions of future, the only condition is the target of Paris Declaration should be met. This sum total of emission, clear? This sum total of emission would be called as what? It would be called as carbon budget. This sum total of emission, the emissions of past plus the emissions of future, so that the target of Paris Declaration is met. This sum total of emission is called as carbon budget, or it is also called as carbon commons. Clear? But the problem of Paris Declaration is what? The problem is that 3/4 of the carbon budget, 3/4 of carbon budget has been utilized. Clear? 3/4 of the carbon budget has been utilized, and we can see, and this has been utilized till what? Till 2015. 1/4 is remaining when the Paris Declaration was signed. 1/4 is remaining, and in this 1/4, each and every nations would be allocated their carbon share. In this 1/4 remaining, each and every nation would be allocated their carbon share. Clear? And it is in this context that the term carbon justice has been given. The term carbon justice has been given. And why so? Because the developing nations, they aspire for more of carbon share. Developing nation aspire for more and more of carbon share. Clear? Fine. This you have to remember. So this is called as carbon budget. Carbon budget is also referred to as carbon commons. 3/4 of the carbon budget has been utilized out of the 1/4 remaining. By the time the Paris Declaration was signed, each and every nation would be allocated their carbon share. Each and every nation would be allocated their carbon share. So you can see that carbon share. And in this context, the term carbon justice has been given because developing nation aspire for more and more of carbon share. Clear? So that's your first. I'm saving this. Next thing that you have to remember is Next term that you have to see. See, remember that sometimes it is said that whether the Paris Declaration is binding or not. Paris Declaration is binding for. Paris Declaration laid emphasis on transparency. Transparency. Transparency means that each and every nation has to maintain an inventory of emissions. Each and every nation would have to maintain an inventory of emission. An inventory of emission means the emission taking place from different sectors would be registered here. And in this context, we have said that exactly is carbon budget what? It is the sum total of emission. Which includes the emissions of the past and the emissions of future. Emissions of past means that from pre-industrialization level to 2015. And emission of future means from 2015 till the end of this century. Clear? 2015 till the end of this century. This is called as what? This is referred to as carbon budget. And only the condition is what? Obviously, you cannot revert back the emissions of the past, but you can control emissions of the future. So the only condition is what? So that the target of Paris Declaration is met. It means that you have to control the emissions of future. So this sum total of emission is called as carbon budget, or it is referred to as carbon commons. Clear? And we can see 1/4 of the carbon budget is. So there's a calculation made that how you can attain the less than 2 degrees centigrade target. Clear? Less than 2 degrees centigrade target. So you can see that emissions from different sectors would be registered, and I have discussed a question with you that energy sector is responsible for maximum emission in India, followed by agricultural sector. Energy sector 75%, agriculture sector more than 13%, more than 18% by more than 8% by industrial production, and more than 2% by waste. Clear? These are big contributors in global warming as far as emission is concerned. Clear? But do remember that Paris Declaration is not binding for determining contribution. You can determine your contribution, that what you would be doing for global warming and climate change. But Paris Declaration is binding for reporting of emission. Each and every nation would have to report its emission. Clear? So when you talk about that how the Paris Declaration is binding in nature, do remember that Paris Declaration is binding for reporting of emissions. Binding for reporting of emissions. Clear? Clear? First. Second is what? Second thing that you have to know is there's a term which is called as INDC. INDC stands for what? It stands for intended nationally determined contributions. Intended nationally determined contributions. Clear? So that's INDC. Now what does it mean? It means that nations would themselves have to decide that what initiative they would be taking for global warming and climate change. What initiative they would be taking for global warming and climate change, and how they would be responsible for meeting these objectives. Clear? So nations would themselves have to decide that what initiative they would take for global warming and climate change, and how they would be responsible for determining their objectives. Now, nations, as far as Paris Declaration is concerned, Paris Declaration is not binding. Not binding for determining contributions. You can change your contributions. India did it. Clear. But Paris Declaration is binding for, legally binding for reporting of emissions. You have to report your emissions. Paris Declaration is binding for reporting. For determining contribution, it's not binding. So when we say that India's INDC, the framework of INDC was prepared at the Warsaw Meet of 2013. But when you talk about INDC, we can see initially India's INDC was what? Don't have to remember that we have to reduce carbon intensity of GDP by 33 to 35%. Carbon intensity of GDP means what? It means that if your growth takes place, industrial emission also would be taking place. So there is a correlation between your GDP and your emission. Clear? अगर ज़्यादा emission तो ज़्यादा growth. So there's a correlation between your GDP and your emission. This correlation would be called as what? This correlation is called as carbon intensity of GDP. Clear? This correlation would be called as carbon intensity of GDP. So that's one thing that you have to know. Fine. Second thing is what? Second thing is what? That when you talk about carbon intensity of GDP, so in INDC of India, which was declared in 2015-16, India said that it would be reducing carbon intensity of GDP by 33 to 35% by 2030, taking 2005 as the base year. Clear? Because the emissions would be counted from there only. So that was India's INDC. Clear? It also, under the INDC, India also mentioned that 40% of installed energy capacity would be from non-fossil fuel sources. Clear? Third thing was 40% of installed energy capacity would be from non-fossil fuel sources. Third thing was what? That as far as carbon sink is concerned, India would be establishing carbon sink for 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 by 2030. Clear? So these were India's INDC. But we can see that these were changed. And these were changed in the form of a new national statement. And this new national statement was called as what? This new national statement was called as PANCHAMRIT. This new national statement was called as PANCHAMRIT. This was laid down by the Prime Minister at the COP26, Glasgow, 2021. Clear? And this PANCHAMRIT says that India would be, there are 5 principles, so India would be targeting 500 gigawatt of energy. 500 gigawatt of energy, first from non-fossil fuel sources. And that's by 2030. That is India's PANCHAMRIT. Second is 50% of energy requirement of India. A requirement of India by 2030, obviously, would be from renewable sources. Then third thing is what? We would reduce carbon intensity of GDP, that is the correlation between our GDP and emission, carbon intensity of GDP by 45% by 2030. Clear? And fourth is what? That will establish carbon sink. Will establish carbon sink for 1 billion ton of CO2 by 2030. Clear? And there was a pressure mounted on India that India has to declare net zero. Net zero means that the time when we would be responsible for equalizing our emission, the time when we would be responsible for neutralizing our emission. Clear? So it would be whatever we emit, it would be neutralized with the help of what is called as carbon sink. So we can see that by 2070, India would attain net zero. India would attain net zero. So this is India's Panchamrit. And India's, you can see, new INDC. So India's new INDC is in the form of what is called as Panchamrit. Clear? India's new INDC is in the form of what is called as Panchamrit. That you have to find. Now let's move forward. Now there's a term which is called as Red Plus. Now Red Plus stands for what? Red Plus stands for reduction of emission. Reduction of emission. Let's take a separate page for that. Red Plus stands for a reduction of emission from deforestation and forest degradation. Reduction of emission from deforestation and forest degradation. Clear? So this is called as what? This is referred to as Red Plus. We can see the framework of Red Plus was also prepared. Framework was also prepared at the Warsaw Summit. Framework was also prepared at the Warsaw Summit, and Warsaw Summit is of 2013. Clear? Fine. Framework was also prepared at the Warsaw Summit of 2013. Now we can see that as far as Red Plus is concerned, under Red Plus we would be responsible for enhancing forest cover. Forest cover would be enhanced in developing nations. We would be responsible for enhancing forest cover in developing nations under the Red Plus. Clear? And for this purpose, we would be needing the support of local communities, tribal communities. So they definitely would be demanding some incentives. So the incentives for them would be coming from Red Plus Fund. You can see that the incentives for them would be coming from the Red Plus Fund, in which any nation can contribute. Donor nation can contribute. But this would be managed by whom? It would be managed by the World Bank, in which any donor nations can contribute, but this would be managed by the World Bank. We can see Red Plus comes under a broader initiative. Clear? They have asked you this question in your examination earlier. Red Plus comes under a broader initiative, and that initiative is called as what? Is called as the Biocarbon Initiative. Initiative for Sustainable Landscape. So Red Plus comes under a broader initiative which is called as Biocarbon Initiative for Sustainable Landscape. The purpose of this initiative is to reduce emissions. Reduce emissions from the land surface, under which Red Plus initiative would be also counted. Clear? Under which Red Plus initiative would be also counted. But if you talk about the forest cover of India, the forest cover of India is very low, 21.7%. Clear? That's the forest cover of India. If we talk about the forest cover of India, this is only 21.7%. During the time of independence, we can see that this was only 19%. So one can say that it has enhanced. Clear? But this is only responsible for what? This is only responsible for neutralizing. Only responsible for neutralizing 11% of our emissions. Clear? This is only responsible for neutralizing 11% of our emissions. It means that the rest is not being neutralized. Clear? The rest is not being neutralized. 89% is not being utilized. So we can see that the forest cover of India stands at 21.7%, which is responsible for neutralizing 11% of our emissions. Only the rest 89% is not being neutralized. Clear? Fine. So we face a problem. That's why we launched the Green India initiative. The purpose is to restore forest. The purpose is to enhance forest. Clear? But if we talk about that, what kind of vegetation should be planted in these areas so that more and more absorption of CO2 takes place. One vegetation which should be, and priority should be given to coconut palm. So this is the biggest absorber of carbon. Second is what? Second is neem tree. For establishing carbon sink, these things should be used. Neem tree. Third is what? Third is mango tree, obviously. Fourth is what? Fourth is eucalyptus. And fifth is what? Fourth is tamarind. And fifth is eucalyptus. So these are 5 big absorbers of CO2. Clear? Why only developing countries? Because they consider that developing countries have vast area where the forest cover can be enhanced. And in developed nation, paucity of space is there. Clear? It can be done in developed nation also. But the priority is being given to developing nation to enhance the forest cover. So these are the 5. But we can see that Article 5 of the Paris Declaration. Article 5 of the Paris Declaration deals with REDD+. So if they ask you that which article deals with REDD+, Article 5 of the Paris Declaration deals with REDD+. And at the COP26, an initiative was taken by more than 100 countries. Clear? At the COP26, we can see an initiative was taken by more than 100 countries, 100 plus countries. And this initiative is called as what? It is called as Glasgow Leaders Declaration. This initiative is called as Glasgow Leaders Declaration. The purpose is to halt deforestation by 2030. Clear? Because not only when you talk about forest acts as one of the biggest carbon sink, as it absorbs 1/3 of CO2, but also we can say that forest, 25 to 30% of world's population, their sustainability of life depends upon forest. Sustainability of life depends upon forest. Clear? So that's why forest is very much significant for us. Clear? Fine. So that's called as REDD+. Now, there was an initiative, next term that you have to know is called as what? Is called as Climate Vulnerable Forum. Next term is called as what? Is called as Climate Vulnerable Forum. Now, Climate Vulnerable Forum is a group of 47 nations. A group of 47 nations. And these nations, they are threatened due to submergence, due to rising sea level. They face the threat of submergence due to rising sea level. So these obviously would be what? Obviously they would be small islands. Clear? Coastal regions or small islands which faces the threat of submergence due to rising sea level as such. So that's called as what? That's called as Climate Vulnerable Forum. Fine. That is referred to as Climate Vulnerable Forum. Now, next thing that you have to know in this is that that at the COP22 was conducted at Marrakesh, Morocco. They were the Climate Vulnerable Forum. These nations said that they would be the first to turn their economies to turn their economies green. And green economies means zero emissions. Means that they would be completely neutralizing their emissions. So they would be establishing carbon sinks for completely neutralizing their emissions. So they would be the first to turn their economies green with zero emissions as such. Clear, fine. So this can be climate vulnerable forum. And we can see that for these nations at the COP26, with the help of India, an initiative was taken, and this initiative was called as Infrastructure for Resilient Island. Infrastructure for Resilient Island Nation. So this initiative was taken at the COP26. COP26 by with the help of India for these nations as such. So this is called as Climate Vulnerable Forum. So these terms, first of all. Next thing that you have to see is that COP 23rd, COP 23rd was conducted in the year 22nd, and that was conducted in the year 2017. And this was conducted where? This was conducted at Bonn. And but the declaration is called as Fiji Declaration. Now let's find out the reason that why the declaration would be called as Fiji Declaration. See, generally the country which is responsible for holding the presidency of UNFCCC, United Nations Framework for Convention on Climate Change. In that country only, the COP would be conducted. Clear? In that country only, COP would be conducted. But sometimes, what happens? Due to political reasons, unrest, the venue can be changed. Clear? So in this year, 2017, when COP23rd was to be conducted, Fiji was the president. Clear? But the venue was changed to Bonn because of political reasons. So the venue was changed to Bonn, and that's why we say that this is Bonn Summit, but this would be called as Fiji Declaration. Clear? This is Bonn Summit, but this would be called as a Fiji Declaration. Now, one important initiative of this declaration you have to remember. At this declaration, a group was formed, and this group was called as Powering Past Coal Alliance. Clear? Powering Past Coal Alliance. More than 30 countries. Today there are more than 100 member. All are not countries. Now including Canada, including UK, form this group. And the purpose of this group is to generate energy. Generate energy. And that is without the use of coal. So beyond the use of coal, powering past coal lands, beyond the use of coal, energy would be generated. Yes, see, whatever is essential I am giving you. Clear? I'll come till COP28. I'll discuss that. Fine. Whatever essential is. Otherwise, you don't have to remember all these things. Because, see, in COP23rd, powering past coal alliance. Clear? Then COP24th, nothing to remember. Why? Because this was mainly for the purpose of discussing the rules for the implementation of the Paris Declaration. Cat-wise, it was conducted. COP25th, there are two initiatives. which we have to discuss. COP26, majority of the initiative we have discussed, but one initiative remains, and that's called as Global Methane Pledge, that we have to discuss. COP27, we will discuss in COP27 the infrastructure for, the Drought Resilient Alliance, which was launched by Spain and Senegal. So that needs to be discussed. Clear. And then Mangrove Alliance already have discussed. Then COP28, you have to discuss the uh, fund, loss and damage fund. Then you have to discuss also the global cooling pledge, the renewable energy and energy efficiency pledge. Clear. So all these things, let's complete those things. These are important part. Fine. Now this is for the purpose of generating energy without the use of coal. Without the use of coal. And this is based on what? This is based on the roadmap or the pathway suggested by IPCC. So when IPCC in 2015-16 said that why the world cannot afford temperature enhancement beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade, said that there are certain pathways which were suggested by IPCC, and the pathways were to phase out the use of coal, to phase out the use of oil, because coal contributes 43%, oil contributes 34%. Clear. So to phase out the use of coal, to phase out the use of oil, to phase out the use of gas. So all these things were said. Clear. So powering past coal lines is based on the pathways suggested by IPCC. Clear. Now we can see at this COP 24th, and I'm giving you the year also, COP 24th. This was conducted at Katowice, and this was conducted in 2018. Clear. 2018. Now this was mainly for discussing the rules for, and I'm writing the agenda, implementing Paris Declaration. This was mainly for discussing the rules for implementation of Paris Declaration. Clear. So Katowice is in Poland. So this was conducted there. Fine. So again, this I save and take it at the end of the class. Now, as far as COP 25th is concerned, COP 25th was conducted where? It was conducted at Madrid. And this was conducted in the year 2019, although it was considered to be a failure, because 2020 was the year for the implementation of Paris Declaration. So not enough was done at the COP 25th. Clear. So we say that not enough was done and it was considered to be a failure. Enough done. Now it's not enough done on the part of developed nation, but it's also not enough done on the part of developing nations also. But on the sidelines of this, two initiatives were taken. One initiative was called as what? One initiative was referred to as Climate Ambition Coalition. This was started by, spearheaded by Chile, consisted of 73 countries, and the purpose was to attain net zero by 2050. Ambition Coalition. Clear. But also we can see another initiative was taken, and this was taken by Europe. And this initiative is called as what? This initiative is called as European New Green Deal. European New Green Deal. Clear. Now, under this deal, we can see that Europe would become the first continent. Europe would become the first continent to attain net zero. Net zero by 2050, mid of this century. This is first continent of the world to attain net zero by 2050. So that's one thing. But before this, Does it mean that we have to bring the average temperature of Earth less than to 1.5 degree, which is currently 15.6? Yes. Clear. You have to bring that if suppose you have to save the world. Because IPCC report clearly says that beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade is catastrophic situation. And you can witness the catastrophic situation. Fine. Floods and droughts, their frequency have enhanced like anything. Fine. Nobody is paying attention to it. But if you pay attention to it, you will see that the situation is alarming in nature. If you look at different kinds of report, you can see situation is alarming. So sooner the steps would be taken, the better it is for the world. Fine. Otherwise, if this goes on, see the rate at which we are moving. The rate at which we are moving. Moving means the emissions are taking place globally every year. If at this rate we move, then the temperature enhancement of Earth would be 3.7 degrees centigrade at the end of the century. Nowhere is near the Paris Declaration. Clear? And this would be leading to what? A catastrophic situation. So we have to save the Earth. For this purpose, all the efforts are there. So European New Green Deal is for making the Europe first continent with to attain net zero by 2050. But before this deal was signed, before this, another initiative was taken by Europe. And this initiative was called as Fit for 55. Fit for 55. It's not that the Europeans would be fit by the age of 55. Now it means that Europe would be reducing 55% of its emission, 55% of its emissions by 2030. Then only this target can be met. Clear? So Europe would be reducing 55% of its emission by 2030. Then only this target can be met. Otherwise, it cannot be met as such. Clear? So this is called as Fit for 55. One thing. Next thing is that Europe, for meeting this target, has taken another initiative also. And this initiative is called as what? It's called as cross-border adjustment mechanism. They can ask you a question on this. Cross-border adjustment mechanism. So what is cross-border adjustment mechanism? Now the purpose is that Europe has a target for this purpose. Now first thing is cross-border adjustment mechanism is what? That the first phase of this initiative would be started in 2026, under which 6 products would be coming into the ambit. Now, what are products? Why we are mentioning products? First thing is that all importers in Europe would have to declare what is the quantity of import that they are making. Would have to declare what is the quantity of import that they are making. First thing. And second, in these imports, what is the embedded emission? Embedded emission. When we talk about embedded emission, embedded emission can be of 3 types. There are 3 types of emissions included in embedded emission. If you are manufacturing a product, in that there would be embedded emission. So there would be 3 types of emission in your embedded emission. First is called as scope 1. Scope 1 emission. Second is called as scope 2 emission. And third is called as scope 3 emission. See, scope 1 emission means what? Scope 1 emission means that the emissions which are taking place directly from the industrial unit for making of the product would be called as what? It would be called as scope 1 emission. Clear? So this is nothing but direct emission. but there would be some emission indirectly. Indirectly means that for making of the product there is energy. For industrial production of these products, there would be energy used. So the emissions which are taking place for generating energy for this purpose would be called as scope 2 emissions, would be referred to as scope 2 emission. And any type of other emission, any type of other emission, apart from scope 1 and scope 2, any type of other emission apart from scope 1 and scope 2 would be called as what? It would be referred to as scope 3 emission. For example, suppose that for making of the product you have to bring fuel. So transportation of that fuel would take place. Transportation is itself responsible for emission. So this would be counted under scope 3. So when you are talking about embedded emission, that for any product, the embedded emission should also be reflected. It includes three types of emission. One is scope 1, which is nothing but the direct emission. Second is scope 2, which is indirect emission. And this is for the emission which is taking place for generating energy for the products as such, for the industrial production of the products. And any type of other emission would be called as nothing but scope 3. So all these. And the purpose is to direct these products. To those countries which are called as countries of carbon leakage. To those countries which are called as countries of carbon leakage. Carbon leakage means that they have flexible environmental laws. For example, China, for example, North Korea, they have flexible environmental laws. So that's the purpose, because Europe has two challenges. One is Fit for 55. Second is European New Green Deal before them. Clear? Fine. So this is now we can see under the first phase of this initiative, cross-border adjustment mechanism, 6 products are considered. And one such product is what? One such product is iron steel. And we know that India is the biggest supplier of what is embedded emission. मान लो ये ग्लास है, इसका इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्शन करना है, इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्शन ही इसका हुआ था, तो इसके इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्शन में जितने भी एमिशंस इन्वॉल्व हैं उसे हम लोग कहेंगे एम्बेडेड एमिशंस. क्लियर? एक तो इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्शन ग्लास का हो रहा था, तो कुछ डायरेक्ट एमिशंस भी होंगे for the industrial production of glass. That is called as scope 1 emission. लेकिन इसे प्रोड्यूस करने के लिए आपने जो एनर्जी लिया है, उस एनर्जी के जनरेशन में भी एमिशन होगा. That is called as scope 2. थर्ड, और इसके अलावा स्कोप 1 और स्कोप 2 के अलावा जो भी एमिशन है उसको कहेंगे स्कोप 3. मान लो कि अगर फ्यूल हमने खरीदा है और उसका ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कर रहे हैं, तो एमिशंस तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में भी होगा. क्लियर? सो दैट वुड बी कॉल्ड एज स्कोप 3. सो इन अ कंबाइंड मैनर दिस वुड बी कॉल्ड एज एम्बेडेड एमिशन फॉर द प्रोडक्ट. क्लियर? One is direct emission and 2 are indirect emissions. Is that clear? This is beyond the level of UPSC sometimes. Clear? But you have to know these things. They can ask you scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Now see. Now the purpose is, and our interest is hampered. Why? Because in January 2026, when the initiative would be implemented, it would be covering under its ambit 6 products. And one of such products include iron steel. Clear? India is the biggest exporter of iron steel to Europe. And the tax levied on this product can range from more than 19% to more than 52%. Clear? The tax levied on it would be ranging from more than 19% to more than 52%. This is how it would be hampering our national interest. Clear? Fine. So these initiatives were taken at the COP 25th. We can talk about. I have written everything here. Clear? And I am saving this for you, all gentlemen. Next. Now we have discussed in COP 26, which was conducted in 2021, and that was at Glasgow. What was Panchamrit? Clear? And also we have discussed Glasgow Leaders Declaration, which was signed by more than 100 countries. And the purpose was to halt deforestation by 2030. That we have discussed. We have also discussed another initiative, infrastructure for resilient island nations, for climate vulnerable forums. Clear? So that initiative. Also, the government of India, the Prime Minister of India, launched an initiative called World One Grid, One Sun initiative, and this is for the transportation of renewable energy from one country to another. But one major initiative which was taken at the COP 26 was called as what? It was called as Global Methane Pledge. Global Methane Pledge. And this pledge was signed by more than 100 nations. They signed. What is the objective? The objective is that 30% of methane emission would be reduced by 2030. That's the objective. And if we are successful, if the success is there, the temperature of Earth would be reduced by zero point 0.2 degree centigrade. If we are successful, the temperature of Earth would be reduced by 0 0.2 degree centigrade. Clear? Fine. I hope that embedded emission is clear. Fine. Now, 0 0.2 degree centigrade, if that is successful. Now we can see that as far as methane is a concern, first thing that you have to know that methane is short-lived in atmosphere. Short-lived. That's one concern. That it lasts in atmosphere from 9 to 12 years. But then GWP of methane is very high. Global warming potential of methane is very high. 25 to 28 times, sometimes also called as more than 80 times compared to that of CO2. Second is what? That methane, when it combines with hydroxyl in atmosphere, this would be forming two types of greenhouse gases. Two GHG would be formed. Greenhouse gases would be formed. One is water vapor. Water vapor is a greenhouse gas, although it is short-lived in atmosphere, but heat retention capacity GWP is twice than that of CO2. And second would be CO2 itself. And CO2 is a long-lived because it would be lasting in atmosphere from 120 to 200 years. Clear? 120 to 200 years. That's a concern. Third concern is that oxidation of methane generates what? Surface level ozone or tropospheric ozone. Clear? And that is a pollutant. And so all these are the concerns associated with methane. So a short-lived pollutant can get converted into a long-lived pollutant, and two gases would be formed. One thing is that when we talk about methane, we can see 30 to 40% of methane emission takes place from livestock and agriculture. Clear? Be very specific. 30 to 40% of methane emission takes place from livestock and agriculture. Agriculture where? First is paddy fields. Second is manure management. Clear? But 60% of methane emission, majority, is nothing from burning of fossil fuels. Maximum is from burning of fossil fuels. Clear? Fine. And as far as methane is concerned, this the initiative taken. Earlier also an initiative was taken for methane, and that was called, we discussed that, Climate and Clean Air Coalition. The purpose was to remove short-lived pollutants from atmosphere, which mainly includes three: methane, HFCs, and also black carbon. Clear? Methane, HFCs, and also black carbon. So this initiative was taken. Global Methane Pledge is an initiative that we can talk about. But there's a problem in this, that 35% of global methane emission, 35% of global methane emission is contributed by three countries: India, Russia, and China. And they are not a signatory to this pledge. They are not a signatory to this pledge. Clear? They are not a signatory to this pledge. Next thing, I'm saving this for you. Everything has been given in short. Next, when you talk about COP 27, that's 2022 Sharm el Sheikh, that's in Egypt. We can see, first of all, the loss and damage fund was announced. Fund was announced. Clear? But it was not operationalized. It was operationalized at COP 28. Clear? First thing. Second, we can see alliance was formed, which you already have discussed, which is called as Mangrove Alliance. And we have discussed that, completed. But third initiative was International Drought Resilient Alliance. Drought Resilient Alliance. And this was for the purpose of reducing the vulnerability for droughts. So vulnerability for droughts would be reduced. Clear? And we can see that effective role were played by two countries. One is Spain. Spain gave a seed fund of $500 million for this purpose, seed fund. And second was Senegal. Senegal said that it would be planting 5 billion trees in the first 5 years and next 5 billion in the next 5 years for this purpose. So international, the purpose is mainly to reduce the vulnerability and to enhance also the awareness related to droughts. Clear? So these were the three initiatives mainly. The purpose was also to reach the target of 1.5 degrees centigrade. Clear? But at the at the COP 27, we can see that peak emissions were determined. Peak emissions means that nations can peak their emission maximum. It can go till the year 2025. So peak emissions, all nations, they can peak their emissions by 2025, not beyond that. Clear? And then you have to reduce your emissions. Then you have to reduce your emissions. So that's one thing that you, but often in these contexts, we can see a term is given. And that term is called as what? That term is called as green pandemic recovery. See, when you talk about UNEP emission gap report, UNEP emission gap report says that UNEP emission gap report says that if we consider the emissions of 2019, the emissions of 2019 stood at 59.1 gigatons of CO2 equivalent. Clear? 59.1 gigatons of, that's how it is represented. And if we move at this pace, the temperature enhancement of Earth would be more than 3 degrees centigrade by the end of this century. So nowhere nearer is the Paris Declaration. So we have to restrict our emission. Clear? We have to restrict our emission. So in 2020, we can see the emissions reduced by 7% because of the COVID pandemic, and due to reduced industrial activity. But this hardly translates into temperature reduction. Clear? Because the temperature of Earth only reduced by 0.01 degree centigrade. So the UNEP suggested that amidst the COVID pandemic, the phase of reduced industrial activity should be utilized by us for meeting the target of Paris Declaration. So this would be called as what? It would be called as green pandemic recovery, recovering from the pandemic in a green manner. The silver lining was what? That more than 120 nations, which included European New Green Deal and the Climate Ambition Coalition, more than 120 nations, they said that they would be attaining net zero by the mid of this century. By the mid of this century. So they would be attaining net zero by the mid of this century. So this was said by them. Fine. Now, as far as uh, but see, the loss and damage fund was announced here. Now, when you talk about COP28, I'm saving this. When you talk about COP28, which was conducted at 28 2023, that's Dubai. Now, we can see, now for the first time, global stocktake was used. Stocktake was used. Global stocktake is what? Global stocktake is nothing. An initiative to examine the mitigation measures. Mitigation measures means what we are doing for reducing the adverse impact of global warming and climate change, and also to fill the adequacy gap. So it's nothing but a type of assessment. Clear? To examine the mitigation measures and also to fill the adequacy gap. So for the first time, although global stocktake has been mentioned in the Paris Declaration, so this has been mentioned in the Paris Declaration, but for the first time it was conducted. Clear? For the first time it was conducted, and we find that not enough was done for the global stocktake. Not enough was done for the global stocktake. That's first thing. Second thing, at the COP28 we can see that the phase mentioned, the word mentioned was transitioning away from fossil fuel. Transitioning away from fossil fuel. That is a phase mentioned. Transitioning away from fossil fuel. That's one thing which has been mentioned. Clear? Tomorrow we'll discuss the institutions, some of the institutions. I'll give you notes also related to that. Today I have prepared one list of invasive plants in India, and these are some new invasive plants that you have to see. So I'll just now in the break, I would be transferring that to you also, so that when we discuss invasive species, that happens to be very much effective. And tomorrow we'll discuss institutions, some amendment which have taken place recently, for example, amendment in the Forest Conservation Act. Let's discuss that. And then biotechnology and health concerns also, because today we have to start with pollution also, tomorrow complete it, and all these things we will be completing tomorrow. Clear? Fine. So transitioning away from fossil fuel. So that is the word which has been mentioned. It's not that we would be stopping the use of fossil fuel. Although, if you talk about the IPCC assessment report, it mentions what? The pathways suggested for the phasing out of fossil fuel. So transitioning away from fossil fuel has been mentioned there. Then we have seen that attention has been paid to the aviation industry also. We have discussed that. Although aviation industry contributes 2.8% in total greenhouse gas emission, but the concern was raised that due to growing aviation industry, it can contribute more and more into global warming. Clear? More and more into global warming, and the contribution can be directly or it can be indirectly. And you know what is directly and indirectly. We have discussed cirrus clouds. Clear? So that was the third thing. Fourth thing was what? That loss and damage fund was operationalized. And the list does not end here. Operationalized. Now, next term that you have to, I have sent you one list of invasive species. I'll send you, just it's getting typed. So by the end of the class, this would be sent, or tomorrow morning it can be. I've prepared that, clear. Now that would be sent, and we'll discuss invasive species also after pollution, etc. Less time, let's cover up all these things. Now, next thing that you have to see is World as Loss and Damage Fund. Clear? Loss and Damage Fund. Now we can see that as far as Loss and Damage Fund is concerned, it was earlier called as what? It was called as Green Climate Fund. It was earlier called as Green Climate Fund. And it was also not earlier called as Green Climate Fund, it was also called as Climate Finance earlier. Now it has been named as Loss and Damage Fund. Now, as far as Green Climate Fund is concerned, Green Climate Fund was prepared at Copenhagen. And we can see that this fund, which was prepared at Copenhagen in the year 2009, this was to be implemented. It never came into existence. To be implemented under the Paris Declaration. And this fund would be utilized by developing nations. This fund would be coming from the developed nation to developing nation. And this fund would be utilized by developing nation. And every year, starting from 2020, $100 billion was to come. All these are history. And this would be utilized by developing nation to mitigate the adverse impact of global warming and climate change. When we talk about this fund, this is based on what? This is based on polluter pays principle. Clear? This is also based on what is called as ecological depth. So this is based on polluter pays principle. This is based on ecological depth. And we have discussed these two terms. But it never came into existence because US walked out of the Paris Declaration. Clear? And at the COP26, we can see Prime Minister of India, respected Narendra Modi, he emphasized on climate finance of $1 trillion. $1 trillion to be transferred from developed nation to developing nation. Climate finance of $1 trillion to be immediately this should be transferred. Clear? So we can see Green Climate Fund was renamed as what? It was renamed as Climate Finance. And that was in the year 2021 we can talk about. But the same fund, now it is renamed as Climate Finance, but the same fund was called as Loss and Damage Fund. And this was announced at COP27. Clear? But this was operationalized at COP28. Clear? That is Dubai Declaration. So it was operationalized at COP28. And we can see under this fund, what will happen under this fund? What will happen under this fund? That the developed nation would be transferring developing nation. Developed nation would transfer developing nation or least developed nation also. Clear? Fund, which is called as Loss Damage Fund, which would be utilized by them to rebuild, mind the words, to rebuild the social and physical infrastructure. To rebuild the social and physical infrastructure which has suffered due to 3 decades of adverse impact of global warming and climate change. Due to 3 decades of adverse impact of global warming and climate change. Clear? So this is called as what? This is called as Loss and Damage Fund. So developing nations would utilize this fund for rebuilding the physical and social infrastructure. Now, this fund, which was announced operationalized at COP28 under the Dubai Declaration, we can see this fund would be managed by an independent secretariat. And this independent secretariat would be based at the World Bank. This would be managed by an independent secretariat, which would be based at the World Bank. Clear? But the problem with this kind of fund is what? The problem with this kind of fund is that when we talk about climate finance is mainly 70% of the climate finance mainly comes from private agencies, and they demand interest in return. Who would be paying that interest? First thing. The second thing is what? That as far as this fund is concerned, this fund has been announced, has been operationalized, but the cash inflows to the fund are yet to be decided. Clear? We say that the cash inflows to the fund are yet to be decided. So that's called as what? That's called as loss and damage fund. Everything mentioned. Next, we can see also that at the COP28, and another initiative was taken, and that was called as Global Cooling Pledge. Now, Global Cooling Pledge was signed by 63 nations. 63 nations, and the purpose is to reduce emissions by 68%, which comes from cooling. See, cooling, when you are talking about cooling methods contributes into 7% in total greenhouse gas emission. 7% in total greenhouse gas emission. So we would be reducing this emission by 68%. And this would be done by the year 2050. This would be done by the year 2050. Now, as far as global cooling pledge is concerned, this is called as global cooling pledge. So whenever you are using air conditioners, refrigerators, the emission of greenhouse gases takes place. And this emission is 7% of the entire total greenhouse gas emission. So global cooling pledge is what? That 68% of emission which is taking place, that 68% of emission obviously which is taking place due to global cooling, would be reduced. So whatever emission is taking place due to cooling, that needs to be reduced 68% by 2050. India is not a part of this. India has not joined. India is not a signatory to this pledge. And why? Because to resort to sustainable method of cooling, not only space, but also we can see cost would be required. Clear? Not only space, but also cost would be required. Fine. So that's global cooling pledge. For example, sustainable method of cooling, NIIT Nimirana. The entire complex of NIIT Nimirana is situated in an area where you have established in underground a tunnel. This is suppose the space, and here we can see that water is pumped from one side and removed from other side. Clear? Now this is responsible for cooling. No emission takes place. Clear? So this is one of the system. There are many methods of sustainable cooling. They won't ask you in preliminary examination, but this is one method of sustainable cooling. Clear? So to resort to sustainable method of cooling, immense cost would be required. Second thing, another initiative was renewable energy and energy efficiency pledge. Renewable energy and energy efficiency pledge. Clear? Now, renewable energy and energy efficiency pledge means what? That this has been signed by 118 nations. 118 nations. And the renewable energy generation would be tripled by the year 2030. So presently we can see more than 3000 gigawatt is a renewable energy generation. So by 2030 it should be tripled, roughly about 11,000. And energy efficiency should be doubled, and this should be doubled by 2030. Clear? So all these are within the ambit of Paris Declaration. All these are within the ambit of Paris Declaration. Clear? Paris Declaration that you have. Now, from here we start with pollution chapter. It will take time. It takes time because that's the last chapter that you have to cover up. EI is not asked in your disaster management. Rarely they would be asking you in preliminary examination because that's a portion of mains examination as such. So let's start with. Now see, don't have to mug up definition of pollution, but different types of pollution is there. One type of pollution is called as what? It's called as water pollution. Clear? So let's start with water pollution. Water pollution. And when we say that water contamination takes place, or water pollution takes place, what is the benchmark for that? Now, water bodies are said to be polluted when the dissolved oxygen level reduces. Dissolved oxygen level reduces and is less than 8 mg per liter. So if suppose it is less than 8 mg per liter dissolved oxygen level, then it is said to be polluted. Clear? Naturally, what will happen? The biochemical oxygen demand, of these water bodies would enhance. The biochemical oxygen demand of these water bodies would enhance. Clear? And we can see that higher is the BOD, higher is the level of contamination. Higher is the level of contamination. Higher is the BOD, higher is the level of contamination. So what is biochemical oxygen demand? Biochemical oxygen demand is what? It is the amount of oxygen required for decomposition of biodegradable waste. The amount of oxygen required for the decomposition of biodegradable waste. But not only biodegradable waste is present in water body, non-biodegradable waste is present also. So another benchmark can be used. A better benchmark would be what? Chemical oxygen demand. And chemical oxygen demand is the amount of COD, is the amount of oxygen which is required for the decomposition of not only biodegradable but also non-biodegradable waste. Clear? So that's called as COD. Now, diseases which takes place due to water pollution. Can you talk about diseases? Diseases which takes place due to water pollution includes many. Now, one disease is called as what? Is called as Minamata disease. Minamata disease. Now, this takes place due to mercury contamination. Minamata disease. Second is Itai disease. Itai disease. Now, this takes place due to cadmium contamination. Third is what? Third is blue baby syndrome. Blue baby syndrome. This takes place due to nitrate contamination. And fourth is what? Fourth is fluorosis, which takes place due to fluoride contamination. Fluorosis, which takes place due to fluoride contamination. But as far as fluorosis is concerned, we can see that main reason for fluorosis in India, we see that 50% of the cases comes from Rajasthan. And second in ranking is Madhya Pradesh for fluorosis. And the reason behind fluorosis is what? Reason behind fluorosis is leaching of rocks. Leaching of rocks. But why leaching of rocks? Because of excessive withdrawal of underground water. We say that this is because of excessive withdrawal of underground water. Clear? And leaching of rocks not only occurs due to excessive withdrawal of underground water, but also occurs due to frequent droughts, reoccurring droughts. This is responsible for fluorosis. Now we can see that fluorosis would be characterized by what? It would be characterized by pigmentation of teeth. Pigmentation of teeth. And also deformation of bones. Deformation of bones and pigmentation of teeth. Fluorosis is characterized by that. Clear? Characterized by pigmentation of teeth and also deformation of bones. Clear? So it's characterized by that. And as far as fluorosis is concerned, we can see and deformation of bones. And as far as fluorosis is concerned, we can see it takes place in Rajasthan, mainly in India, and also followed by Madhya Pradesh. But there are other diseases which happen due to water contamination. One such disease is called as what? Melanosis. In this, the skin turns dark. Second is called as keratosis. In this, the skin turns dry and scaly. Third is called as black foot disease. So the foot turns black. It's a combined effect of melanosis and keratosis. Now, all these three diseases happen due to arsenic pollution. Clear? All these three diseases happen due to arsenic pollution. Fine. So it takes place due to arsenic pollution. But when you talk about water contamination, we can see the rivers of India are contaminated by three heavy metals. You see that? Rivers of India are contaminated by three heavy metals. One is what? One is iron, heavy metals. Second is what? Second is chromium. And third is what? Third is lead. So iron, chromium and lead, these are three heavy metals which are responsible for contamination of major rivers of India. And as far as these heavy metals are concerned, what is the reason why these heavy metals? The reason is the presence of surface finishing industries. Surface finishing industries near these rivers. The presence of surface finishing industries near these rivers as such. Clear? Near these rivers as such. So that's responsible for contamination of major uh, rivers of India. So these are the heavy metals. Clear? Fine. Next. But when you talk about suppose water pollution, we can say that water pollution, there are many examples of water pollution in the world. But the biggest example of water pollution in the world is the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Great Pacific Garbage Patch. This is the biggest example of water pollution in the world. So in the middle and the southern part of Pacific Ocean, a suspended trash is present. And this trash, suspended trash, is 2,200 kilometers in length. 800 kilometers in breadth and 10 meters deep. This is called as what? This is called as Great Pacific Garbage Patch. A suspended trash is present, which is called as Great Pacific Garbage Patch, which is 2,200 kilometers in length, 800 kilometers in breadth, and 10 meters deep. So this is called as Great Pacific Garbage Patch. First thing. Now it has been formed how? It has been formed due to gers. Gers. Gers means when two oceanic currents mingle, whirling of oceanic water takes place in this area. And two of the biggest gers of the world. One is your East Pacific ger, and second is your West Pacific ger. They are present in this. They are present in this area only. Clear? So what has happened? The waste which has been discharged from continents have been carried by the oceanic current, and due to ger formation, this trash has resulted. We can see then expedition was launched for this purpose, and this expedition was called as Tara Oceans. This was an expedition, and this was an expedition of scientists. And the purpose was to study the nature of Great Pacific Garbage Patch and also to prepare an elaborate database of marine organisms. So this was launched. Clear? So this is an expedition of scientists. Now, next thing that you have to know is that present in this patch is what? Fishing lines, fishing nets. And this is present in abundance. Then bottles are present. You can see bottles are present, cans are present. So all these items are present on a large scale in this patch. Clear? But this is also the biggest example of plastic pollution in the world. Clear? And we can see 2,69,000 million tons of plastic is present in this patch. Clear? Plastic is present in this patch. Now, when you talk about plastic, mismanaged plastic, we can see that mismanaged plastic can be of four types. One is what? One is called as macroplastic. Macroplastic means that this would be having a diameter of more than 200 mm. So that's called as what? That's called as macroplastic. Second is called as what? Second is called as mesoplastic. Now this would be having a diameter between 4.75 to 200 mm. Diameter between 4.75 to 200 mm. And third is called as what? It's called as microplastic, which would be having a diameter of less than 4.75 mm. Clear? Mismanaged plastic means the plastic which is not properly managed. So that's called as mismanaged plastic. Based on this, the questions are also there in your test. And fourth is called as what's called as nanoplastic. And nanoplastic would be having a diameter of less than 100 nanometer. This is nanometer, not mm as such. So less than 100 nanometer would be the diameter. Fine. Now, when you talk about microplastic, let's consider microplastic. Microplastic is also considered to be, is also called as plastic beads, or it is also referred to as microbeads. Microplastic is also called as plastic bead, or it is also referred to as microbead. Now we can see that how it is formed. It is formed, it can be natural. Clear? It would be present, it would be coming to the water bodies, in water bodies, It comes from where? It comes from the products that we use. For example, facial scrubs, toothpaste, all these consist of microplastic. Clear? Fine. But also we can see that it would be formed also. And this would be formed by decomposition of plastic by physical, chemical, biological drivers. By physical, chemical, biological drivers. Clear? So this is called as what? This is called as microplastic, which can come to the water body from products like toothpaste or facial scrubs, or it can be formed due to decomposition of plastic by physical, chemical, or biological drivers as such. So that is another thing. Now, next thing that you have to know is that as far as microplastic is concerned, first of all, what is the impact of microplastic? Impact is that it is bioaccumulative in nature. Bioaccumulative in nature means it enters the food chain. Clear? So it is bioaccumulative in nature. And second thing is what? As far as microplastic is concerned, second thing is what? This is bioaccumulative in nature. And second thing is what? That it reduces the dissolved oxygen level. Reduces dissolved oxygen level. Clear? But we can see the most abundant microplastic, the most abundant microplastic present in the oceans is nothing but tire dust. Because tire is made up of what? Tire is made up of synthetic and natural polymers. These are nothing but plastic based. Clear? So the most abundant microplastic present in the ocean is tire dust. And if we say what is the second most abundant? The second most abundant microplastic in oceans, in ocean, is called as what? It's referred to as phthalates. Not phthalates, sorry. It's referred to as what? It's called as plastic noodles. Plastic noodles. Now that's called as the second most abundant microplastic which is present in oceans. Now when you talk about plastic noodles are what? Plastic noodles are a concern due to three reasons. One is their composition. Composition means they are either made up of polyethylene, polypropylene, polystyrene, polyvinyl chloride. These are the chemicals which make plastic noodles. Clear? Polymers which make plastic noodles. But the second thing is what? That second thing is size. Size is also a matter of concern. And why size is a matter of concern? Because it is lentil sized. And since it is lentil sized, it is mistaken by marine organism. It is mistaken by marine organism as their food stuff. Marine organism as their food stuff. Now the third concern is what? The third concern is its nature. Nature. Now, why this? These are spongy in nature. So it means that it attracts chemicals, toxins. Clear. So we can see that nodules are a concern because of three main reasons. One is composition, second is size, and third would be the nature as such. Clear. Third would be the nature as such. And there was a ship wreckage in Sri Lanka, Express Pearl in 2021, where it was feared that oil spill would occur. But no oil spill took place. The ship was carrying bags and bags of plastic noodles, which spread on a large scale, and we can see Sri Lanka witnessed the biggest marine disaster ever. Clear. But there's another type of plastic, and this plastic is called as what it is called as nanoplastics. Clear. I have discussed that these plastic would be having a diameter of less than 100 nanometers. These plastic would be having a diameter of less than 100 nanometers. So that's called as nanoplastic. And these are polymer based plastic. Polymer based plastic. And they also would be formed by decomposition of plastic. Decomposition of plastic. And that takes place by physical, chemical, biological drivers. Physical, chemical, biological drivers. Fine. So that would be responsible for the nanoplastic as such. Fine. That would be responsible for nanoplastic. Now, when you talk about nanoplastic, remember that nanoplastic is responsible for affecting the rhizosphere. A rhizosphere means this is suppose the plant and this is the root of the plant. So the soil surrounding the root of the plant would be called as rhizosphere. Clear? The soil surrounding the root of the plant would be called as rhizosphere. So it affects the rhizosphere, and from this is present in the rhizosphere in abundance, and from here it penetrates into the root hairs. So it penetrates inside the root hairs and enters the tissues. Clear? So that's one concern. Second, in soil there are soil animals also. These soil animals are beneficial for us because they are called as detritivores. Clear? And we can see like nematodes, like earthworms. So they kill the soil animal, they destroy the soil animal. Clear? So these are the adverse impact of nanoplastic. So certainly we should study the plastic cycle as such. It's imperative for us to study the plastic cycle also. So this is about nanoplastic that you have to know. But do remember that when you talk about the oceans, in oceans, there are riverine contributors of plastic. River as contributor of plastic. River dumps plastic. And the first riverine contributor is what? Yangtze. That's of China. Second is Ganga. Ganga of India. Clear. But if you look at the plastic footprint of India, that's the amount of mismanaged plastic that per person in India is generated. If you look at the plastic footprint of India, the plastic footprint of India is only 3.2 kg per year. And this is far less than the global average. Global average is 17 kg per year. So the plastic footprint of India is very low. But India becomes the second, Ganga becomes the second biggest riverine contributor. Why? Because half a billion people reside in the catchment area of Ganga. So it's a populous region. 500 million people reside in the catchment area of Ganga. And that's why Ganga becomes the second biggest riverine contributors of mismanaged plastic. We can see on the shores, coastal area, the plastic waste which is littered, they would be melting under the influence of solar radiation, and they would be combining with other organic compounds to form stones of plastic. So you can see now stones of plastic also due to degradation, and this is called as plasticomerate. Now they would be forming stones of plastic, which is called as plasticomerate. So these are stones, and these are naturally formed. Clear? Fine. But if a question on the chemicals present in plastic is asked, let's say this also. Chemicals present in plastic is asked. We can see a number of chemicals are present in plastic. Chemicals present in plastics. One chemical is called as what is called as phthalates. Second chemical is called as what is called as bisphenol A. Third chemical present is called as BFR, brominated fire retardants, that you know already. Fourth is called as vinyl chloride. Vinyl chloride. And we can see that as far as phthalates is concerned, phthalate is responsible for what? It's responsible for genetic disorder among children. And also sterility among males. It is responsible for genetic disorder among children and also sterility among males. When you talk about bisphenol A and BFR, you can see both these are bioaccumulative in nature. It enters the food chain, and both these act as endocrine disruptors. Endocrine disruptors. So they would be disrupting the endocrine system. So both of them act as endocrine disruptor, and both are responsible for being entering the food chain, and both would be called as bioaccumulative in nature. When you talk about vinyl chloride is responsible for what? Responsible for damaging central nervous system. Damaging central nervous system. So all these are the chemicals. Also we can see styrofoam. When you purchase mobiles, you can see a thin white sheet is wrapped. This is styrofoam. This is styrofoam, and this is nothing but an extended form of polystyrene. This is reported to be carcinogenic in nature. This would be responsible for causing cancers. Clear? So this is reported to be carcinogenic in nature, and this is responsible for causing cancer. So that's called as styrofoam. Fine. Styrofoam. Now, next thing that you have to see is, now these are all the chemicals which are present in plastic. Next thing that you have to see is, now first of all, let's discuss the test that you have given yesterday, and let's discuss the questions one by one. Now this is the first question. Clear? Now the first question is what? Consider the following: municipal discharge pipes, industrial discharge pipes, agricultural runoff, and acid rain. How many of the above are considered as point sources? Now, point sources means what? Point sources of pollution means that those sources of pollution which are distinct, which are clearly visible. Clear? clearly visible. So you can see that first two, municipal discharge pipes and industrial pipes, would be nothing but clearly visible. Agriculture is not clearly visible. Acid rain is not clearly visible. It's not that at this point it is. So when a source of pollution can be readily identified or is clearly visible or is clearly distinct, it is called as, it's a defined source, and it's the place where the pollutants enter the water body. So this is called as what? This is called as point source of pollution, and first would be the correct answer. Clear? First two, nothing would be the correct answer. Now we can see the second question. The second question is, the Bamako convection is sometimes in the news, and the Bamako convection, which one of the following statement is correct about it? Now the statement which is correct about it is nothing but the B statement. It is a convention to prohibit the import of all hazardous and radioactive waste into the African continent, because these are hazardous in nature. This would be responsible for genetic disorder among children. A hazardous substance, according to uh, MO, the Environment Protection Act of 1986, is one which is responsible for altering the characteristic of organism. That's called as hazardous. So this is the Bamako convention as such. Next, with reference to, you can see, with reference to UNFCCC COP 28, consider the following stages. First, global stocktake, global goal on adaptation framework, and loss and damage fund. How many of the above were the outcomes of COP 28 meeting? Now, the first global stocktake was taken, we have discussed. Now, global goal on adaptation framework is nothing but what we have discussed as energy efficiency pledge and the renewable energy pledge. Loss and damage fund was operationalized. It was announced at the COP 27 Sarmel Sek, but it was operationalized obviously under the uh, Dubai Declaration as such. So this is the correct answer. Next, all the three. With reference to graded response action plan, consider the following statement. It's a framework designed to combat nationwide air pollution. It's not nationwide air pollution. No, clear. It's not nationwide air pollution as such. And we can see that this is meant specially for what? It is meant especially for NCR region and Delhi. Clear? It is meant especially for NCR region and Delhi. It is implemented by Central Pollution Control Board. That's not the Central Pollution Control Board. The Commission for Air Quality Management is responsible for monitoring it. Clear? And it is implemented for four different stages. Certainly four different stages. GRAP 1, GRAP 2, GRAP 3, GRAP 4. Starts from poor. And in severe also above 450 is suppose the measurement of the National Air Quality Index, then the GRAP 4 would be starting there. GRAP 1 means what? GRAP 1 means that biomass burning would be banned. Burning of firecrackers would be banned. Mechanized sweeping of road would be banned. So all these initiatives would be taken under GRAP 1. Clear? Do try to remember some of the initiatives also of GRAP 1, GRAP 2, GRAP 3 and GRAP 4. Clear? Do try to remember. In class, I have given a question like this. So maybe, see, agriculture runoff can also be considered as point source, because fertilizer, see, point source means what? Agriculture waste gets carried away by the rivers. Clear? It's not that they are coming in the form of drains. No, they would be washed away by the river. So it's not visible to you. It's not distinct for you. Acid rain is not distinct to you. That's why we say this. These would be non-point sources as such. Now, next question is what? Consider the following statement with respect to National Clean Air Program. Under this Clean Air Program, city-specific clean air actions have been prepared. That's true. So, and the target of program is a 40% reduction in particulate matter concentration by 2026. See, initially when it was launched in 2019, the target year was what? The target year was 2024, but it has been enhanced to 2026. Clear? And up till 40% reduction of PM 2.5 would be done. And initially, it was considered 20 to 30%, but that has been revised. So you can see both the statements are nothing but correct. It's meant for 135, 131 cities of India, which are million cities. Clear? So all these cities, it is meant, and these are million cities, and that's why we can see that this is all the two statements are nothing but correct. So which one of the following statement is incorrect? Neither one nor two. Clear? Next, consider the following: human anatomical waste, animal waste generated through research, liquid waste from any of the affected area, incineration as discarded medicine. Which of the following would be considered under biomedical waste? All. Clear? All these are nothing but biomedical. Biomedical waste are what? Biomedical waste are biological in origin, and they are responsible for spread of infectious diseases. They consist of hazardous substances, soiled bandages, used syringes, human body part, anatomical waste. Then also the animal waste. All these are nothing but biomedical waste. So answer would be all five. With reference to uh, Jal Diwali campaign, consider the following statement. It is an initiative of Ministry of Jal Shakti. That's only for the purpose of confusing. We have given in partnership with National Urban Livelihood Mission. No. Now it is an initiative of Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning. Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning. And this is in partnership with National Urban Livelihood Mission and also Odisha Urban Academy. Now, the second is the first one is incorrect. Now, the aim is to foster inclusion of women in water governance. Obviously, it is correct. It means that women's inclusion should be in water governance. Clear? So, definitely, it should be there. The campaign includes familiarizing women with the functioning of water treatment plants and water testing facilities. Now, that's also correct. Clear? So, they have asked you how many statements are correct. So, how many statements are correct means two statements are correct. Clear? First one is incorrect, two and three would be the correct statements. The term water sponges is sometimes mentioned in the news in context of what? See, it is in the context of plastic pollution only. See, water sponges are nothing but countries. They have been called as water sponges, and water sponges are countries. They have a capacity of managing the plastic waste, but the waste is beyond the capacity of their management. Clear? So these countries would be called as water sponges, and we can see that there was also plastic um, overshoot day, which was celebrated in India, not celebrated, declared in India on January 6, 2023, and we can see on July 28, 2023, it was plastic overshoot day for the entire world, because the capacity to manage plastic, the amount of plastic exceeded the capacity to manage it. So that's called as plastic overshoot day. With reference to Green India mission, consider the following. It is one of the 8 missions under the National Action Plan on Climate Change. Yes, you can see. So see, the purpose is what? The purpose is to enhance the forest cover, to restore and protect the forest. Clear? So first is correct. And we can see that second statement, the aim is to enhance forest cover in 10 million hectares, is also correct. But what is incorrect is all states, only 17 states have taken up this mission. Clear? So incorrect statement is only one, and that is C. They have asked you incorrect statement. Incorrect statement is only one. With reference to global solar facilities, consider the following statements. It is an initiative of International Solar Alliance. Definitely, it is an initiative of International Solar Alliance. It's a payment guarantee fund formed by ISI to Deshmukh. That's also true. And the focus is to catalyze solar investment. That's also true. So all the three statements are true. So if they have asked you how many of the above statements are incorrect, none is incorrect. All are true. Clear? All are true. Nothing happens to be incorrect. Clear? Now let's continue from here. Before going into the break, we discussed what? We discussed plastic pollution. Now, incineration of plastic means burning of plastic would be responsible for generation of two gases. Although many gases would be generated, but two gases are a matter of concern for us. And these two gases are called as what? They are called as dioxins and furans. Why we talk about dioxins and furans? We talk about dioxins and furans. Why? Because these are the two gases which are reported to be carcinogenic in nature. Both. Dioxin is a group of what? It is a group of 100 gases. And the most detrimental of this is 2378 tetrachloro dibenzo P dioxin. That's called as TCDD. Tetrachloro dibenzo P dioxin. So that's the same gas which was used by US as Agent Orange in the Vietnam War. And the source of dioxin is not only plastic incineration. That's not only the source. That plastic incineration is considered to be the source. The source of dioxin includes other things also. For example, the source of dioxin would be including not only plastic incineration but also paper and pulp bleaching. Paper and pulp bleaching. Clear? And not only this paper and pulp bleaching, but also we can see one more thing, and this pesticide making. But source of urine, which is represented by a formula C4H4O, is only one, and that is waste incineration. Waste incineration. Clear? So that's only one. So dioxins and furans should be known. They can ask you question. We can see that the Biomedical Waste Management Amendment Rules of 2018 makes a reference to dioxin and furans. Why? Because under the Biomedical Waste Management Amendment Rules of 2018, chlorinated plastic bags and gloves were banned. And why? Because incineration of this kind of waste, burning of this kind of waste, is responsible for emission of dioxins and furans. Dioxins and furans are emitted from the landfills also. Clear? Dioxins and furans are emitted from the landfills also. So that's a concern. Now, next thing that we have to see as far as plastic pollution is concerned, not only dioxins and furans need to be studied, but one thing which should be studied here, apart from dioxins and furans, do remember that plastic is the bulk of plastic forms the bulk of e-waste. Maximum amount of e-waste is nothing but plastic. Plastic is also present in e-commerce waste. It is also present in biomedical waste. So what can be done for this purpose? we can see that we can use the 5R principle. That is, reduce, refuse, reuse, then reorient, repurpose, recycle. So 5R principles can be used for this purpose. One is refuse. Second is what? Second is reuse. Third is reduce, recycle or repurpose. So 5R principle can be used for this purpose. Second, in India we have passed the plastic waste management amendment rules. Amendment rules. And these were passed in 2021, under which we can see that with effect from July 1st, 2022, single-use plastic were banned. Clear, single-use plastic were banned. And with effect from December 31st, 2022, December 31st, 2022, we can see not only single-use plastic, but thickness of the plastic bag was enhanced from 50 micron to 120 micron. So why you are responsible for enhancing the thickness of the plastic bag? You are enhancing the thickness of the plastic bag so that it can be reused. It won't be going in waste. So this you can do. And we can see also there's a person who is called as what? Who is called as the Plastic Man of India. So his name is what? His name is Dr. Rajgopalan Vasudev. He is called as the Plastic Man of India. And he developed what? He developed stones of plastic. Although stones of plastic were naturally also developed. These stones were developed by him to be used as building block, and these were called as plastones. Then also, not only this, he was also responsible for developing not only stones of plastic, but he also developed what? Roads of plastic. By combining mismanaged plastic waste with tar. And since both are hydrocarbon derivatives, they easily bind with each other. Do remember that a big concern is textile industry. And why? Because 70% of the attire that you wear is nothing but polymer based, nothing but plastic. Clear? So 70% of the clothes that you wear is nothing but plastic. So big concern is the textile industry. And when the textile industry functions, when these units are running, textile industry units are running. So our attire is what? Our attire is mainly polyester based. We say this appears to be cotton. It's not cotton. It's polycotton. Maximum of it is nothing but polyester. Clear? Pure cotton comes at a very high cost. Now, plastic. So that's your roads out of plastic he developed, and his name is. But there are other mans in India. We can see there is a person who is called as the Tiger Man of India, Kailash Sankhala, who was responsible for launching the Project Tiger. Then there is a person who is called as Birdman of India. Birdman of India is Dr. Salim Ali. Clear? Then there is a person who is called as the Waterman of India. Waterman of India is Dr. Rajinder Singh. He rejuvenated a river in Alwar and was given the Magsaysay Award. Clear? Salim Ali has written a very famous book. His famous book is called as Fall of the Sparrow. Clear? Fall of the Sparrow. But do remember that there are some notable personalities. For example, which apart from this, you have to remember, one is Vandana Siva. Vandana Siva is an environmentalist. She heads an organization called Navdanya. Clear, noted environmentalist. Dr. Sunita Narayan. Sunita Narayan. She heads the Center for Science and Environment. Then another Suman Sahai. Suman Sahai heads a campaign which is called as Gene Campaign. Then a person whose name is Dr. Umendra Dutt. Dr. Umendra Dutt heads a very famous organization in India. It's meant for environment, and this organization is called as what is called as Kheti Virasat Mission. Kheti Virasat Mission. Clear. So roads of plastic were made, and we can see plastic waste management rule 5R principle can be used. But in 2018, we also celebrated the Environment Day as Beat Plastic Pollution Year. So this was declared by the Government of India as Beat Plastic Pollution Year. Beat Plastic Pollution Year. Clear? See, even though when you're talking about making of roads by tar is used for making of roads. It disallows the percolation of water downward. One can say that if plastic, more percolation of water downward be reduced. Clear? So, beat plastic pollution. This is all about plastic that you have to see. Now, some exception sorts. See, when you talk about arsenic pollution in India, arsenic pollution in India has taken place. I'm saving this. Arsenic pollution in India has taken place, and this pollution has taken place in the northern plains. In the northern plains. We won't discuss it in detail much, but remember that the source of arsenic in this area is the Himalayas. So geological processes which were responsible for formation of Himalayas were responsible for presence of arsenic in the rocks of Himalayas, and the perennial rivers, when they originated, they eroded these rocks. So arsenic was carried away as nothing but in the form of a sediment by the rivers, and it got deposited in the underground water, and but it was within permissible limit for drinking. Clear? But what is the reason behind contamination? The reason behind contamination is excessive irrigation. So when you indulge in excessive irrigation post green revolution, we did so. What happened was excessive withdrawal of underground water was responsible for it. Suppose here the arsenic has settled. If you withdraw this much in the lower part, the arsenic concentration would be enhancing. So we can see due to excessive withdrawal of underground water in the lower part, the concentration of arsenic enhanced. And since the concentration of arsenic enhanced, it became a pollutant. Clear? So reason is excessive irrigation, and arsenic pollution is responsible for diseases like melanosis, keratosis, then black foot disease. Clear? Black foot disease, etc. that we have discussed. This is the main reason. When you talk about uranium contamination, uranium contamination in India has taken place where? Has taken place in Punjab, has taken place in Rajasthan, has taken place in Telangana. Clear? So uranium contamination has taken place in Punjab, has taken place in Telangana, has taken place in Rajasthan. So that has taken place. And as far as uranium contamination is concerned, you can see in Punjab, there are many factors, But one factor is what? One factor is excessive use of fertilizers. Excessive use of fertilizer. Second factor is what? Second factor is location of these districts. Location of districts. And we can see that excessive irrigation can be another factor. But in Rajasthan, it is mainly due to excessive irrigation. Irrigation. And why excessive irrigation? Because when you are responsible for irrigating your land, you pump the water. You pump the water. So oxygen goes inside the underground water. And this oxygen is responsible for enrichment of uranium. Enriched uranium is always a contaminant. Clear? So we say that oxygen goes inside. So oxidation of uranium takes place. Uranium takes place, which results in its enrichment. In Rajasthan, we can see 1/3 districts of Rajasthan is affected by uranium contamination. But in Rajasthan, we can say that if you talk about Telangana, first let's come to Telangana. In Telangana, the granite rocks are responsible for uranium contamination. But uranium contamination is responsible for what? It is responsible for genetic disorder among children. It is responsible for kidney failure. So that you have to know that what is responsible for uranium contamination. Genetic disorder among children, and then it is also kidney failure is responsible for uranium contamination. Fine. Kidney failure also takes place due to uranium contamination. So all these other factors, all these are the reasons behind uranium contamination in these districts. Now, next thing that you have to see is a type of drain which is called as much in the news these days. A type of drain which is called as stormwater drains. Now, stormwater drains were what? These were tributaries of rivers. Clear? Or they were rivers itself. So they can be tributaries of major rivers. Clear? Or they are streams themselves. But presently, this is used for discharge of sewage. Presently, this is used for discharge of sewage. Clear? There are many examples. One is Budhanala, and that's in Punjab, Ludhiana. And this is responsible for what? Contamination of Satluj. Then there is Najafgarh drain. Contamination of river Yamuna. Najafgarh Nala was earlier called as Sahibi River. So the government has launched an initiative for refurbishing the Sahibi River. This river. So the bed of this river was used as Nazargarh Nala. So you can see refurbishing this river is a priority of the government because this originated where? It originated in the Aravallis. Clear? But stormwater drains are responsible for contamination of major rivers of India. Contamination of major rivers of India. If we talk about contamination of river Ganga, contamination of river Ganga has taken place due to three factors mainly. Three factors mainly. One is open defecation near this river. Second is what? Burning of dead bodies. And that's near Varanasi. And third is Leather industries of Kanpur. Leather industries of Kanpur. So these are reasons behind contamination of river Ganga. Fine. These are reasons behind the contamination of a river Ganga. When you talk about a river Ganga, we can see that under Ganga Action Plan 1, Ganga Action Plan 1, 25 cities were considered. But under Ganga Action Plan 2, we can see 59 cities have been considered. Clear. And some initiatives have been taken for stormwater drain. Clear. Stormwater drain. For example, for stormwater drain, enhancing awareness among people. Enhancing awareness among people is one of the initiative. Second initiative is what? Enhancing awareness among people is one of the initiative. Second is what? Establishment of sewage treatment plants. So where these drains are responsible for meeting the rivers, at that point of time, sewage treatment plants would be established. Clear. Sewage treatment plants should be established. And the third thing is what? Third is monitoring centers. We should monitor these drains at different centers. Clear. So under gap 2, some concrete measures were taken for stormwater drain also, and these are the measures. Gap 2 started in 2001. Gap 1 started in 1986. Clear. Gap 1 started in 1986. We can see another measure is there for river Ganga. And that measure is what? That measure is Namami Gange mission. And this measure, Namami Gange mission, was started in 2014. Started in 2014, where we would be using 2014, where we would be using the process of bioremediation to remove contaminants from river Ganga and also the stormwater discharging waste into river Ganga. Clear. Discharging waste into river Ganga. So all these are the contemporary issues related to water pollution. Contemporary issues related to water pollution. One issue also you have to deal, and that is your, let's complete this, stormwater drains. Not stormwater, we have just covered up. Next deal with last one, and this is called as shale gas extraction. Shale is what? Shale is nothing but a sedimentary rock. Now this has the deposit of methane. Clear. And this methane is nothing but called as the shale gas, which is present in the shale rocks. Remember that coal bed gas. Coal bed gas is also methane. Shale gas is also methane. Clear. So coal bed gas is also methane. Shale gas is the major plastic products which contributes most into plastic pollution are two things that you have to remember. One, e-waste, electronic waste, because bulk of it is plastic, and second is your textiles. These two things contribute into plastic pollution to the utmost. Clear. Now coal bed gas is also methane. Now extraction of shale gas is conducted by a mechanism, and this mechanism is called as hydraulic fracking. This mechanism is called as hydraulic fracking, or it can be called as hydraulic fracturing. Hydraulic fracking, or it is called as hydraulic fracturing. So that's the mechanism, and that's called as hydraulic fracking. Now what do we use in hydraulic fracking? Now in hydraulic fracking we are using what? We are using Water. We mix it with sand and mix also certain chemicals and put this mixture at a very high speed. The purpose is what? The purpose is to blast these rocks. And when the rocks they turn into flakes, then only the extraction would be conducted. I'm saying that when the rocks they turn into flakes, then only the extraction would be conducted. Not before that the extraction would be conducted. First thing. Now, as far as shale gas extraction is concerned, the chemicals used for this purpose includes what? It includes HCl. HCl is used for making a dent in the rock. NH4Cl. NH4Cl is used to make the entire process germ free. But water which is used is not saline water, it is fresh water. And it won't be used. It won't be used on a low scale. It would be used on a large scale because this is used for blasting. But when you talk about mingling all these things, sand is heavier. It would be settling down. So in order to enhance the thickness of the mixture, that needs to be enhanced. We use what? We use the gum of cluster bean. The gum of cluster bean would be used, or this is called as guar gum, grown in India, Pakistan. So the gum of cluster bean or guar gum is used for this purpose. Clear? Or guar gum is used for this purpose. So this you have to see. Fine. But when you talk about shale gas reserve, shale gas extraction is responsible for contamination of water body. Why? Because the debris which are emitted and also the chemicals which are used would be responsible for contamination of water bodies nearby. Shale gas extraction would be followed by many things. One is contamination of water body takes place. That's one adverse impact. Second adverse impact is what? Contamination of water body takes place. Second adverse impact is what? That when you're talking about shale is a sedimentary rock. Now you are using what? Fresh water. So water scarcity would be witnessed. Third is what? Tremors also would come in that area. And fourth is that when you conduct extraction, methane would be released. This is nothing but a greenhouse gas. Clear? This is nothing but a greenhouse gas. And methane would be also released. Clear? So all these are related to water pollution. When we talk about air pollution, we can see that air pollutants can be divided into two categories. Air pollutants can be divided into two categories. First of all, air pollutants are in the form of what? Are in the form of what I have written. Air pollutants are in the form of what is called as aerosols, and or it can be called as particulate matter also. Air pollutants are in the form of aerosols or particulate matter. These are what? These are nothing but liquid droplet in air. These are solid particles in air. Aerosols are what? Liquid droplet in air or solid particles in air. And aerosols would be measured in terms of a unit, in terms of AOD. AOD stands for aerosol optical depth. It is measured in terms of AOD, aerosol optical depth, for which we can see scanners have been placed in different parts of the city. In different parts of cities. Scanners have been placed in different parts of the cities. So this would be used. Clear? And we can see that the unit in which it is represented, aerosols, would be microgram per meter cube. So that's the unit in which it is represented. That would be microgram per meter cube. When we talk about particulate matter, it's nothing but a type of aerosol only. We can see that particulate matter can be divided into many types. If suppose the diameter of particulate matter diameter is more than 10 micrometer, the diameter of particulate matter is more than 10 micrometer, it's not a concern for us. And not a concern for us. Why? Because this would be settling down in 1 or 2 days. So it's not a matter of concern for us. But if the diameter is 10 micrometer or even less, then it would be called as what? Then it would be called as PM10. PM10 it can be called, or it can be called as SPM. SPM stands for suspended particulate matter. So it would be suspended in the air. That's a concern for us. That's a concern for us. And if suppose the diameter of particulate matter is 2.5 micrometer, diameter of particulate matter is 2.5 micrometer or even less, that's not only suspended, it's respirable also. Respirable also. And we can see that this is respirable also. And this uses of shale gas, see, shale gas is methane. So methane can be used as a clean source of energy. Methane can be used as a clean source of energy. CNG is nothing but methane. Clear. Compressed natural gas is used as a source of energy. And please explain the meaning of optical depth. Optical depth means what? That if scanners are present in unit volume, you can see what amount of aerosol is present. So that is in terms of the optical depth, aerosol optical depth. And this is represented by a unit which is called as microgram per meter cube. So just remember that it's measured in terms of AOD, which is aerosol optical depth, and it would be measured in terms of microgram per meter cube. Now, when it is 2.5 or even less, then we can see that this is respirable also. And when it is respirable also, it is called as RSPM, respirable suspended particulate matter, or it is called as PM 2.5. Now, PM 2.5 is a concern because these are ultra fine particles. They are referred to as ultra fine particles, and they are not visible. They are not visible to your naked eye. These are called as ultra fine particles, and they are not visible to the naked eye. Now, they can go to the extent of causing, it's not only respiratory problem, asthma, etc. they cause. They can go to the extent of causing lung cancer even, PM 2.5. And when you talk about uh, air quality index of India, air quality index of India, air quality, the national air quality index of India, air quality index of India would be represented through different colors. Now it has what? It has 8 indicators. The 8 indicators which are present in the National Air Quality Index includes what? It includes PM 2.5. It includes PM10. It includes what? It includes NO2. It includes carbon monoxide. It includes O3, ammonia also, lead also, and we can see sulfur dioxide also. So these are 8 indicators which are present in the National Air Quality Index of India. And out of, see, all these indicators would be measured at 20, at least measured at at least 24 hours interval. At least measured at 24 hours interval. Barring a few and only two, O3 and carbon monoxide, they would be measured at least 8 hours interval. So all the indicators which are present in the National Air Quality Index of India would be measured at 24 hours interval, barring two, carbon monoxide and O3, which would be measured at 8 hours interval. We can see that the National Air Quality Index of India differs from the National Ambient Air Quality Index because this is more comprehensive. National Ambient Air Quality Index, because in National Ambient Air Quality Index there are 12 indicators. So 8 from the National Air Quality Index of India, that's present. But the 4 extra includes what? It includes benzene. It includes benzopyrene. It includes arsenic. It includes also nickel. So you can see nickel, arsenic, etc. included in the National Ambient Air Quality Index of India, which includes 12 indicators altogether. 12 indicators altogether. Now, as far as the National Air Quality Index of India is concerned, the National Air Quality Index of India would be represented through different colors. Suppose this is the National Air Quality Index. We can see that this would be represented through different colors. And if we are considering, suppose the level of, in this case, we are considering the level of PM 2.5. Clear? The unit in which it is represented is microgram per meter cube. Fine. So PM 2.5 is considered. We can see if the level of PM 2.5 is from 0 to 30. Now this would be called as, this kind of air would be called as good. And this would be represented by, dark green color. Clear? Dark green color. But if the level is 31 to 60, then we'll say that this is satisfactory. And this won't be represented by dark green color. This would be represented by what? This would be represented by light green color. Clear? If the level is what? If the level is 61 to 90, then we can say that this is moderately polluted. And this would be represented by what? This would be represented by yellow color. Clear? Yellow color. If suppose this is 91 to 120, then we can see that this is polluted. And this would be represented by what? This would be represented by orange color. Orange color. If suppose it is from 121 to 250, then this is called as what? This is called as highly polluted. And this would be represented by what? This would be represented by red color. Clear? And if suppose this level is from 250 plus, this is called as severe. Clear? And this would be represented by what? This would be represented by maroon color. So you can see that maroon alert is more severe than red alert. So this is nothing but maroon alert. and this is more severe than a red alert. Clear? But if we talk about the National Air Quality Index of India and take the measurement of National Air Quality Index of India, suppose for the same thing, good, satisfactory, and also for this purpose, the measurement is taken for National Air Quality Index of India. We can see from 0 to 50 would be called as good. From 51 to 100 would be called as satisfactory. From 101 to 200 would be called as moderately polluted. From 201 to 300 would be called as polluted. From 301 to 400 would be called as highly polluted, and 400 plus would be called as severe. Clear? 400 plus would be called as severe. But when it is polluted, then the GRAP 1 starts. The first phase of GRAP starts. Clear? When it is highly polluted, the second phase of GRAP starts in Delhi NCR. When it is severe, GRAP third would start. But the question is, when GRAP 4 would start? GRAP 4, the fourth phase of the graded response action plan would be starting when the air quality index is more than 450. So 400, we say that GRAP Ganga Action Plan 1 and 2 is cities. Clear? Not districts as such. Now, when you talk about GRAP 1, GRAP 2, GRAP 1 starts when it is polluted. GRAP 2 starts when it is highly polluted. GRAP 3 starts when it's severe, and GRAP 4 starts when the level is 450 plus. 450 plus. Clear? Now, this you have to remember. Fine. Now, let's move forward. But as far as the basics of air pollution is concerned, and then we'll deal with also the technicalities, we can see air pollutants can be divided into two categories. One is called as what? One is called as primary air pollutant, and second is called as secondary air pollutant. Remember that ozone is secondary air pollutant. Clear? Primary air pollutant is directly emitted into the atmosphere. Directly. Due to industrial or vehicular emission. Industrial or vehicular emission. Clear? Now we can see that the secondary air pollutant would be formed. These would be formed when atmospheric constituent, that means wind, sunlight, etc., falls on primary air pollutant. When atmospheric constituent falls on primary air pollutant, then it will be generated. The best example of secondary air pollutant, is photochemical smoke. That's the best example which can be cited. Clear? The best example of secondary air pollutant is nothing but photochemical smog. So when we talk about photochemical smog, one smog is known to you. When smoke combines with fog, it's called as smog. Photochemical smog takes place, and this is what? This is a localized phenomena. Which takes place in that part of metropolitan cities. This is a localized phenomena which takes place in that part of metropolitan cities. Where The industrial emission or vehicular emission is very high. Where the industrial or vehicular emission is not a very widespread phenomenon as such. Clear? So suppose due to industrial, we are saying that suppose due to industrial or vehicular emission, emissions, what is pumped into the atmosphere? Hydrocarbons and NOx is pumped into the atmosphere. Clear? Hydrocarbons and NOx is pumped into the atmosphere. When sunlight acts on it, we can see that three kinds of oxidants would be developed. And these are the parts of photochemical smog. Three kinds of oxidants would be developed. One is O3, second is nitrogen dioxide, and third is PAN. PAN stands for what? It stands for peroxy acetyl nitrate. This is called as PAN, peroxy acetyl nitrate. In a combined manner, all these three would be called as photochemical smog. In a combined manner, all these three would be called as photochemical smog. If suppose we say so what is nothing but combination of O3, NO2 and PAN, and this is how they are formed. And if the intensity of solar radiation is high, we are saying that if the intensity of solar radiation is high, it is called as what? Photochemical smog would be called as what? It's called as brown air. And if the intensity is low, it is called gray air. So if the intensity is high, it's called as brown air. If the intensity is low, it is referred to as gray air. Clear? Gray air. Now, when you talk about the adverse impact of photochemical smog, the adverse impact of photochemical smog includes what? Burning sensation in eyes, respiratory problem, damage to chloroplast. It means that photosynthesis performed by plants would be reduced. Damage to chloroplast. Clear? So this is called as photochemical smog. We discussed the ways to remove air pollution, but now there are two or three issues which are that much important that it needs to be discussed. One issue is what? One issue is that why Delhi is one of the worst in terms of air pollution, or the cities of north are more air polluted than the cities of south. So if we compare Delhi or cities of north, because you can see the polluted cities are cities of north mainly compared to the cities of south, we can see that whether it is Delhi or cities of north which are polluted, these are landlocked cities. But when we talk about the cities of south, they are coastal cities. And that's why, because of the blowing of land and sea breezes, the air pollution level would be reduced. So that's one. Vehicular emission in Delhi is maximum because the number of registered vehicles in Delhi is outnumbers the sum total of registered vehicles in other three metros. So if you add the number of registered vehicles which are present in your Chennai, in Mumbai and Kolkata, Delhi itself has more vehicles, number of registered vehicles more than that. One thing. Third thing is what? That If you talk about Delhi, stubble burning takes place in the surrounding areas of Delhi. See, one thing is very clear. One thing is dust storms. Dust storms strike the cities of north. Dust storm is always responsible for enhancing the PM 2.5, PM 10, and surface ozone. All these three would be enhanced. So all these three are present in the air quality index. Clear. So the pollution level would be enhancing due to dust storms. I'm saying that the pollution level would be enhancing due to dust storms. First thing, due to dust storms. So that is one thing that you have to remember. But as far as other factors are concerned, we can see one factor which is responsible for more air pollution in Delhi is called as stubble burning. Stubble burning takes place where? It takes place in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, and Western UP. Clear? Western UP. And the reason why stubble burning takes place is a variety of paddy. And this variety of paddy is called as what's called as Pusa 44 variety. That's a variety of paddy called Pusa 44 variety. So after wheat in northern India, after rice in northern India, we cultivate wheat. So this variety of paddy, which was offered to us by the Green Revolution, is a long-standing variety of paddy. This was offered by the Green Revolution, is a long-standing variety of paddy. And since this is a long-standing variety of paddy, it gives less time for wheat cultivation. And that's why we can see that the farmers, they burn their field. So Pusa 44 variety is responsible. Less time for wheat cultivation. But the connect is what? That every year due to stubble burning, 240 million kg of NOx, that's per year. Clear? And 7 million kg of nitrous oxide, that's per year, would be emitted. And since nitrogen is the main constituent of PM 2.5, we are saying that nitrogen is the main constituent of PM 2.5. That's why we can see that air pollution enhances due to stubble burning. Clear? Air pollution enhances due to stubble burning. See, one thing is very clear, that the timing is also a matter of concern. Timing is also a matter of concern, because as far as timing is concerned, we can see that the timing coincides with the onset of winter. The timing coincides with the festive occasion of Diwali. Now this further aggravates air pollution level. We can see this year itself, that artificial rain was used in Delhi. Artificial rain was used for curbing this year, not this year, last year. Artificial rain was used for curbing air pollution level. Clear? So this is the reason how stubble burning takes place. Now this is the main connect. We can see NOx emission in India has enhanced more than 50% over a decade. So the three main gases which are emitted from the agriculture sector of India. Earlier it was second was methane, but today NOx is first. Second is what? Second is nitrous oxide. That's due to stubble burning, and methane is third. So three gases emitted from the agricultural sector of India. includes NOx, nitrous oxide, and methane. Clear? NOx, nitrous oxide, and methane. And we can see that if this continues, India would become the biggest emitter of NOx in the world. Presently, India is the biggest emitter of two gases. One is ammonia, and second is SO2. SO2, why? Because the thermal plants of India, lack desulfurization technology. Thermal plants of India lack this technology. And ammonia, why? Because India has one of the largest number of cattle. And urease is an enzyme which is present in the waste product of cattle. This is secreted by whom? Urease is secreted by microorganism. So this is an enzyme which is present in the waste product of cattle, and this urease is converting urinary urea. This urease is converting urinary urea into ammonia. And that's the reason why India becomes the biggest emitter of ammonia in the world. So India is the biggest emitter of two gases, ammonia and SO2. Clear? Ammonia and SO2. See, biomass burning takes place. Bricklins are there. Bricklins we have discussed. But one reason is what? One reason for high air pollution level in Delhi NCR region is also on what they have asked you earlier question. Burning of furnace oil. Clear? We can see as a cheap source of energy. Furnace oil is used. Furnace oil comes from where? It comes from refineries as one of the last grade petroleum products. Clear? And this is used as a cheap source of energy in industries. And initially the government did not impose any tax, so no state taxes were used. But now we can see state taxes have been imposed, so that it was beneficial for the industries earlier that they can have a cheap source of energy. But now the state taxes have been imposed. So that's furnace oil. We can see the sulfur content of furnace oil is from 15,000 to 20,000, is from 15,000 to 20,000. Clear? Sulfur content is, but if you compare this sulfur content with the sulfur content of diesel, we can see the sulfur content of diesel is only, now this is ppm, parts per million. The sulfur content of diesel is only 50 ppm. So why we allowed diesel vehicle? Should be banned. Clear? And first of all, diesel vehicle is being phased out, but in fact we should have banned the use of furnace oil because the sulfur content is very high. See, sulfur under natural condition would be nothing but a gas. Sulfur under natural condition would be nothing but a gas. Clear? But when it comes in contact with moisture in atmosphere, sulfur, when it is coming in contact with moisture in atmosphere, it converts into particulate matter. And this is how air pollution level is enhanced. When it comes in contact with moisture in atmosphere, it converts into particulate matter, and this is how the air pollution level will be enhanced. Clear? So that's about the furnace oil. But when you talk about the sulfur content, you can see another thing which is used in industries as a source of energy is what? As a source of energy, which also comes from the refineries, is called as petcoke. Petcoke. Although this is a costly product, but then in industries it is used because it has high calorific value. Small amount you use, more energy would be there. High calorific value. And since it has high calorific value, since it is having high calorific value, we can see it appears to be cheaper than coal. Cheaper than coal. Clear? Because of its high calorific value. But if you talk about the sulfur content, the sulfur content of petcoke is what? The sulfur content of petcoke is from 69,000 to 74,000 ppm. From 69,000 to 74,000 ppm. So that's the sulfur content. So maximum it is for petcoke, then for furnace oil, and petcoke, furnace oil would be contributing into air pollution, just like diesel. Because the main concern related to diesel is what? The sulfur which is present. So there should be concern related to sulfur which is present in petcoke. There should be concern related to sulfur which is present in furnace oil also. Clear? We'll continue to 4:30. We'll discuss all these things. And next thing that you have to know, stubble burning done. See, to curb stubble burning, we can use what? We can use two varieties of paddy. One is called S Pusa 121 and Pusa 126. These are short-lived varieties of paddy. Clear? Pusa 121 and Pusa 126. These are short-lived varieties of paddy. Now, this is for the purpose of curbing stubble burning. But also we can see that as far as to curb stubble burning is concerned, not only this can be used, the Supreme Court banned use of lithium, arsenic, mercury, antimony, lead in firecrackers, because this enhances the air pollution level. Clear? This enhances the air pollution. You can see firecrackers, burning of firecrackers has been banned in cities like Delhi. Fine. Burning of firecrackers have been banned in cities like Delhi. So this enhances air pollution. First is that. Then the M.S. Swaminathan, Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, came up with the concept of rice bioparks. Rice bioparks means where the farmers can sell their stubble for earning, and this stubble would be converted into some animal feeds, and not only animal feeds also, but also usable items like cardboard boxes. Then IIT Hyderabad and KIIT Bhubaneswar came up with the concept of rice biobricks. Came up with the concept of rice biobricks. Clear? Or you can see simply biobricks. Why rice biobricks? So we can see that the stubble would be cut and chopped finally and mixed in a slurry of lime and would be poured in the molds to prepare this brick. This brick won't be as strong as the normal bricks, but would be considered as great insulator of heat. And this would be use of stubble in one way. Clear? One way. Then NGT, banned stubble burning. Banned stubble burning in all these states. Clear? In all states. But this ban has not been. All states means Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, and Western UP. But this ban has not been properly implemented as such. Clear? And then the government of India purchased some devices, and these were to be supplied to the farmers of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, and Western Uttar Pradesh, which includes happy seeders, which includes hay rakes. Remember the names of this device, which includes straw choppers, so that stubble burning can be reduced. But stubble burning continues unabated. Clear? Continues. Now we can see also that as far as stubble burning is concerned, one thing that you have to know is not only, I think this is more than enough for stubble burning completed. Now let's come back and talk about, I'm saving this also, that talk about how air pollution can be removed. Removal of air pollution. Now on a low scale, if we talk about, it can be removed by devices like arresters or scrubbers or electrostatic precipitators. On a low scale, it can be removed by devices like arresters, scrubbers, or electrostatic precipitators. Clear? Electrostatic precipitators. So it can be done. Electrostatic precipitators. Fine. Now what are arresters? Arresters are basically centrifuge in which the contaminated air would be whirled and the contaminants would be settling near the periphery. So the contaminants would be removed. Scrubbers are what? Scrubbers are nothing but wet jacket. Wet jacket. Clear? So from one side we would be pushing in the contaminated air, and from the other side we can see that fresh air would be coming, pure air would be coming, the contaminants would be settling inside the jacket itself. Then electrostatic precipitator, in electrostatic precipitator we are responsible for using what? We are using electric charge. So electric charge is given to the contaminated air, and the charged particulate matter can be isolated on a separate platform, and the charged particulate matter can be isolated on a separate platform. So that's called as electrostatic precipitator. And we can see that if suppose you have to remove air pollution on a large scale, then we can use devices which is called as super tree. Super tree is a device, not a tree, it's a box in which we can combine water with contaminated air, and this would be combined under thermodynamic pressure. So we can see that the contaminants would be getting converted into some mud and some dirty water obviously this can be passed into the drains. That's how super tree functions. It was used for the first time in Lima. That's the capital of Peru. So it was used there for the first time, super tree. Then we can see another device is present, and that's called as what's called as Vayu. Vayu is a device which has been developed by NERI. NERI is what? NERI is National Environment Engineering Research Institute. This has its headquarters at Nagpur. Clear? And also CSIR, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Clear? So it has its headquarters in Nagpur and the CSIR. We can see in this device, there's a fan on one side. So fan is present on one side. This fan sucks contaminated air. So the contaminated air would be sucked. Then it is passed through a number of filters. And the purpose is to remove particulate matter. The purpose is to remove particulate matter. Clear? At the end would be, we can see at the end, activated carbon is present. This is activated carbon. And this is present, and there's a coating of titanium oxide over it. Titanium oxide over it. So the filters, they sieve out, they remove the particulate matter. But activated carbon with a coating of titanium oxide means what? That this would be converting harmful gases into less harmful one. This is converting harmful gases into less harmful one. So this is called as Vayu. Clear? This is referred to as Vayu. And we can see that another device is called as what? Another device is called as anti-smoke tower. Anti-smoke tower was established in Delhi, designed by a Dutch architect. His name is Dan Roos-Garret. Roos-Garret. Now this is a tower which sucks contaminated air from the top, and then it passes through a number of filters. These filters are consisting of nanofibers, and this would be pure air would be released at the bottom. Pure air would be released at the bottom. So this is passed through a number of filters, and pure air would be released at the bottom. So this has been established, and this is called as anti-smoke tower. But for the purpose of reducing vehicular emissions, to reduce it, we are using what? We are using catalytic converters. Now, catalyst used for this purpose includes what? It includes platinum. It includes palladium. And what they do is they convert NOx into nitrogen. NOx is harmful, nitrogen is not. It escapes directly into the atmosphere. So catalytic converter is used, and the catalyst used for this purpose includes platinum and palladium. Then also we are adhering to what is called as BS norms, the Bharat stage norms. Presently we can see BS6 is in force. Clear? We have skipped BS5, never implemented BS5. Directly from BS4 we jumped into BS6, and that's from 2020 that it has been implemented. Clear? Now this consists of, this is based on European norms, and this is for reducing vehicular emission, Bharat stage norms. But this consists of a number of indicators, And the indicators in this include what? It includes hydrocarbons, NOx, particulate matter, carbon monoxide. All these are the indicators. And the unit in which it is represented is gram per kilometer, not microgram per meter cube, like in air quality index. So the unit in which it is represented is nothing but gram per kilometers. So that's called as Bhar stage norms. And we can see that heavy vehicles which adhere to Bhar stage norms, heavy vehicle which adhere to Bhar stage norms, they have also a cylinder of urea. Clear? They have a cylinder of urea. And the purpose of cylinder of urea, along with the diesel tank, they have the cylinder of urea, is to convert NOx into nitrogen. Clear? So all these are related to air pollution. Now, in the last class, we discussed what? We discussed water pollution and air pollution. There are different other forms of pollution that you have to consider. And one type of pollution is called as what? It's called as e-waste, as electronic waste. Clear? And when we talk about electronic waste, it includes the definition of electronic waste is what? That it includes not only electrical but also electronic circuit. Not only electronic but also electric circuit. It also has a power source. So any kind of waste which includes electrical and electronic circuit as well as a power source would be called as what? It would be called as e-waste. And disposal of this waste, safe disposal, is very much essential. And why we say so? Because it consists of hazardous substances. Hazardous substances. It even consists of radioactive substances. So that's why we say that disposal should be done safely. But it's a concern in India because India is considered to be a dumping station of e-waste by developed nations. And why India is considered to be a dumping? Good morning. And why India is considered to be a dumping station of e-waste? Because as far as electronic waste is concerned, either the disposal mechanism of electronic waste, is a costly affair. For example, hydrometallurgy is a costly affair, or it is energy intensive in nature. For example, pyrometallurgy is a disposal mechanism for extraction of gold. This is energy intensive in nature. Clear? So the concern is disposal. Fine. So even the developed countries are not able to afford it. They send it to developing countries like India, and here it is improperly recycled without any safeguards. Clear? Why? Now the question is why this is allowed by the government of India. It's not that the government of India purchases it, but it is purchased by the private companies, private agencies, and they purchase it on the pretext of using it, but they hardly use it. It is recycled improperly, and concern in India is that more than 95% of e-waste, is recycled by unauthorized units. That's the concern. And why? Because authorized units for its disposal is very less. So it is recycled by the unauthorized units. First thing. Now that's a concern. Second concern is what? That as far as e-waste is concerned, we can say that as far as e-waste is concerned, it consists of hazardous substances. So let's see what are the hazardous substances present in e-waste. substances. Clear? And as far as the hazardous substances present in e-waste is concerned, we'll make a list out of that also and just revise it, that what are the hazardous substances present in e-waste. So now, but before that, let's divide e-waste into three categories. E-waste can be divided into three categories. One would be called as white goods. White goods means the home appliances would be called as white goods. Second would be called as what? Second would be called as the brown goods, and brown goods means TVs and cameras can be called as brown goods. And third would be called as what? It would be called as grey goods. Grey goods means that it includes what? It includes TVs and cameras. Grey goods include the communication devices. Communication devices. For example, laptops, mobiles, all these are nothing but grey goods. Clear? More than 70% of e-waste in India is nothing but grey goods. Clear? Now, if we talk about that, what are the attractions of e-waste? Attractions. The biggest attraction is gold. Gold is present where? It is present in the capacitor. The second is what? The second is biggest attraction is gold, which is present in the capacitors. The second attraction is what? Second attraction is the copper, which is present in wires. And the third attraction is what? The third attraction is plastic, which is bulk of it. Majority part of it is nothing but plastics only. Clear? Plastics only. But if we talk about e-waste, we can see that one form of e-waste is also the solar waste. One form of e-waste is also the solar waste. Solar waste is considered, and the projection is by 2050, 1.8 million tons of solar waste would be generated by India. Now, solar waste, in solar waste we can see the aluminium which is used on the side of the solar panels, aluminium which is used on the side of the solar panels, or the glass is not hazardous for us. Not hazardous. But then we can say cadmium, chromium, or sulfur hexafluoride. Sulfur hexafluoride is nothing but hazardous in nature. And we are ardently following a program which is for renewable energy. So more and more of solar waste would be generated in India. More and more of solar waste would be generated in India. So that's a concern. Now, next thing that you have to know as far as e-waste is concerned, next thing that you have to know as far as e-waste is concerned, that what steps have been taken for e-waste, and then lastly we'll discuss what are the hazardous substances which are present in e-waste. Clear? So let's discuss that what are the steps which have been taken for e-waste and what are the hazardous substances which are present in e-waste. Clear? Now, the first step was taken in the year 2007. Now, this was called as electrical and electronic waste equipment rules. Electrical and electronic waste equipment rules. Clear? And these waste equipment rules, electrical and electronic waste equipment rules, according to these rules, we can see that disposal of e-waste, disposal should be done by authorized agencies, And these authorized agencies should be approved by either SPCB, that is State Pollution Control Board, or CPCB, that is Central Pollution Control Board. So that was in the year 2007. In 2011, we can see the government of India, asked private companies to establish collection centers for e-waste so that it can be segregated from the ordinary waste. Then in 2016, e-waste management rules were passed. Now, according to this, we can see that the collection, recycling, disposal of e-waste, collection, recycling, disposal of e-waste should fall under EPR. EPR means the extended producer responsibility. So this should be falling under the EPR. And we can see that not only this should fall under EPR, and that should be done by the producer itself. And second is that CPCB is the only agency for approving. The power has been taken from SPCB, the Central Pollution Control, approving the disposal of e-waste. Is the only agency for approving the disposal of e-waste. Clear? CPCB is the only agency for approving the disposal of e-waste. So that's one thing that you have to know. Clear? Now, next thing that you have to know here is that as far as e-waste is concerned, in the year 2023, January 2023, e-waste management amendment rules were passed. Management amendment rules were passed, according to which, that's in January 2023, according to which the CPCB can be asked by the government. The CPCB can ask the producers to furnish information about the components of the product, obviously electrical and electronic product. Clear? So these initiatives were taken, and do remember that Mumbai ranks first in India in e-waste, and that is followed by Delhi. Second, that is followed by Bengaluru, then Chennai, then Hyderabad, but Mumbai ranks first. As far as hazardous substances in e-waste is concerned, that what are the hazardous substances present in e-waste? Hazardous substances present in e-waste include what? It includes some of the hazardous substances that you have to know. Fine. And just remember these, take a glimpse of it, and remember these hazardous substances for your examination. Remember that the biggest component is what? The biggest component is nothing but plastics. That's the biggest component. Clear? Now the hazardous substances which are present in e-waste includes what? It includes americium. Americium is a substance which is present in a device which is called as smoke alarm. And this is reported to be what? This is reported to be carcinogenic in nature. Carcinogenic in nature. Second is called as what? Second is called as mercury. Mercury is present in your lead acid battery. Not at least it's present in your monitors. Mercury is present in your monitors, and this is responsible for dementia. Clear? Third is what? Third is mercury is there, sulfur is present. Sulfur is present in your lead acid battery, and this is responsible for liver and kidney damage. Liver and kidney damage. Fourth is what? Fourth is cadmium. This is responsible for, cadmium is responsible for lung and kidney damage. Sorry, cadmium is present, first of all, where it is present. Cadmium is present in your rechargeable batteries. I'm going too fast. Rechargeable battery. And this is responsible for lung and kidney damage. Once they have asked you what are the substances which are present in e-waste, which are the substances? Lung and kidney damage. Then fifth is what? Fifth is lead solder. Lead solder is present in where? It is present in your circuits. And it is responsible for lack of cognitive behavior. Cognitive behavior can be seen among children, so lack of cognitive behavior. And this is a reflection of a disease which is called as autism. Then we can see beryllium oxide is present. This is present in the CPUs, and this is responsible for skin damage. Clear? BFR is present, brominated fire retardant is present. This is present in the plastic component, and this is responsible for what? This is responsible for plastic component. This is responsible for what? Hormonal imbalance. Clear? And then we can see hormonal imbalance, and lastly we can see that one more thing, and that comes to mind, hexavalent chromium. Hexavalent chromium, and this is used as a hardener in steel plates. Hardener in steel plates, and this is responsible for what? This is responsible for DNA damage. So all these about electronic waste, this is responsible for DNA damage. So all these things about your e-waste that you have to remember. Clear? Fine. All these things about e-waste. So just I'll save it for you, but remember all these things because on these questions are asked. There's a type of waste which is called as biomedical waste. First thing about biomedical waste is that it is biological in origin. It consists of hazardous substances and is responsible for spread of infectious diseases. It is responsible for spread of infectious diseases. So it's not only human body parts, but animal body parts are also biomedical waste only. Clear? Blood, kidney, expired drugs, medicines, all these come under biomedical waste only. Clear? Biomedical waste only. Use syringes, then the plastic bottles which are used in hospitals, all these are biomedical waste. Clear? Gloves, etc. And we can see that first thing that you have to know here, that when it comes to biomedical waste, the first law in India which was passed related to biomedical waste, it was passed in the year 1998, because the first in the world it was passed in 1988. So in India, in the year 1998, Biomedical Waste Disposal Act was passed. Disposal Act was passed. Clear? For the Sir, how many these hazardous substances impact us by its presence or by consuming it? See, problem is what? That when you throw this kind of waste, when you are responsible for throwing this kind of waste, this becomes bioaccumulative. It enters the food chain also. Then it becomes hazardous for us. Clear? If suppose we do not dispose it properly, it is coming to the soil, it is coming to the water bodies, and then it would be entering our body. Fine. That is when it becomes hazardous. Hazardous substances, according to Environment Protection Act of 1986, is one which is responsible for what? So hazardous substance is one which is responsible for altering the characteristic of organisms. So that kind of substance would be called as hazardous. Clear? We do not consume directly the waste, but if you dispose it off in the soil, in the water body, it would be present. Leakage of hazardous substance takes place, and then we would be affected by it. Got it? Now see, next thing is what? That the Biomedical Waste Disposal Act was passed, first thing. And as far as after this, we can see that NGT in the year 2013 gave a judgment and said that for disposal of biomedical waste, don't treat BMW as something else, cars. For disposal of biomedical waste, environmental clearance is a must. Environmental clearance is required. You cannot dispose biomedical waste without environmental clearance. Clear? Next thing is what? That in 2016, 2018, not 16, biomedical waste management amendment rules were passed. Biomedical waste management amendment rules were passed. Now, under biomedical waste management amendment rules, we can see under biomedical waste management amendment rules, we can see that first thing was that chlorinated plastic bags and gloves were banned. And why banned? Because incineration of this kind of waste is responsible for emission of dioxins and furans. Incineration of this kind of waste is responsible for emission of dioxins and furans, and these are two gases which are reported to be carcinogenic in nature. You know very well. Clear? Second was the ambit of biomedical waste was enlarged. दायरा जो है उसका बढ़ाया गया, enlarged. So it's not only that hospital waste or clinic waste would be considered as biomedical waste. It's not only that hospital waste or clinic waste would be considered as biomedical waste, but also the waste from the healthcare facilities, blood donation camps, vaccination centers would be also considered as biomedical waste. Clear? Would be also considered as biomedical waste. All these are the biomedical waste now. Clear? It also uses barcode for separation of biomedical waste. And obviously it calls for immediate disposal. But these were the key issues. Clear? When you talk about biomedical waste, the disposal mechanism can be either in situ or it can be ex situ. In situ means that it would be disposed at the place of the generation. This would be definitely a costly affair. And ex situ is what is frequently used. Clear? Ex situ what is frequently used. We can see that for before the transportation of biomedical waste, The main method is what? The main method is incineration. You burn that. But before transportation, what you have to do, you have to reduce the germ load. The germ load of biomedical waste needs to be reduced. And for this purpose, the germ load of biomedical waste needs to be reduced. And for this purpose, a device is used which is called as autoclave. A device is used which is called as autoclave. Clear? Autoclave. Fine. An autoclave is what? In this steam is generated. And this is passed over the waste under pressure. Clear? Steam is generated and passed over the waste under pressure to reduce the microbiological load, to reduce the germ load. So this is called as autoclave. But if suppose the waste is suppose liquid, then for bleaching purpose, we use what? We use sodium hydroxide. So then for bleaching purpose, we use sodium hydroxide. Clear? Fine. So this would be done. So that you have to know. Fine. About biomedical waste. There's a type of pollution which is also called as noise pollution. If we talk about the noise levels in India, according to Indian benchmark, if we say, we can see that above, if suppose the noise level is 10 decibel, noise is represented in a level only 10 decibel, we can see that this noise is just audible. Just audible. If it is 20 decibel, we can see that this would be called as whisper. If suppose it is 35 to 60 decibel, then it would be called as normal conversation. Normal conversation. Clear? 35 to 60 decibel, then it would be called as normal conversation in India, obviously. Then if it is above 80 decibel, then it is nothing but noise pollution. But here the Indian standards differ from that of WHO. WHO says that noise pollution is above 45 decibel. That's noise pollution according to WHO. So, but 120 decibel, we can see that this would be resulting in damage to eardrums. And if suppose it is 180 decibel, then it would be certainly responsible for death because the heartbeat would stop. Now for this purpose, what we have done? For this purpose, we have established silent zone areas. Silent zone areas have been established near hospitals, and not only hospitals but also the educational institutions, and this is within a range of 100 meter. Silent zone areas we have established. Second is what? Second is that not only this, we have established green mufflers. Green mufflers means trees planted on both the sides. And this is for the purpose of not only curbing air pollution, but also noise pollution. Noise pollution. Then third thing is what? Ear muffs have been provided. Cover the ear. Ear muffs have been provided to industrial workers. Because noise pollution for you is nothing. It's mainly for the industrial workers. So earmuffs have been provided to industrial workers. We can also see that we can develop sound mufflers in future. Sound mufflers means that the sound won't be detected. And this can be developed, remember, by using a material which is called as metamaterials. So in future, we can develop sound mufflers with the help of metamaterial. See, there is a type of pollution which is called as microwave pollution. Just listen to it. I don't think in preliminary examination they would be asking you. Microwave pollution means this is due to the frequency emitted from mobile towers, Wi-Fi system, etc. Clear. WHO has rejected microwave pollution. It can be asked the question in mains examination, but not in preliminary examination. Clear. Just remember, microwave pollution. I'm just writing it also here. Microwave pollution. One of the first report related to microwave pollution was given by the scientists of IIT Mumbai. And just keep in mind all these things. Don't have to write and don't have to maintain the notes. Initially, it was accepted by WHO, but later on rejected. But mobiles continue to be in the list of articles according to WHO, which is carcinogenic in nature. So what is microwave pollution? So due to Wi-Fi system that we use, due to digital subscriber line that we use, due to improper establishment of mobile towers, an unnatural frequency is constantly present in the environment. Now this unnatural frequency is called as microwave pollution. You can think of any type of impact microwave pollution would be responsible. Brain tumors, alteration of brain waves, clear, alteration of brain waves, and also not only alteration of brain waves, but also it would be responsible for damaging the immune system, damaging nucleic acid. So genetic disorder can also be seen. So all these are the adverse impact of microwave pollution. Clear? All these would be called as the adverse impact of microwave pollution. And as far as microwave pollution is concerned, when we talk about the adverse impact of microwave pollution, we can see that one adverse impact is diminishing number of house sparrows. Diminishing number of house sparrows. Because you can see that in the urban areas, the number of house sparrows have dwindled. So that is due to microwave pollution. House sparrows, they share their habitat with us. Clear? Although we have discussed earlier that many reasons are responsible for diminishing number of house sparrow, but one reason is microwave pollution. We have said that use of pesticide in gardens is also responsible. Use of unleaded petrol is also responsible. Also establishment of urban heat island is also responsible because it disturbs their habitat. Use of unleaded petrol emits when combustion of unleaded petrol takes place, methyl nitride is emitted, which proves to be detrimental. Use of pesticide restricts their food reservoir. Clear? But when you talk about microwave pollution is also responsible for another thing. And that thing is what? For which microwave pollution is responsible. One thing that you have to know is that microwave pollution is responsible for not only this, but this is also responsible for disturbing the habitat of honeybees. Honeybees, last year they asked you wiggle dance, etc. Honeybees. And why? Because their behavior, which is called as swarm behavior, is affected. With the coming of 5G communication, the concern has been raised that microwave pollution would be gradually enhancing. Clear? Gradually enhancing. But then you have to justify 5G communication because India has launched an Industrial Revolution 4.0, which is based on artificial intelligence and machine-to-machine communication, for which 5G communication is essential. Clear? Which is based on artificial intelligence and machine-to-machine communication, for which 5G communication is essential. One thing. And second is what? Second is that when we talk about Industrial Revolution 4.0. This is essential. But second thing is that WHO also says that there is no form of microwave pollution present. So all these things you have to know in pollution chapter as such. Clear? Pollution chapter as such. All these things. Let's move forward. Now, that's one topic, saving this also. But there's one topic which needs to be covered up. And that topic is invasive species. Clear? Invasive species. I have brought some new invasive species for you. I'll give this, sorry. I'll try to transfer this in your group. Fine. As far as invasive species is concerned, I'll try to transfer this into your group. I mentioned some of the invasive species over here, but let's know what are exactly invasive species. क्या हो रहा है? डार्क और इस फाइल को अभी बच्चों को दे दो. ये फाइल है ना, बच्चों को ट्रांसफर कर दो तुरंत, ताकि ये बढ़ेगा ना. Fine. So some invasive species have been mentioned, and this file I am just now transferring into your group. Some new invasive species, I have made a list out of it. But as far as invasive species concerned, clear? First of all, as far as invasive species concerned, invasive species means that these species are endemic in some other ecosystem. And they are responsible for damage to our native ecosystem. So they are endemic they are found exclusively in some other ecosystem, but they are responsible for damage to our native ecosystem. Clear? They are present endemic in some. And as far as invasive species is concerned, we can see that IUCN, last year they have asked you what question. IUCN has an invasive species specialist group. Under the IUCN, invasive species specialist group is present. Specialist group is present, which maintains a database of invasive species. Clear? Under the IUCN, invasive species specialist group is present, and this maintains a database of invasive species. Invasive species can be what? Plants and animals, both. It can be fungus, etc. Clear? It can be, for example, Indian bullfrog. Indian bullfrog is an invasive species. Indian bullfrog. Now, this was endemic in the Indian mainland. But it became invasive in Andaman and Nicobar Island. It became invasive in Andaman and Nicobar Island, because this was introduced in Andaman and Nicobar Island because this is considered to be a farmer's friendly frog. Clear? This is considered to be a farmer's friendly frog. But this this frog became invasive in Andaman and Nicobar Island. Clear? Now how? Because each clutch, this breeds on a large scale. Each clutch of this frog consists of 5,000 eggs. Clear? Each clutch of this frog consists of 5,000 eggs. So it's a prolific breeder as such. So breeds on. And the feeding habit of this species is very akin to, very similar to that of other amphibians. Clear? Feeding habit is very similar to that of other amphibians. First thing. Second thing that you have to remember in this, that as far as this species is concerned, invasive species concerned, as far as this species is concerned, we can see this is responsible for a number of adverse impact. If suppose they are plants, invasive species are plants, they are called as invasive plants, or would be called as exotic plants, or would be, would be called as alien plants. Sorry. Clear? And they are responsible for changing the pH value of soil. They are responsible for changing not only the characteristic of the soil, but also they are also responsible for rashes on the skin, obviously, of the farmers who cultivate it. They are also responsible for release of allergens. And there are some chemicals released by these plants, invasive plants. These are called as allelochemicals. Allelochemicals. And this impedes the native vegetation. So this impact is called as what? This impact is called as allelopathic effect. Clear? This impact is called as allelopathic effect. If we talk about invasive species in India, there are some varieties of invasive species that you have to remember. Clear? One, I'll give you the list new. Clear? I think that it should be transferred to your first is called as what? First is called as Parthenium. In that also I have given Parthenium. I have given the biological name, common name, etc. But as far as Parthenium is concerned, we can see that one second. Parthenium is endemic to, subtropical region of America. Clear? And was brought to India when we imported wheat from US. That's how Parthenium came. So the seeds of Parthenium came to India. Now we can see the allelopathic effect can be seen on the allelopathic effect. Can be seen on grasses, then vegetables, legumes, all these. Clear? So that's about Parthenium. Bangalore is called as the Parthenium city because one of the major city affected by Parthenium is nothing but Bangalore. Clear? Second is what? Second is Lantana. Clear? Now Parthenium is what? Parthenium is a type of weed. Lantana is a type of shrub. And it is also subtropical American in origin. Now this lantana has brightly colored flowers. Now brightly colored flowers, it means that it was used as an ornamental plant, and this was brought to India for this purpose. But this is responsible for affecting coconut palm. This is responsible for affecting coffee plantation. This is responsible for affecting teak tree and also eucalyptus. All these are affected by lantana. Clear? Now third that you have to know is called as water hyacinth. Now this belongs to the Amazon basin. And this also is an ornamental plant. And this has affected lakes in India. Lakes in India by reducing dissolved oxygen. By reducing dissolved oxygen. It has affected lakes in India by reducing the dissolved oxygen. Clear? Dissolved oxygen. So that's about lantana. Clear? That's about lantana. वो वाला लिस्ट दे दिए ग्रुप में? नहीं हाँ लास्ट में जो ये जो लिस्ट है ना शेड इसमें नहीं आ रहा है वो आगे है अच्छा ठीक है fine shade that's shade okay thank you now that's called as the water hyacinth and lakes in India by reducing the dissolved oxygen level. Very good. Next is fourth. Now this is what this is called as blue pine. Blue pine. Now this can be seen. This is also subtropical American in origin. Can be seen in the hilly tracts of Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir. Clear? And this destroys Ashtavarga. Ashtavarga means the 8 medicinal plant which was used for Ayurveda. Clear? Then there is another, and that's called as what? That's called as Christmas bush. Also called as devil's wood. Clear? And this is a type of shrub, also subtropical American. And this is responsible for affecting grasslands and orchards. Clear? Then we have discussed also Kappa ficus. Kappa ficus, and you know about Kappa ficus, that this is a type of algae. This is endemic where? Endemic in Philippines, but in India, brought to India from Japan. Clear? And this is responsible for turning the corals into grey or black corals. Grey or black corals. So let's see if this is also. So all these are there. But see, the list I have given you of Mycania mycantha, which is called as butterflies. So apart from these, remember these, some are common. Clear? It's present in tropical America. Now Manas and Kaziranga National Parks impact is Valmiki Tiger Reserve in Bihar. The impact is Mimosa diplotrica, giant sensitive plant. Some of these needs to be remembered, particularly one, all those things, second, third, fourth, and there are only few. 11 I have given you. Parthenium, you know. Clear? Lantina camera, you know. Fine. So we can see that all these are the things. Prospis julifera. This was brought by the British to end desertification in Rajasthan, and this became invasive in India. Clear? Invasive in India. So these are the list. Now also Parthenium I have mentioned. So some is common for you, some is well known for you, but some I have given that from which area they came and what is their common name. Sometimes they can give what? They can use common names and then frame a question. So at least remember the common names, that what are the common names as such of these invasive plants. Clear? So this has been given. Now this is the end of pollution chapter. From environment this much, but there are certain things which can be asked as questions. Clear? There are certain things which can be asked as questions. For example, some of the legislation too. Legislation are easy, but I'll give you a list of that. But I have prepared another thing for you today. Clear? And I'll send this also to you. Send this also to you. And this is what from my one of the booklets I have prepared all these things. I have taken all these things. Now, one thing is what that some of the organizations, clear, which are certainly very much important for us. इसको सारे को कर दो एक साथ ये वाले खोल दो ताकि एक एक खुलते जाए इसके बाद सबूत से जाएगा ना अच्छा एक मिनट just 1 second एक एक साइड नहीं स्लाइड नहीं बन जाएगा सब घूमते रहे इसको करना क्या है इसको एक एक करके एक इसको क्लिक करना है तो एक मिनट इसको बंद करो अच्छा इसमें है नहीं चलिए मैं कर दूंगा छोड़ दीजिए आज क्रोम में डाल लीजिए कल में अच्छा रुक जाओ तुम यहीं बैठे हो पहले इसको खोलो first see now we can see that as far as I have given you some institutions for the purpose of study. One is World Society for Protection of Animals, where it is located. Just remember where it is located, when it was established, and what is the purpose. Similarly, World Wildlife Fund for Nature, WWF, and then International Union for Conservation of Nature. But you remember that what is red list and how it can be called as a red list. Clear? How it can be called as a red list. What are the categories? So in how this is classified as any species can be classified as endangered, critically endangered, etc. Clear? That you have to remember. Next. So it's not that each and every word by word you have to remember. Then some international organization like Conservation International, Plant Life International, Bird Life International, just see to it that what is the main objective, where it is having its headquarter. It's not that when it was established you have to mark the date, but what is the main objective and where it has the headquarters. Clear? So all these institutions would be just provided to you. Some institution, for example, Global Environment Facility, they have asked you a question. Sites, they have asked you a question. So go through these. These are factuals. We cannot discuss this in class because this is the largest fundraiser related to global environment. So we'll discuss. I can provide you some questions also. But the thing is that go through it. Only two, three lines about all these institutions. What is the purpose? Why it has been established and where it is located. Clear? So that's all the things that you have to remember. But then apart from this, ये सारा जो है ना ये सारा उनको शेयर कर दो फाइन सारा ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस माने जो टाइट नाउ सी अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस छोड़ दो इसे डिजीजेस लगा दो apart from this you have to know first of all just I'm sharing also ये सारे टेस्ट को भी शेयर कर दें दोनों टेस्ट ये जितने भी नोट्स हैं सब so that they can check it out. See, I'm talking about that list. See, First of all, animals. There is a in red list we can see that there would be some animals which would be animals of least concern. Clear? Least concern. नाउ देखो, पढ़ना क्या क्या ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से ये पढ़ना है पहले कि ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है और कहाँ वो स्टैब्लिश है। मैंने दे दिया है सारा नोट्स, अभी वो दे देंगे, शेयर कर देंगे। पढ़ना ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में है कि कहाँ वो स्टैब्लिश हुआ है, क्या पर्पस है, हेडक्वार्टर्स कहाँ, ये नहीं कि डेट क्या, कब हुआ था, ये नो, ओनली वेयर इट हैज बीन एस्टैब्लिश्ड, वेयर इज द हेडक्वार्टर एंड व्हाट इज द ऑब्जेक्टिव। Clear? There are some organizations. For example, Bombay Natural History Society है. It is the oldest NGO functioning in India for the conservation of nature. Hornbill is the logo. So कभी अगर पूछते कि Hornbill is the logo of which organization? It is Bombay Natural History Society. Clear? IUCN का जैसे. तो रेड लिस्ट जानना है, और रेड लिस्ट में if you have to see that under what condition an animal can be called as vulnerable, under what condition it can be called as extinct, under what condition it can be called as uh, endangered, or under what condition it can be called as critically endangered. So all these things you have to see. Clear? For example, suppose if you're talking about any species which is not of any concern, so it would be called as animals of least concern. Vulnerable means it's likely to be getting endangered. Endangered means it's likely to be getting extinct. Clear? Or extinct can be extinct in the wild also. Extinct in the wild, but the animal would be present in captivity. Clear? So it's not, so one classification of extinct is what? Extinct in the wild. कि जंगलों में वो नहीं है, लेकिन कैप्टिविटी में तो हो सकते हैं. So completely extinct नहीं कहेंगे उससे. So that would be called as extinct in the wild. But if suppose you write extinct, it means that the animal is not present either in the wild or not present either in captivity. Clear? Captivity. तो ये थोड़ा सा लिस्ट है, ये मैंने बना दिया है आपको, अपने एक बुकलेट से लिया है, तो उसे थोड़ा देख जाएंगे. क्लियर? फाइन, अच्छी तरह से. एक चीज. दूसरा आपको देखना है कि कुछ कन्वेंशन ऑन बायोडाइवर्सिटी हुआ था. Convention on biodiversity also can be asked as question. So I'm sharing one question. See, consider the following statements and select the correct code. And this is a class test on Convention on Biodiversity. Convention on Biodiversity entered into force just in the year 1992. No, it entered into the force, just remember, it entered into force in the year 1993. Clear? It was signed in 1992, entered into force in 19. Signatories to CBD meet every year. No, this is wrong. This is wrong. They meet every 2 years. 2 years, not every year. Because if we talk about UNFCCC, in UNFCCC, that is, the meeting is convened every year. So COP for that is held every year for global warming and climate change. But this, now the first conference of this party was held in Bahamas. That's correct. So we can see only 3 would be the correct. So for first, write down only 3. And this is an information. This is not a test. This is not a test. क्राइटेरिया सिर्फ पढ़ लो. क्लियर? क्राइटेरिया कुछ पढ़ लो. और जो लिस्ट मैंने दिया है वाइल्ड लाइफ का, वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज का, तो उसमें जो एनिमल्स हैं, उसमें जो कॉमन एनिमल्स वो 30-35 हैं ज्यादा से ज्यादा. उनको देख लेना कि वो किस कैटेगरी में. क्योंकि अगर मान लो ये पूछता है कि स्लॉथ बियर पे क्वेश्चन पूछ दिया, और स्लॉथ बियर को पूछा, एक क्वेश्चन पूछ दिया कि उसके हैबिट्स पर, एक स्टेटमेंट दे दिया उसके, मान लो कि IUCN का स्टेटस क्या है, तो वो तुम्हें मालूम होना चाहिए. और तब देखो कि क्वेश्चन होते हैं कि नहीं. एकदम होंगे. फाइन. Now, this first answer is 3 only. First statement is incorrect. Second statement is incorrect. And for the first statement, the first correct date is 1993. Second, it is convened after every 2 years. And third statement is correct. Which article on Convention on Biodiversity deals with traditional knowledge and benefit sharing? It's very popular. 8J. 8J. Clear? Bio, देखो, there's a term which is called as biopiracy. Biopiracy का मतलब है कि if traditional indigenous knowledge of a society is used by another and without giving them adequate compensation, and without their permission, this is called as biopiracy. Clear? Now 8J deals with biopiracy, in other words. Now next is what? Next is that the Bonn guidelines were adopted. The Bonn guidelines were adopted at the COP6 to the Convention on Biodiversity, at the COP6 to the Convention on Biodiversity at the Netherlands. We can see that both are correct statement. Both these statements are correct statement. And do remember that the Bonn guidelines are what? This is also correct. And this is also correct. Let's move this. Both these statements are correct. And Bonn guidelines were in the year 2002. Clear? So both are correct. And remember both these statements. Now, which one of the following is associated with Cartagena Protocol? Now, first statement is there: to protect biological diversity from genetically modified organisms. And Cartagena Protocol is of the year 2000. Clear? Of the year 2000. Just remember these things. Next is what? Next is, which one of the following statement is incorrect? Nagoya, first of all, remember that Nagoya Protocol was adopted at COP to the CBD. That's correct. And this is of the year 2010 only. Clear? And first statement is correct. Nothing wrong. Incorrect statement is what? Incorrect statement is C. Because this is incorrect statement. Otherwise, so the odd man out is this. Because the targets are what? Aichi targets were 20 targets. Aichi is present where? Aichi is present in Japan, Nagoya. In fact, Aichi is the region in which Nagoya is present. So this is correct. This is correct. The only incorrect statement is this. Because 20 targets were called as Aichi targets and not a single target were met. Clear? You can see not a single target were met. So that needs to be remembered. Now see, this they haven't asked you last year, so should have been asked last year only. The COP15 to the CBD was convened in 2 phases. That's true. And why true? Because the first was in Kunming. Kunming is in China. And that is in the year 2021. And was convened in 2 phases. Why? Because of the COVID pandemic. Clear? COVID pandemic. And second was what? Second was at Montreal. Montreal 2022. Second was at Montreal 2022. Clear? So it was convened in 2 phases. There were natural goals to ensure that only natural ecosystems are maintained, enhanced or restored sustainably. Yes, definitely this was correct. Another goal is to ensure a 10-fold reduction in extinction of species. But remember this. Clear? Remember this. The thing is that you should remember this. Now the 7th question is, which one of the following is incorrect? The global biodiversity framework, this you have to remember, would replace the Aichi targets. That's correct. There are 23 targets in the global diet. That's also correct. And this has to be met by 2030. So this includes 30 into 30 targets. That's correct. This is also correct. India is not a member. This is incorrect, as India is a member. And High Ambition Coalition is a group of 113 countries aims at bringing 30% of geographical area under conservation by 2030. That is what is called as 30-30 targets. So India is a part of 30-30 targets. So remember that. What is 30 into 30 coalition? That 113 countries, including India, have signed an agreement which is called as High Ambition Coalition to bring 30% of geographical area under conservation by the year 2030. Clear? Do remember in extinction vulnerable and other species, if the number of a species is less than 2500, if the number of species is, then only it can be called as endangered. Otherwise, it would be called as vulnerable. Clear? This one number, remember that if the number of species is less than 2500, then only it can be called as endangered. Otherwise, so snow leopard was initially endangered, but the numbers of snow leopard enhanced. So this was called as, it was reclassified according to IUCN Red List as vulnerable. Clear? It was reclassified as vulnerable. So this you have to get. So this would be transferred to you or has been transferred to you also. Clear? But apart from this, we'll deal with also another test, and that test is related to diseases, because some of the diseases happens to be in news, and those diseases we'll discuss. But before discussing that, let's complete diseases. Clear? Let's complete diseases. Remember that the one amendment in Biodiversity Act has been made, and through a question that has been given to you. So we'll solve that question and it's understood. But another amendment has been made in the Forest Conservation Act of 1980. Clear? And the amendment is very famous. See, as far as Forest Conservation Act is concerned, we can see that the Forest Conservation Act was brought to regulate the use of forest land for non-forestry activities. So this was, and if suppose the forest resource is to be used for non-forestry purpose, the permission of the center would be required for this. So last year we can see in August 2023, the amendment that you have to remember is the 8th amendment which was brought. Clear? And under this 8th amendment has been made till date, and under this we can see clearance is no longer required. Under this, we can see clearance is no longer required for security related infrastructure that lie within 100 kilometers of international border. Clear? So if you have to establish a defense project, a security related infrastructure for, and that falls under 100 kilometers from the border, for that environmental clearance would be required. Clear? First thing, only one thing that you have to remember. Second thing that you have to remember, and remember that 8 amendments are there in the Forest Conservation Act of 1980. Second amendment that second thing that you have to remember, that a preamble has been added to this act recently. Clear? And the and that states the need for forest to achieve the carbon neutral status by 2070. What we have mentioned? We have mentioned in the Panchamrit that India would become carbon neutral by 2070. So for this purpose, the effort should be made in forest that we attain this objective, and for that a new preamble has been added. A preamble has been added to Forest Conservation Act. दो चीज याद रखना मात्र, एक तो फॉरेस्ट कंजर्वेशन एक्ट में 1980 का था, पर्पस क्या था? पर्पस था क्या कि आप जी फॉरेस्ट रिसोर्सेज को नॉन फॉरेस्ट्री एक्टिविटीज के लिए यूज करेंगे, तो उसको कैसे रेगुलेट करते हैं, और कोई भी फॉरेस्ट रिसोर्स को अगर नॉन फॉरेस्ट्री एक्टिविटीज के लिए यूज करते हैं तो परमिशन ऑफ सेंटर वुड बी रिक्वायर्ड फॉर दैट पर्पस। तो 8 अमेंडमेंट इसमें हुए हैं। एक जो अमेंडमेंट हुआ है लास्ट ईयर, उसको हम लोग कहते हैं कि अगस्त में हुआ है वो, और वो 8वां अमेंडमेंट है। पहला क्या चीज उसमें कि 100 किलोमीटर्स के दायरे में इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से अगर कोई डिफेंस प्रोजेक्ट या सिक्योरिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट लगाते हैं तो उसके लिए इन्वायरमेंटल क्लियरेंस की आवश्यकता नहीं है। दूसरी बात उसमें कि प्रियम्बल एक्ट किया गया है फॉरेस्ट कंजर्वेशन एक्ट में 1980, सो दैट द एफर्ट्स आर मेड to conserve more and more of forest, and the target is that India becomes carbon neutral by 2070. India attains net zero by 2070, because this we have mentioned in the Panchamrit. Clear? Panchamrit. But then one thing which needs to be covered up, and that is your diseases. Clear? Diseases और एंटीबायोटिक रेजिस्टेंस कर लो, क्योंकि एंटीबायोटिक रेजिस्टेंस हर दिन पेपर में न्यूज में। क्लियर? तो डिजीजेस और एंटीबायोटिक रेजिस्टेंस कर लो पहले, लेकिन उससे पहले लेट्स स्टार्ट विथ बायोटेक्नोलॉजी. So let's deal with biotechnology. Clear? And there are new issues in biotechnology which you have to see. Now, when you talk about biotechnology, we can see there are two main forms of biotechnology. Clear? There are two main forms of biotechnology. One is called as what? One is called as genetic engineering. Genetic engineering. And second is called as what? Second is called as tissue culture. Tissue culture. Genetic engineering means what? Genetic engineering means that if we introduce an exotic gene in the genetic makeup of an organism, exotic gene in a genetic makeup of alien gene, या कहीं से लिया है, किसी एनिमल से लिया हो, ह्यूमन से लिया हो, बैक्टीरिया से लिया हो, फंगस से लिया हो. So if we introduce exotic gene in the genetic makeup of an organism, then this would be called as genetic engineering. Or we delete an existing gene. मान लो अगर इंट्रोड्यूस भी कर सकते हैं एक्सोटिक जीन को या फिर डिलीट भी कर सकते हैं एग्जिस्टिंग जीन को. Clear? Forest Conservation Act. Just now I have discussed Forest Conservation Act. Clear? Amendments to Wildlife Protection Act is not important for this year. Otherwise, we can go and go on. But amendment to Forest Conservation Act is important. That I have discussed. That there are two main parts of this amendment. One is adding a preamble. Clear? Preamble, and that makes that efforts would be made to utilize the forest, conserve forest, so that India becomes carbon neutral by 2070. And second, within 100 kilometers, 8 amendments since its inception has been done. तो दो चीज याद रखो, एक तो टेस्ट के थ्रू में बायोडाइवर्सिटी एक्ट में जो अमेंडमेंट में है वो डिस्कस किया जाएगा, और दूसरा है कि ये मैं डिस्कस कर रहा हूँ कि फॉरेस्ट कंजर्वेशन एक्ट 1980 में ऑल टुगेदर 8 अमेंडमेंट हुए. लास्ट अमेंडमेंट जो है अगस्त 2023 में हुआ, जिस पर क्वेश्चंस आएंगे. ये नहीं कि पुराने वाले अमेंडमेंट पर क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे, नहीं, जितना जानना है उतना मतलब की बात करो सिर्फ. और 100 किलोमीटर जो है वो दायरे में इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर के, अगर आप डिफेंस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर या सिक्योरिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लगाते हैं तो उसके लिए इन्वायरमेंटल क्लियरेंस की जरूरत नहीं है. क्लियर? फॉरेस्ट कंजर्वेशन एक्ट ही लाया गया था टू यूज टू, if suppose we have to divert the forest resources for non-forestry purpose, then for that purpose it should be properly regulated. Clear? You don't have to remember the Wildlife Protection Act, that what amendments have made. But Forest Conservation Act and Biodiversity Act में जो amendment है वो मैंने questions के through दिया है. Clear? So उसे भी देख लेंगे. दोनों amendment को याद रखें, ये दोनों latest हैं, इन दोनों पर आपको questions frame किए जाएंगे. पुराने वाले amendment में questions नहीं देंगे वो. So delete an existing gene from it. Clear? Now this method would be called as genetic engineering, is also called as what? It is called as recombinant gene technology. Recombinant gene technology. This is also called as genetic manipulation. Genetic manipulation. So this is called as recombinant gene technology. This is also called as genetic manipulation. And the gene, the resultant gene, would be called as recombinant gene. The resultant gene would be called as recombinant gene as such. Now, genetic engineering has vast application in the field of agriculture, etc. But as far as tissue culture is concerned, tissue culture means multiplication of cells. देखो, culture, if suppose we say, culture means the growth of cells of plants, animals and microorganism on a large scale in the lab in a controlled condition. So that's called as culture. But अगर मान, if suppose microorganism को छोड़ दें, if only we cultivate, multiply cells of plants and animals on a large scale, then this would be called as what? This would be called as tissue culture, or this would be called as cell culture. So you can see that multiplication of cells on a large scale, in a controlled condition in the lab. So that's called as what? That's called as tissue culture, cells of plants and animals. not microorganism here. Because if you say microorganism, that means culture only. Clear? So multiplication of cells of plants and animals on a large scale in a controlled condition in the lab would be called as what? It would be called as tissue culture, or it can be called as cell culture. And for this purpose, what you would be requiring is that you would be requiring a medium. This medium, this medium would be first of all sterilized, and then we can supply hormones and nutrients to these medium. Hormones and nutrients to this medium, so that multiplication of cells takes place on a large scale. Clear? The medium is also constantly changed. Constantly changed does not mean that the nature of medium is changed. The medium is also constantly changed, so that the waste products which are developed in culture would be removed. See, legislation I am getting typed it today. Clear? Fine. So that would be given to you. I have some important legislation for starting from Forest Act of 1927. So that would be given to you shortly. Fine. So these would be there. And the best source is India Yearbook you can talk about. But all legislations are not present in India Yearbook also. That's a fact. Or give me a time. Give me some time. Clear. So, but I have given today to the expert group here. They will get it typed and give it to you. Don't worry about that. Clear. Don't worry about that. Fine. So, but diseases and health concern are definitely a concern. So, we'll talk about biotechnology and then diseases and health concern. Let us go ahead because you have number of things to cover up. Yes, this cannot be. Now we can see that this would be constantly changed, and the purpose is to remove the waste product. Waste product. Clear? The purpose is to remove the waste product. Now we can see that as far as tissue culture is concerned, tissue culture is nothing but a multiplication of cells only. No genetic manipulation takes place here. So no genetic manipulation takes place in case of tissue culture. Clear? No genetic manipulation takes place in case of tissue culture. And we can see the best example, the best accomplishment which was made in the field of tissue culture was by the National Chemical Lab. National Chemical Lab of Pune. Clear? National Chemical Lab of Pune. And they developed through tissue culture a variety of bamboo which can flower in weeks. Instead of years. So we can see a variety of bamboos which can flower in weeks instead of years. So that's tissue culture. Now, next thing that you have to know is when you talk about biotechnology, first of all, you have to know what is human genome. See, suppose this is the cell, and this is a generalized cell we are taking, and here is the nucleus. The nucleus consists of what? The nucleus consists of chromosomes. Chromosomes are what? Chromosomes are bearers of hereditary characteristic. Clear? And this is suppose the powerhouse of the cell, which is called as mitochondria. And since it is a generalized cell, this would be including within it the features of not only plant cell but also animal cells. So this is plastids. Clear? Mitochondria is called as a powerhouse of the cell, but they won't be asking you in UPSC these things. Now, chromosomes is made up of DNA. And genes are nothing but parts of DNA only. which reflect different kinds of characteristic. Genes are, so 20,000 genes are present in humans. Genes are parts of DNA only, which reflect different kinds of characteristic. But it's not that. DNA is only present in the nucleus. Since we have said that chromosomes are only present in nucleus, so it does not mean that DNA is only present in nucleus. DNA is present in two other parts of the cell. One is plastid, here also DNA is present, and second is mitochondria, here also DNA is present. And these kind of DNA would be called as what? These kind of DNA would be called as extra chromosomal DNA. Extra chromosomal DNA means that this would be extra chromosomal DNA means that this is present beyond the chromosomes. So extra chromosomal DNA is present. Clear? Now, when you talk about the DNA structure, the DNA structure was given by Watson and Crick, and that was called as Watson and Crick, and that was called as double helix structure. You have studied these in your school days. Clear? Double helix structure, which was given by Watson and Crick. We can see that in this, the base pairs are present. 4 different kinds of bases are there. One is called as A, T, C, G. A stands for what? A stands for adenine. T stands for what? T stands for thymine. C stands for cytosine. And G stands for guanine. Clear? Now, you can see that these are nitrogen bases. This, since two bases are joined together, this is called as what? This is called as base pair. Clear? And the joining is by a bond which is nothing but hydrogen bond. Clear? In the strands of DNA, we can see that two types of units would be present. One would be phosphate unit. And in between two phosphate unit, a sugar unit is present. In between two phosphate unit, a sugar unit is present. So this is the double helix structure of DNA, which was given by Watson and Crick. Now, when we talk about genome as such, human genome as such, human genome is the genetic makeup of humans. Human genome is the genetic makeup of humans. It is also called as the book of life. It is also called as the blueprint of life. This is also called as the book of life. It is also called the blueprint of life. Human genome. Clear? And we can see that there's a map. This map is called as HEP map. There's a map which is referred to as the HEP map. And HEP map is responsible for comparing the genetic makeup of different organisms. Clear? So when we compare the genetic makeup of different organisms, what do we see? We see the sequencing of DNA. One sequencing may be like, suppose 80, 80, CG, 80. Or one sequencing may be 80, CG, 80, CG. So there can be different kinds of sequencing of the base pairs. Clear? So the different kinds of sequencing of the base pairs in our genes. So we would be having a different sequencing of our own. We have a different sequencing of our own. And the other organisms should be having a different sequencing of their own. So the sequencing of base pair for us would be determined under human genome. Clear? Under human genome. And human genome was deciphered in the year 2000. It was deciphered in the year 2000. It took about 7,20,000 A4 sheets to print the entire genetic makeup of humans. It was deciphered in Europe by the scientists of Europe. And there was a private company also called Celera Genomics, where It was deciphered as such. And for the first time, earlier the perception was that there are 3 billion base pairs in human cell, and this is responsible for making of 1 lakh genes. I'm saying that there are 3 billion base pairs in human cell, which is responsible for making of 1 lakh genes. But after the human genome, it was found that only 20,000 genes are present in humans. Only 20,000 genes are present in humans. In human genome, we are responsible for examining the sequencing of base pair. We examine what? We examine the sequencing of base pair. But the same sequencing of base pair is being examined. The same sequencing of base pair is being examined in DNA fingerprinting also. In human genome, we are examining the sequencing of base pair. The same sequencing of base pair is examined in DNA fingerprinting also. So what is the difference? Clear? So the difference is definitely there. Suppose this is the human genome. So there are some sequencing of base pairs which would be repeated at constant intervals, frequent intervals. These sequencing of base pairs which are repeated at frequent intervals would be called as what? It would be called as STR. STR means short tandem repeats. These sequencing of base pairs would be called as STR, short tandem repeats. Clear? This is also called as mini satellites. Mini satellites. And we can see we are different from each other in this portion only. Otherwise, more than 99% of genes among us is exactly the same. We are saying that more than 99% of genes among us is exactly the same. The difference is only of less than 1%. The difference is only of less than 1%. Otherwise, it is exactly the same. Clear? So, if suppose sequencing of base pair is conducted for more than 99% of genes which is common among us, more than 99% of genes which is common among us, this would be called as what? This would be called as human genome. Clear? If sequencing is conducted for this would be called as human genome. But if sequencing is conducted for less than 1% of gene uncommon among us, this is called as DNA fingerprinting. Clear? So DNA fingerprinting would be always conducted for only STR. DNA fingerprinting would be always conducted for STR, that is short tandem repeat, where we differ from each other. Now this would be resembling your biological parents, but won't be exactly the same. This would resemble your biological mother, biological father, but it won't be exactly the same, because if it is exactly the same, then you are the clone of your mother and father. If STR is also same, then the person is genetically the same. Clear? So the person would be the clone of that person. Fine. So this is called as human genome. And we can see that many developments in genome project has taken place. But when we talk about DNA fingerprinting, the concept of DNA fingerprinting was given by Alex Jaffrey. The concept of DNA fingerprinting was given by Alex Jaffrey. And for this purpose, you need a biological sample. Biological sample can be many things. It can be blood, it can be hair with roots, but in blood, remember that WBC only has DNA. RBC does not has DNA. Hair with roots, it can be. Clear? So there can be many biological samples as such. Fine. And first of all, we cut a portion of this by an enzyme, and which portion, which is called as restriction enzyme. First, a portion of DNA is cut with the help of restriction enzyme, and which portion you know very well, STR, because here only we differ from each other. So when you cut this portion at that point of time, the sequencing of base pair is not visible. When you cut this portion at that time, the sequencing of base pair is not visible. But the sequencing of base pair would be visible when you conduct a test on it. And this test is called as what's called as Southern blotting test. This test is referred to as Southern blotting test. So this is conducted. Fine. And we can see that as far as this test is concerned, in this test we use a liquid which is called as alkaline phosphatase. Clear. After this test, we can see the purple precipitate when it's passed through the X-ray. Then the sequencing of base pairs would be visible to us. Otherwise, the sequencing of base pair is not visible. Clear. So this is called as DNA fingerprinting. But DNA fingerprinting is used for the purpose of identification of biological parents. That's one purpose. Identification of dead, deceased, you can see in other words. Identification of criminals. Criminals. For this purpose also DNA fingerprinting is used. Clear. Identification of criminals, identification of dead, identification of. So all these all these purpose DNA fingerprinting would be used. Biological parents. But under some conditions, a person can have more than one DNA. So more than one DNA. Clear? More than one DNA fingerprint, you can see, not DNA. More than one DNA fingerprinting. So there can be exceptions to DNA fingerprint. Generally, it is unique identification of an individual. But under some condition, a person can have more than one DNA fingerprint. And the conditions include what? The conditions includes this can be possible in fraternal twins. Clear? This can be possible in fraternal twins. This can be possible if mutation takes place in the zygote. This can be possible if mutation takes place in the zygote. Clear? And if suppose we say that this can be possible in fraternal twins, and this can be, and for I'm not discussing the detailed each and every part because for in preliminary examination that won't be asked. But this can be possible in more than one DNA fingerprint can be possible in fraternal twins. More than one DNA fingerprint would be possible through mutation also. Mutation takes place in the zygote. Clear? Mutation takes place in the zygote. So if a person has more than one DNA fingerprint, that person would be called as what? That person is called as human chimera. Remember that when you talk about identical twins would be having same DNA fingerprint. Differences between them can creep in, and that can creep in which are external in nature. Otherwise, they would be having the same DNA fingerprint. Clear? When you talk about identical twins, how identical twins are generated? So this is called as a person having more than one DNA fingerprint would be called as human chimera. When you talk about identical twins would be called as what? It would also called as monozygotic twins. It's called as monozygotic twins. Suppose this is an egg which has been fertilized by the sperm of father and a zygote has resulted. So sometimes what can happen? Division can take place in the zygote itself. There can be a number of factors responsible. So two identical zygote would be formed. Clear? Both would be having the same genetic makeup. Generally, they are present in the womb in different amniotic sac. Suppose this is a fetus leading to the birth of fraternal identical twins. They are present in different amniotic sac. and they do not share the same placenta. Do not share the same placenta. But if the fetuses leading to the birth of identical twins are present in the same amniotic sac and they are sharing the same placenta, same amniotic sac, and they are sharing the same placenta. So this would be a rare case, and this is frequently. This may be 1 in 1 lakh. So this kind of twin would be called as what? It can't be called as mono twins. Mono twins. But then identical twins would be having same genetic makeup. Some differences can keep in because of the amount of blood supplied or because of the positioning inside the womb. Otherwise, they are identical in nature. Clear? Second kind of twin is called as what? It's called as fraternal twins. Fraternal twins. Fraternal twins means that suppose the female releases more than one ovum at a time, and these two ovums are fertilized by the sperm of father, then two zygote would be resulting, and these two zygote would be these two zygote would be resulting in the birth of fraternal twins. And they are, since they won't be having the same DNA fingerprint because they are the result of different fertilizations. So in case of here, the DNA fingerprint would be the same, but here they won't be having the same DNA fingerprint because they are the result of different fertilizations. Generally, they are present also in different amniotic sac. They do not share the same placenta, but sometimes they are, in a rare case, they can be present in the same amniotic sac, and they would be sharing the same placenta. But when you talk about the amniotic fluid which is present inside the womb, we can see that the cells of the fetus would be present inside the amniotic fluid. So if suppose this is A, so the cells of A may be present in the amniotic fluid and cells of B may be present in the amniotic fluid. So amniotic fluid has both types of cells, and both type of cells means these cells have their own genetic makeup which is of different types. So during pregnancy, what can happen? The cells of each other can be absorbed by each other's body, and this may result in more than one genetic makeup. So we can see that the child may have more than one genetic makeup due to fraternal twins, and this can happen because of absorption of cell. But sometimes mutation can also result in more than one genetic makeup. So if a person has more than one genetic makeup, more than one DNA fingerprint, that person will be called as what? Sorry. That person would be called as human chimera. If a person has more than one genetic makeup, that person would be called as human chimera. Sometimes what happens? Sometimes the division in the zygote, we are talking about the development of identical twins, the division in the zygote cannot be complete. This results in the fetuses being attached to one another. This kind of twins would be called as what? It would be called as conjoined twins. This would be also called as Siamese twins. This would be called as also Siamese twins, and this would be called as also conjoined twins. Clear? Conjoined twins as well as the Siamese twins. Fine. Now, next thing that you have to know is that DNA fingerprinting exception covered. Now, what is called as stem cells? First of all, if we talk about stem cells, we can see that stem cells are those cells which is constantly present in quiescent stage. Quiescent stage means that no cell division takes place. Stem cells are those cells which are constantly present in quiescent stage. Quiescent stage means no cell division takes place in these cells. Fine, constantly present in quiescent stage. Now we can see quiescent stage. No cell division takes place in stem cells. These cells uh, exhibit the characteristic which is called as pluripotency. Pluripotency means that they can convert into a number of cells. Clear? A number of cells. Third thing is what? First thing is quiescent stage. No cell division takes place. And second thing, we have said that pluripotency is their characteristic. Third thing is that they have a gene. See, if they are not undergoing cell division of their own, this is due to some reason. So there is a gene present in them. And this gene is called as what? This gene is referred to as nanog. Nanog. So there's a gene present in stem cell which is called as nanog, which disallows it to undergo cell division of its own. Clear? Disallows it to undergo cell division of its own. And different genetic makeup means different DNA fingerprinting. Clear? Generally what? Each and every individual has a single DNA fingerprinting. But if I have more than one DNA fingerprinting, the DNA fingerprinting can fail, which is conducted on me. Clear? And there are some interesting facts also. A person was in US, a paternity test was conducted. He failed that test, although he was honestly the father of his own son. Clear? So sometimes DNA fingerprinting, more than one DNA fingerprinting can be present in a person. That's what I have discussed. So if they ask you what is human chimera is a person having more than one DNA fingerprint. Chimera is what? Chimera is nothing but an organism where more than one genetic makeup is present. For example, bat is a chimera. It has more than one genetic makeup. Clear? So bat is a chimera, more than one genetic makeup. So human chimera is what? A person having more than one genetic makeup. Clear? So different genetic makeup means different DNA fingerprinting as such. Now, nanog is a gene which is present in stem cell, and this disallows the stem cell to undergo cell division of its own. But if suppose chemicals are given to stem cells, so suppose these are stem cells, chemicals are given to stem cells, they differentiate into different types of cells. They transform into different types of cells. So naturally they are not transforming. Naturally they are in the quiescent stage. No cell division takes place. But if you administer them certain chemicals, they transform into different types of cell. And this process, differentiation, this process is called as differentiation, which is used for making of what? Which is used for making of tissues. Which is used for making of tissues or making of organs. Making of organs. And we can see that this is also used for removing diseases. This is also used for removing diseases. Clear? Removing diseases as such. So we can see that stem cells, they have vast curative potential. If tissue is needed, it can be developed. If organ is needed, it can be developed. If diseases are to be removed, it can be done. So stem cells have vast curative potential, and due to their vast curative potential, these cells are called as what? These cells would be called as, that's why they are called as what? They are referred to as the master cells. Clear? Since stem cells have vast curative potential, they are called as what? They are called as master cells. Master cells. So first thing is that they are in a quiescent stage, no cell division takes place. Nano pluripotency is their characteristic. They can convert into a number of cells, type of cells, not number of cells, but type of cells. And nanoc is a gene which is present in these cells, which allows it to undergo cell division of its own. And if we administer some chemicals to the stem cells, this transforms into different types of cells, and this is used for the purpose of making of organs. This is used for the purpose of making of tissues. So this process is called as what? This process is called as differentiation. Clear? This process is called as differentiation, and this is stem cell therapy all about. Stem cell therapy all about. But stem cells have vast curative potential. They can be used for development of organs. They can be used for development of tissues. They can be used for removing diseases. So stem cells have vast curative potential, and it is also, that's why it is called as master cell. So the first stem cell transplant center in India, transplant center in India, was established at what? Established at Chennai. The first stem cell transplant center in India was established at Chennai. Clear? Established at Chennai. Now, when you talk about stem cells can be divided into two types. One is called as embryonic stem cell, and second would be called as somatic stem cells. Stem cells can be divided into two types. One is called as embryonic stem cell, and second would be called as somatic stem cells. Embryonic stem cells are present in initial phase of life. It can be extracted from initial phase of life. Like this is called as a blastose stage before the formation of fetus. These cells are nothing but embryonic stem cell. But if you extract a single cell from the blastocyst stage, the fetus is going to die. Clear? The fetus would be dying. So we can see that we won't be doing so. Although blastocyst stage is nothing but a source, but it is unethical, so we put a cross on it. Clear? But after the birth of the child, you can see this fetus, this has been born into a child. So after the birth of the child, we can see amniotic fluid which is present inside the womb, amniotic fluid which is present inside the womb, peripheral blood which is present inside the womb, and umbilical cord also. Amniotic fluid, peripheral blood, and umbilical cord. All these would be taken out and the womb is cleaned. But this would be acting as what? This would be acting as a rich source, a source of embryonic stem cell. This is a waste. All the source can be blastocyst, but we cannot extract. So embryonic stem cell can be extracted from amniotic fluid, peripheral blood, and umbilical cord, and this would be used for stem cell therapy. This is used for stem cell therapy. Clear? Stem cell therapy. When we talk about somatic stem cells, we can see that amniotic stem cells, and this is used in stem cell therapy. It's not that, but the first thing is what? That this would be used, this would be stored in a stem cell bank. More important is that when we talk about stem cell bank, we cannot extract the stem cell from our body and store it in a stem cell bank. It's meaningless. We have that in our body. But what you are going to lose is that at the time of the birth of the child, the stem cells, his embryonic stem cell, can be extracted and it can be stored in stem cell bank, and that would be used for therapy in future. Clear? That would be used for therapy in future. If suppose he meets an accident, he loses one of his organs, the organ can be regenerated with the help of stem cell. Clear? Organ can be regenerated with the help of stem cells. So that can be done. Fine. But as far as stem cell is concerned, we can see that as far as stem cell is concerned, we can also, these are the sources of embryonic. So in stem cell bank, embryonic stem cell is only stored. Somatic cells won't be stored because it's meaningless to store these somatic stem cells. Clear? Somatic stem cells are those cells which are present inside your developed body. For example, it is present inside your bone marrow. It is present inside your dental pulp. It is present inside your outer layer of the heart. So if stem cell is present in all these parts, then this would be called as what? This would be called as somatic stem cells. Clear? If the stem cells are present in all these parts, then this would be called as somatic stem cells. Fine. But then we can see that as far as somatic stem cell is concerned, somatic stem cells can be of two types. Somatic stem cells can be divided into two types. One would be called as what? One would be called as mesenchymal somatic stem cells. And this would be used for tissue development. This would be used for organ development. Tissue development or organ development. And second would be called as hematopoietic. Hematopoietic somatic stem cells. Somatic stem cells. And this would be used for what? This would be used for blood-related diseases. Blood-related diseases. Clear? Blood-related diseases. But there's a type of stem cell. There's a type of stem cell which is called as iPS cells. That is induced pluripotent stem cell. Stem cells. And these kind of stem cells are artificially prepared. Artificially prepared. Clear? And they are artificially prepared from viruses, because viruses also have a characteristic just like stem cells. Viruses also have a characteristic just like stem cells. And why so? Because they do not replicate of their own. They replicate only inside the host. So viruses, they also have a characteristic of their own. They do not replicate of their own. They replicate only inside the host. Only inside the host. Clear? And let's see, what is iPS cells? So let's take a break over here. And after the break, we continue and complete all the syllabus. रुको पहले सुनो, फ्रेटर्निटी ट्विंस कीमेरा कैसे हुआ? फ्रेटर्निटी ट्विंस में कीमेरा इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि एमनियोटिक फ्लूइड में दोनों के सेल्स थे, दोनों ट्विंस के, और दोनों के सेल का डिफरेंट डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंटिंग है, क्योंकि दोनों डिफरेंट फर्टिलाइजेशन के से का रिजल्ट है। तो सेल्स क्या होता है कि जब मान लो कि एक रेयर कंडीशन में दोनों के फीटसेस एक ही एमनियोटिक फ्लूइड में तैरते रहेंगे और एक ही एमनियोटिक सैक में प्रेजेंट है, तो दोनों के सेल्स प्रेजेंट है एमनियोटिक फ्लूइड में। क्लियर? एक ही फ्लूइड में जिसमें दोनों तैर रहे हैं, सो एमनियोटिक फ्लूइड में प्रेजेंट है। क्लियर? सो अगर ये मान लो कि ऐसा होता है, फाइन, तो सेल्स एक दूसरे के अब्सॉर्ब हो जाएंगे एक दूसरे के बॉडी से। और जो फ्रेटर्नल ट्विंस है उसमें दो किस्म के सेल रहेंगे, एक उसका और एक उसके फ्रेटर्नल भाई का। क्लियर? तो दो तरह के जेनेटिक मेकअप भी होंगे, दो तरह के डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंट भी होंगे। फाइन? सो दो तरह के डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंट भी होंगे। तो ये थोड़ा सा जानना है। देखो बच्चों, अब देखो PYQs को अगर देखो, एक क्वेश्चन आपने पूछा है सर PYQs एनालिसिस करा, एनवायरनमेंट का कुछ भी रिपीट नहीं, कभी नहीं रिपीट होता है वो, कभी नहीं। कभी वो बहुत बेसिक क्वेश्चन पूछ देंगे, कभी करंट अफेयर्स, ज्यादातर करंट अफेयर्स से क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं। क्लियर? और अनेबल टू गेट लिंकेज ऑफ क्वेश्चंस अदर देन करंट। करंट के अलावा क्वेश्चंस का लिंकेज आपको कैसे मिलेगा? करंट के अलावा लिंकेज ऑफ क्वेश्चंस मिलेगा। दो तीन चीज करें, एक तो मैं जो पढ़ाया हूं उसे देखना है, दूसरा है कि जो क्वेश्चंस आपको दिए जा रहे हैं करंट के, और क्वेश्चंस सिर्फ करंट के नहीं दिए जा रहे हैं, इन सब टॉपिक पे स्टैटिक क्वेश्चंस भी दिए जा रहे हैं आपको, तो उसे देखें, सारे क्वेश्चंस को देखना है। क्लियर? और जरूरत अगर होगी तो यहाँ से कुछ और टेस्ट सीरीज के क्वेश्चंस एनवायरनमेंट पे आपको दिए जाएंगे, और यू कैन गो थ्रू दैट दोज क्वेश्चंस आल्सो। बट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, ये जो क्वेश्चंस पूछे जाते हैं एनवायरनमेंट में, वो 3-4 जगह से पूछे जाते हैं। एक तो क्वेश्चन आपको पूछा जा रहा है करंट अफेयर्स से। क्लियर? दूसरा क्वेश्चन कुछ स्टैटिक पोर्शन से वो क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे कभी कभी, लेकिन फिर उन क्वेश्चन को वो रिपीट नहीं करते। कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछे जाते हैं आपको गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी से, जैसे इंडिया ईयर बुक है तो उसमें एक एनवायरनमेंट का चैप्टर है, तो उसे एक बार देख लेना। क्लियर? और कुछ स्पीशीज आपको पूछे जाएंगे, और लास्ट ईयर से वो शुरू हुआ है, जो न्यूज में रहते हैं हरदम, जो आपके वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज में। बायोडाइवर्सिटी पर क्वेश्चन ये नहीं है कि बायोडाइवर्सिटी कहाँ कैसा है, बायोडाइवर्सिटी भी क्वेश्चन एनिमल और प्लांट स्पीशीज पे है, इन्वेजिव प्लांट्स पे जैसे क्वेश्चन पूछता है वो। क्लियर? या मान लो एनिमल्स पे उन्होंने क्वेश्चन पूछा, जैसे गोल्डन लंगूर पे क्वेश्चन पूछ दें वो कि गोल्डन लंगूर कहाँ पाया जाता है, किस तरह का एक्टिविटी है। तो इसीलिए मैंने आपको एक लिस्ट दिया है, और उस लिस्ट में जितने भी एनिमल्स हैं, वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा कॉमन एनिमल्स जो हैं वो आपको लगभग 30-35 होंगे। क्लियर? और इन कॉमन एनिमल्स को देख लीजिए। फाइन, इन कॉमन एनिमल्स को देखिए। कुछ मैंने एनिमल्स आपको करा भी दिए हैं, जैसे मैंने आपको रेड डियर करा दिया है, जैसे मैंने नीलगिरी मार्टिन कराया है, नीलगिरी ताहिर कराया है। क्लियर? सो इस तरह के कुछ क्वेश्चन आपको, सओला कराया है, एशिया यूनिकॉर्न कराया है। तो इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस आपको मैंने डिस्कस किए। लेकिन इसके अलावा, ये सब तो न्यूज में है, जो जर्नल्स में क्वेश्चंस आए हैं या न्यूज़पेपर्स में क्वेश्चन आए हैं। इसके अलावा आप देखें, जो एक लिस्ट मैंने वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज और बायोस्फीयर नेशनल पार्क्स का आपको दिया है, तो उसमें जो जो एनिमल है, जनरली आप देखेंगे क्वेश्चन उन्हीं एनिमल्स पे। क्लियर? सो ये आपका लिंकेज है पहला। दूसरा आप क्या करेंगे कि स्टैटिक पोर्शन जो मैं डिस्कस कर रहा हूं कंटेम्प्रेरी के साथ, उसे कर लेंगे। फाइन। तीसरा, केएसजी के जितने भी क्वेश्चन दिए गए हैं आपको क्लास टेस्ट के रूप में, उसको देखेंगे अच्छी तरह से। वो करंट अफेयर्स के भी क्वेश्चन है और स्टैटिक के भी क्वेश्चन है। कुछ क्वेश्चंस ये चाहे तो आपको दे भी देंगे, और एक्स्ट्रा जो टेस्ट सीरीज में पूछे गए हैं पहले क्वेश्चंस, उन सबको भी देखें, वो हेल्प करेगा आपको बहुत अच्छी तरह से। तब लिंकेज, और उसके बाद कुछ कुछ करना पड़ेगा आपको। एक आपको दिया जाता है जो गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज एंड प्रोग्राम्स है, प्रोटोकॉल्स कन्वेंशन, तो ज्यादातर मैंने करा ही दिया आपको। क्लियर? तो उससे क्वेश्चंस आ सकते हैं, COP 28 से क्वेश्चन आ सकता है, CBD से क्वेश्चन आ सकता है, जानकर मैंने कराया आपको, वरना उसका कुछ मतलब नहीं बनता था। लेकिन इस तरह के क्वेश्चन पूछे जाएंगे। और दूसरा कि गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज एंड प्रोग्राम्स, इंडिया ईयर बुक में ज्यादा से ज्यादा 25 पन्ने हैं आपको, 25 पेजेस, 30 पेजेस ऑन एनवायरनमेंट, वो देख ले एक बार। उसके बाद अगर क्वेश्चन नहीं आता है तो ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है, 80% 90% क्वेश्चन यहीं से आएंगे, दैट्स डेफिनेट। क्लियर? तो कुछ आपको एफर्ट्स करने पड़ेंगे उसके लिए। ओबियसली मैं यहाँ पर ये नहीं कर सकता हूँ कि एक एक क्वेश्चन को लेकर सारे एनिमल्स को डिस्कस करूं, इसलिए मैंने आपको लिस्ट दिया है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का भी लिस्ट दिया है कि इस तरह के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अगर आपको पूछे गए तो एक लिस्ट है आपके पास ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का। क्लियर? ठीक है बच्चों, ये कीजिए। नाउ कैन यू प्लीज टेल द डिफरेंस बिटवीन टोटिपोटेंसी? टोटिपोटेंसी मीन्स व्हाट? टोटिपोटेंसी मीन्स दैट सपोज दिस इज zygote. Now this develops into a stage which is called as totipotent marula. A stage which is called as totipotent marula. Now in this stage we can see 9, 8 to 12 cells would be present, and all these cells have a characteristic which is called as totipotency. Totipotency means the these cells can convert into all type of cells. These cells can convert into total type of cells. Clear? Any type of cells. या तो any कह लें इसे, या तो total कह लें इसे, या any type of cells or total type of cells. Second is what? Second is called as what? It's called as blastocyst stage. Now here, these cells would be having a characteristic which is called as pluripotency. Pluripotency means that these cells can convert into different types of cells. These cells can convert into different types of cells, but not all. These cells can convert into different types of cells, but not all. Clear? And the difference between totipotency and pluripotency is what? The main difference between totipotency and pluripotency is that totipotent cells can convert into placental cells. Placental cells मतलब umbilical cord का जो cells है. But pluripotent cells cannot convert into placental cells. That's the difference between totipotency and pluripotency. Clear? Totipotency and pluripotency. Now see, we have discussed that there is a type of cell which is called as what? Which is called as iPS cells. Induced pluripotent stem cells. There's a type of cell which is called as iPS cell. Now these cells, iPS cells, are what? They are artificially developed stem cells. Developed stem cells. Clear? And these cells are made artificially using viruses. And for developing these kind of cells, Gordon and Yamanaka were conferred Nobel Prize in the field of medicine. Nobel Prize in the field of medicine in 2020. Clear? Gordon, not 2020, 2012. Gordon and Yamanaka were conferred Nobel Prize in the field of medicine. Just remember that viruses have characteristic which is very similar to stem cells, because viruses do not replicate of their own. Clear? Viruses do not replicate of their own. And as far as stem cells is concerned, stem cells do not undergo cell division of their own. So when viruses was used for preparing stem cells, this artificial stem cell is called as induced pluripotent stem cell. Now it may happen, हो सकता है कि body में, if suppose this organ is dysfunctional inside the body, the problem is what? That maybe this somatic stem cells are not present here, so that you can develop the organ inside the body. The biggest challenge in stem cell therapy is what? सबसे बड़ा challenge. First challenge in stem cell therapy is that all organs using stem cell therapy has not been developed. That's the biggest challenge. And the second challenge is that if organs are developed and they are transferred inside the body, they face the rejection by body, because they have been developed in vitro, not in vivo. They have been developed outside the body, not inside the body. So they face the challenge of being rejected by the body. Now that's one thing that you have to remember. Second thing is that as far as iPS cells is concerned, when you talk about iPS cells, we can say when you talk about iPS cells, we can say that the organ would be developed inside the body itself using iPS cells. मान लो ये अगर dysfunctional organ है, तो यहाँ के cells को पहले iPS cell में convert कर देंगे. Clear? iPS cell में पहले convert कर देंगे. और iPS cell क्या है? Artificially developed stem cell है. तो उनसे क्या करेंगे? Organ बना देंगे body के अंदर ही, और उसके बाद dysfunctional organ को हटा देंगे. Clear? Then the dysfunctional organ would be removed. So this is the function of iPS cells. क्योंकि body के हर part में somatic cell तो आपका है नहीं. Clear? हर part में somatic stem cell है नहीं. ऐसे प्रेफरेबली आप एम्ब्रियोनिक स्टेम यूज करते हैं स्टेम सेल थेरेपी में, लेकिन अगर किसी को एम्ब्रियोनिक सेल है ही नहीं, मान लो उसके जन्म के समय नहीं स्टोर किया गया हो, then somatic cell would be used only. So this is the function of iPS cells. But then the second thing is what? that for this purpose you have to introduce viruses also inside the body, which can spread to other parts of the cell. To prevent the spread of viruses, we use a synthetic polymer which is called as dendrimer. A synthetic polymer is used which is called as dendrimer. So for that purpose. But there's another type of stem cell which is called as what? Cancer stem cell. कैंसर स्टेम सेल. कैंसरस ट्यूमर को देखो तो वो होते हैं मेलिग्नेंट. मेलिग्नेंट मतलब वो कंटिन्यूअसली ग्रो करेंगे. क्लियर. सो पहले एक परसेप्शन था. फर्स्ट द परसेप्शन वाज दैट ऑल सेल्स विद इन इट they continuously replicate, they differentiate at a very high pace. But now the perception is very clear. Only few cells have this ability. And since only few cells have this ability, they are called as what? They are called as cancer stem cells. So इसका मतलब है सिंपल, अगर एक लाइन में जानना है तो कैंसरस ट्यूमर में कुछ ही सेल्स होते हैं जो रेप्लिकेट कर सकते हैं हाई स्पीड में. क्लियर. These, because of their high differentiation ability, would be called as cancer stem cells. क्लियर. लेकिन एक चीज याद रखें. Do remember one thing, that when chemotherapy is used for cancer patient, the purpose is to destroy cancer stem cells. Clear? The purpose is to destroy cancer stem cells. Chemotherapy, if it is used, the purpose is to destroy the cancer stem, but it results in destroying normal somatic cells present inside the body. But it results in destroying normal somatic cells present inside the body. Clear? So for this purpose, we use a robotic device called cyber knife. और ये पूछा है उन्होंने एग्जामिनेशन में. एक रोबोटिक डिवाइस यूज करते हैं जिसे हम लोग कहते हैं साइबर नाइफ. साइबर नाइफ. और ये रोबोटिक डिवाइस सिर्फ और सिर्फ कैंसरस ट्यूमर को डिस्ट्रॉय करेगा. It won't be affecting cells nearby. Clear? This robotic device, which is called as cyber knife, is used for destroying cancerous tumor, but it won't be affecting the cells nearby. Clear? So this is called as cyber knife. ये थोड़ा सा याद रखना है. Now देखो, एक है मैकेनिज्म जिसको हम लोग कहते हैं क्लोनिंग. Cloning means that with the help of this mechanism, we can prepare the exact replica of an organism. And this exact replica of an organism would be genetically and physically similar to donor. This would be genetically and physically similar to the donor. Clear? So this would be done. But there are two methods of cloning. 1997 में, 1996 में, one experiment of cloning was conducted, which was called as successful experiment of cloning, and a sheep called Dolly was born. लेकिन ये घिसे पिटे क्वेश्चन ये पूछेंगे नहीं आपको. लेकिन what is the method of cloning? Method of cloning is based on, there are two methods of cloning. One is called as what? One is called as reproductive cloning. And second would be called as what? It would be called as therapeutic cloning. One is called as reproductive cloning and second would be called as therapeutic cloning. So reproductive cloning कैसे करेंगे and therapeutic cloning how it is conducted. Let's see. Now, when you talk about cloning, suppose if you are talking about reproductive cloning as such, on one side we are taking the egg provider. एक side लेंगे egg provider, female है वो. From her we would be extracting what? We would be extracting the egg. Clear? So you can see this is the nucleus of the egg. It would be removed. Now it becomes what? It becomes enucleated. Without nucleus it is. Fine. Nucleus को हटा देंगे. On the other hand is the donor. Donor is the person whose clone is to be prepared. From him we would be extracting what? From him we would be extracting somatic cells. Somatic cells. Clear? From him we would be extracting the somatic cells. Clear? From him we would be extracting the somatic cells. And then we can see that for when we extract the somatic cell, what we do is that somatic cells would be put in a stage which is called as quiescent stage. Quiescent stage means no cell division would take place due to quiescent stage. We are saying that no cell division would take place. Just 1 second. See, CART technology is generally used for cancer purpose. Clear? Now, somatic cell, I'll come to CART technology. Just wait for a few minutes. Now, this is called as the donor. From the donor, we are taking the somatic cells, and these somatic cells would be placed in a quiescent stage. Quiescent stage means no cell division takes place. No cell division takes place. And then what we do is that we give them some chemical instruction. So chemical instructions would be given to these cells. So we are administering some chemicals to these cells so that they revert back in their life cycle. Chemical instructions are given to these cells so that they revert back in their life cycle. And when they revert back in their life cycle, then one cell would be selected. When they revert back in their life cycle, then one cell would be selected. So first of all, we have done what? From the donor से क्या किया हमने? कुछ somatic cell लिया है, surgery के through लिया है somatic cell, and these somatic cell would be first of all put in a quiescent stage. Quiescent stage का मतलब है no cell division takes place in this stage. Clear? No cell division takes place in this stage. So we are putting them in quiescent stage, and as far as the quiescent stage is concerned, just wait 1 second. We give them chemical instructions. Dekho, cell would be having a life cycle of their own. The cell develops, it matures, it dies also. The cell develops, it matures, and it dies also. But we can see that it has a life cycle of its own. So what we are doing, with the help of chemicals, we are pushing them back in their life cycle. Why? The purpose is to make nucleus transfer compatible. क्योंकि अगर इसको देखो तो ये तो इनिशियल फेज ऑफ लाइफ में है, ये डेवलप्ड स्टेज में है. सो व्हाट वी डू इज इसे पीछे धकेलेंगे ताकि इससे अगर न्यूक्लियस निकाल कर इसमें डालते हैं तो न्यूक्लियस ट्रांसफर वुड बी compatible. Clear? So for this purpose, we are pushing them back into their life cycle, and then one cell would be taken, which is reverted back in its life cycle to the utmost, and the nucleus of that cell would be transferred to the egg with a spark of electricity. Clear? With a spark of electricity. So what is done? This is nothing but somatic cell nucleus transfer. We are indulging in what? We are indulging in somatic cell nucleus transfer. Clear? So cloning is based on somatic cell nucleus transfer, and we can see that this would be now transferred to the womb of the surrogate mother. The baby which develops would be a clone of whom? Clone of the donor. But then I say that it won't be exactly the same. It is more or less 99% exactly the same, but it's not exactly the same. And why? Because you know that mitochondria is present in, so DNA is also present in mitochondria, and that DNA has not been transferred. Clear? We are saying that DNA is also present in mitochondria, and these DNAs are not transferred as such. Fine. They have not been transferred as such. So as far as this mechanism of cloning is called, as reproductive cloning. Clear? This mechanism of cloning is called as reproductive cloning. In one case, it can be exactly the same. Suppose if the egg provider and the donor happens to be the same person, then it can be exactly the same. Clear? So then it can be exactly the same when the egg provider and the donor happens to be the same person. Then only it can be exactly the same. Clear? But if suppose the method of cloning is used for therapeutic purpose, Then this method of cloning, if suppose the method of cloning is used for therapeutic purpose, then it would be called as therapeutic cloning. Medicinal purpose for curing diseases, then it is called as therapeutic cloning. So we can see there are two mechanisms of cloning. One is called as what? One is called as reproductive cloning. And second method would be called as what? Second method would be called as therapeutic cloning. तो एक मैकेनिज्म क्लोनिंग का है, ये जो मैकेनिज्म है इसको कहते हैं हम लोग रिप्रोडक्टिव क्लोनिंग. और रिप्रोडक्टिव क्लोनिंग क्यों? क्योंकि एचडीआर भी इसमें सेम हो जाएगा. दिस मैकेनिज्म इज कॉल्ड एज रिप्रोडक्टिव क्लोनिंग. बट द सेकेंड मैकेनिज्म, और उसमें क्या है कि सपोज आई एम द डोनर, आई एम सफरिंग फ्रॉम अ डिजीज इन विच stem cell therapy is required, and for that my embryonic stem cell would be desirable. Clear? My embryonic stem cell would be desirable. So from where I would get my embryonic stem cell? Because that has not been stored. Clear? That has not been stored. So for that purpose therapeutic cloning would be conducted. मैं ही बन जाऊंगा donor. Clear? I would become the donor myself. Clear? And somatic cell nucleus transfer would be used for this purpose also. Again, somatic cell nucleus transfer would be used for this purpose also. I am becoming the donor. Somatic cell nucleus transfer is used for this purpose also. And we can see if I become the donor and somatic cell nucleus, then my clone would be, suppose, मान लो ये है stage, it would be reaching the blastocyst stage only. My embryonic stem cell can be extracted from, यहाँ से ये blastocyst stage पहुंचेगा. From here, my embryonic stem cell would be extracted and can be used for therapeutic purpose. Clear? So this mechanism of cloning, which is used for medicinal purpose, same technique है, सिर्फ donor की जगह patient है. This is used for medicinal purpose, would be called as therapeutic cloning. Clear? This is used for, but do remember एक चीज याद रखें कि stem cell reproductive cloning or therapeutic cloning is nothing and nothing based on what? Nothing and nothing based on somatic cell nucleus transfer, SCNT. ये important रखना है. Clear? और एक चीज, just one thing, second. See, when you're talking about the CAR cell therapy, CAR cell therapy, or CAR T cell therapy, it's also called as CAR cell therapy. Now, CAR cell therapy is used for cancer patients. And when we say CAR T cells are suitable for CAR detection. And there are, we can see that these cells are used for what? These cells are mainly used for antibody screening. Clear? And as far as CAR cells are concerned, these are used for these are used for antibody research also, and mainly this kind of therapy is used for what? This is used for CAR T cell is what? CAR T cell is suitable for this kind of CAR detection. And as far as this technology is concerned, it's mainly used for what? It's mainly used for the cancer patient. So this the therapy is called as CAR T cell therapy, and for antibody research it is used. I'll come to it later on, and let's see what kind of cells are used in this purpose. But we'll talk of it when it comes to diseases mainly. Let's discuss more thing about, and first of all complete this, and then we come to that kind of technology. So let's first of all let's complete this. Now you know that one more thing which can be asked in examination and has been asked in examination, I think previously also. Now this is called as what? This is called as triple parent baby. Triple parent baby. Triple parent baby means that when you talk about, suppose here, this is the egg, and this has been fertilized by the sperm of father. The genetic material of the father reaches only the nucleus of the egg, where the genetic material of the mother is also present. But as far as mitochondria is concerned, the mitochondria exclusively belongs to the mother, not to the father in any way. Clear? We are saying that mitochondria belongs to the mother and not to the father in any way. Not to the father in any way. सो इट मीन्स दैट मान लो कि हमारे बॉडी में जो माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया है हमारे सेल्स में, वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ हमारी मदर को बिलोंग करता है, फादर को नहीं. क्योंकि जब भी फर्टिलाइजेशन होगा तो क्या होगा कि जो स्पर्म से जेनेटिक मटेरियल आते हैं, द जेनेटिक मटेरियल व्हिच इज कमिंग फ्रॉम द स्पर्म वुड बी रीचिंग ओनली एंड ओनली द न्यूक्लियस. इट इज नेवर रीचिंग द माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया. So mitochondrial DNA is directly transferred from the mother to the child. Clear? And if suppose mitochondrial DNA is responsible for disorders, it may happen that mitochondrial DNA may be responsible for disorders. So if mitochondrial DNA is responsible for disorder, then what can happen? Then we can see that the disorder would be transferred from the mother to the child. क्योंकि मदर को भी वो डिसऑर्डर होना चाहिए, उनके माइटोकॉन्ड्रियल डीएनए में है वो. क्लियर? और वो ट्रांसफर हो जाएगा बच्चों में, बिकॉज द माइटोकॉन्ड्रियल डीएनए इज ट्रांसफर्ड डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द मदर टू द चाइल्ड. सो इन ऑर्डर टू अवॉइड दिस, suppose a mother knows that her own disorder is going to be transferred to the child, she won't undergo pregnancy. Clear? She won't undergo pregnancy, but the mother has the right to have a baby. Clear? The mother has the right to have a baby, and this right can be delivered. How? This right can be delivered through triple parent baby. तो करेंगे क्या ट्रिपल पेरेंट बेबी में? What we would be responsible for doing in triple parent baby? First of all, what we do is that ये मान लो कि ये डिसफंक्शनल माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया है. डिसफंक्शनल मतलब डिसऑर्डर के लिए जिम्मेदार है. This is associated with disorder. Clear? So what we do, but there's no problem in the nucleus. So first of all, we remove the nucleus from the egg. Clear? And select another mother. So another mother would be selected, and from her we can see egg would be extracted. She has proper mitochondrial DNA. She has a nucleus also, proper mitochondrial DNA. From her, egg would be extracted, nucleus would be removed, and then this nucleus would be transferred. So it means that finally you are having a combination in which inside the egg of the second mother you are having nucleus belonging to the father and the first mother, but the mitochondria is belonging to the second mother. Clear? Mitochondria is belonging to the second mother. So in this mechanism, mitochondria belong to the second mother. We can see that in this mechanism, since this is belonging to the second mother, we can see that this baby would be now, transferred to the womb of surrogate mother. The baby that is born, is free from mitochondrial DNA disorder, because you have taken a different cell egg for this purpose, where the mitochondria is free from disorders. Clear? So you have taken a different egg for this purpose, where the mitochondria is free from disorder as such. Clear? And when we talk about this kind of baby, but the problem is that it has one father and two mothers. One is the original mom, first mom, and second is the mitochondrial mom. Clear? So this is based on what? We cannot extract the mitochondria from the cell, because it's a powerhouse of the cell. So if we say that cloning is based on somatic cell nucleus transfer, we can say mitochondrial DNA, this triple parent baby is nothing but based on mitochondrial DNA transfer. We are saying that triple parent baby is based on what? It is based on mitochondrial DNA transfer as such. Clear? So this is called as triple parent baby. So mitochondrial DNA transfer, it is based. One thing. The second thing that you have to know in this context is what? That there are two mechanisms. One is called as gene therapy that you have to understand, and second is called as CRISPR-Cas9 technology. So first let's cover up gene therapy, and then we have to cover up what is called as CRISPR-Cas9 technology. But let's see some developments which have taken place last year. See, last year synthetic embryos were developed, and synthetic embryos were developed, and this was developed in the University of Cambridge by the scientists. And in this embryo, no fertilization has taken place. No fertilization has taken place. In this type of embryo, no fertilization has taken place. But only we can see that this has been developed from what? It has been developed from stem cells. Stem cells पढ़ा है तो ये भी जानो कि synthetic embryos क्या है. So it has been developed through stem cells. Clear? And we can see that this kind of embryo देखो मैं एक बात थोड़ा जल्दी करना पड़ेगा बच्चों, जल्दी क्योंकि टॉपिक्स बहुत है और कंप्लीट आज ही करना है. चलो देखो, क्लोनिंग प्लीज वापस, थेराप्यूटिक वर्सेस रिप्रोडक्टिव क्लोनिंग में आपने क्या किया है? रिप्रोडक्टिव क्लोनिंग में आपने किया है कि मदर से एग लिया है और मान लो जिसका क्लोन तैयार किया है उससे सोमेटिक सेल लिया है और उसके बाद क्या किया है? सोमेटिक सेल न्यूक्लियस ट्रांसफर कर दिया है. सोमेटिक सेल के न्यूक्लियस को आपने लिया और उसको एग के न्यूक्लियस को हटाकर ट्रांसफर कर दिया है, तो वो हो गया तुम्हारा सोमेटिक सेल न्यूक्लियस ट्रांसफर. और उस मतलब जो फर्टिलाइजेशन होता ही नहीं है क्लोनिंग में, सिर्फ सोमेटिक सेल न्यूक्लियस ट्रांसफर होता है. तो उस एग को जिसमें आपने न्यूक्लियस ट्रांसफर किया सोमेटिक सेल से, एक न्यूक्लियस हटाया दूसरा न्यूक्लियस डाला. तो न्यूक्लियस क्यों हटाया? न्यूक्लियस रिप्रोडक्टिव सेल का था, उसमें हाफ नंबर ऑफ क्रोमोसोम थे इसलिए हटाया. और सोमेटिक सेल में न्यूक्लियस वैसा ही है, प्रॉपर सेट ऑफ क्रोमोसोम जो आपके बर्थ के समय था इन द जायगोट. क्लियर? तो आपने वहां से उसे ट्रांसफर कर दिया, तो जेनेटिकली भी सेम होगा, फिजिकली भी सेम होगा बच्चा. क्लियर? क्योंकि आपके ही न्यूक्लियस को, आप अगर डोनर हो तो आपके ही न्यूक्लियस को वो ट्रांसफर किया गया है. क्लियर? किया गया है. लेकिन मैंने कहा कि नहीं होगा सेम, थोड़ा सा अंतर हो जाएगा, क्योंकि आपने माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया को तो हटाया नहीं है और माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया को हटाया भी नहीं जा सकता है. माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया तो एक प्रोवाइडर का है अभी भी. क्लियर? और माइटोकॉन्ड्रिया में भी डीएनए रहते हैं, आप तो जानते हो अच्छी तरह से. तो एग्जैक्टली सेम तभी हो सकता है जब एक प्रोवाइडर और डोनर एक ही व्यक्ति हो. तो एक प्रोवाइडर तो मेल्स नहीं हो सकते हैं. तो इसका मतलब है गर्ल चाइल्ड कैन बी अ क्लोन ऑफ द मदर, बट बॉय चाइल्ड कैन नॉट बी अ क्लोन ऑफ द डोनर ऑफ द फादर. तो ये मैकेनिज्म जो क्लोनिंग का है इसे हम लोग कहते हैं रिप्रोडक्टिव क्लोनिंग. लेकिन मान लो कि मैं एक रोगी आदमी हूं, 50 साल हो गई उम्र, 50 साल से ऊपर ही. क्लियर? और मुझे अभी एक बीमारी है ऑस्टियोपोरोसिस, मुझे एम्ब्रियोनिक स्टेम सेल की आवश्यकता है. लेकिन मैं जब जन्म लिया तो सब स्टेम सेल थेरेपी था ही नहीं. तो अगर मुझे एम्ब्रियोनिक स्टेम, सोमेटिक सेल्स तो स्टेम सेल्स तो मेरे बॉडी में है, लेकिन एम्ब्रियोनिक स्टेम सेल्स अगर मान लो मुझे जरूरत है तो मैं कहां से एक्सट्रैक्ट करूं? From where I would be extracting the somatic stem cells? I would be extracting the somatic stem cells. सोमेटिक स्टेम सेल्स तो है मेरे बॉडी में, एम्ब्रियोनिक स्टेम सेल्स मैं कहां से लाऊं? मेरे जन्म के समय तो स्टेम सेल थेरेपी ही नहीं था, स्टेम सेल बैंक भी नहीं था उस समय. क्लियर? तो मैं क्या करूंगा? मैं बन जाऊंगा डोनर. सेम मैकेनिज्म जो रिप्रोडक्टिव क्लोनिंग में आपने देखा है उसको. लार्जेस्ट डेंसिटी ऑफ टाइगर का मतलब क्या हुआ? लार्जेस्ट डेंसिटी ऑफ टाइगर मतलब है यूनिट एरिया में कितने टाइगर मौजूद हैं. लार्जेस्ट नंबर ऑफ टाइगर्स तो दूसरा ही हो गया कि उस जगह पर कितने टाइगर की संख्या है. क्लियर? now what will happen if suppose I require a stem cell therapy. Clear? I require a stem cell therapy, and for this purpose I become the patient myself. I require a stem cell therapy, and for this purpose I become the patient myself only, and stem cell therapy is required for me. So मेरे लिए क्या जरूरी है? मेरे लिए एम्ब्रियोनिक स्टेम सेल जरूरी है और वो है ही नहीं मेरे पास. तो हम क्या करेंगे? मैं क्या करूंगा? मैं डोनर बन जाऊंगा. सेम प्रोसेस रिपीट होगा. क्लियर? सेम प्रोसेस रिपीट होगा. मतलब यहां पर भी सोमेटिक सेल न्यूक्लियस ट्रांसफर होगा. मेरे सोमेटिक सेल से न्यूक्लियस को ट्रांसफर करके एग में डाला जाएगा. क्लियर? नो फर्टिलाइजेशन तो क्लोनिंग में होता ही नहीं है. लेकिन ये आप जानते हैं कि ये आगे बढ़ के ब्लास्टोसिस स्टेज में डेवलप करता है। तो जब ये ब्लास्टोसिस स्टेज में डेवलप करता है, फीटस फॉर्मेशन से पहले है ये, तो वहां से मेरे प्लूरिपोटेंट सेल को निकाला जा सकता है। नाउ एक चीज तो यहाँ पर रेस किया जा सकता है कि माय क्लोन वुड डाई, अनएथिकल भी है, लेकिन एक आदमी का जीवन भी तो ये बचा रहा है। सो डॉक्टर्स डिबेटेड एट व्हाट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम शुड बी कंसिडर्ड एज अ लाइफ फॉर्म, because it's responsible for saving a life also. Clear? So this mechanism of cloning is nothing but medicinal cloning and would be called as therapeutic cloning. Clear? This mechanism of cloning is nothing but medicinal cloning and would be called as therapeutic cloning. Is that clear? Now, recently we can see last year synthetic embryos were developed, and synthetic embryos were developed using stem cells. Clear? No fertilization takes place, no use of gamete is there. See, when you talk about synthetic embryos, it developed into the placenta, it developed into rudimentary heart, जैसे जैसे फीटस बनता है तो ये सब बनते हैं, लेकिन इसके आगे beyond that it's unknown to us that what it can develop into, that whether it can develop into a full-fledged baby or not. Clear? Why? Because the research on embryo is only confined to 14 days in some countries. You say that the research on embryos is only confined to 14 days in some countries. जिस कंट्री में ये अलाउ होता है वहां 14 डेज के लिए होता है, और कुछ कंट्री से कंप्लीटली बैन कर दिया। इंडिया इज वेरी अनक्लियर अबाउट एम्ब्रियो रिसर्च। तो इसे कहते हैं सिंथेटिक एम्ब्रियो। याद क्या रखना है? याद करना है कि दिस इज एन एम्ब्रियो विदाउट फर्टिलाइजेशन बाय यूजिंग स्टेम सेल्स डेवलप्ड। क्लियर? And developed into rudimentary heart, brain, and also rudimentary heart and brain. But any research beyond that is not known to us. And why not known to us? Because research on embryos in those countries which allow it is confined to is confined to only and only 14 days, and in some countries where it is disallowed, certainly we do not know. In India, it is unclear whether research would be allowed on embryos for 14 days or not. Clear? This is called as synthetic embryos. एक और डेवलपमेंट उससे पहले एक साल लास्ट ईयर में एक हुआ था जिसे कहते हैं हम लोग क्रायो प्रिजर्व्ड एम्ब्रियोज। क्रायो प्रिजर्व्ड एम्ब्रियोज। Clear? Now what is cryo preserved embryos? When we talk about cryopreserved embryos, इसका मतलब है, मान लो suppose this the couple is there, and the couple, they do not want reproduction right now, they do not want pregnancy right now. Clear? Why? हो सकता है कि they have financial crisis to maintain the child, so they do not want pregnancy right now, and the mother does not want to get pregnant. There may be financial instability, there may be career options also, career options for these people, and maybe that the mother is suffering from some disease, chemotherapy is being conducted, she is suffering from cancer, CAR-T technology is required for them. Clear? CAR-T technology is required for them. So we can see that for this they can undergo, they would be going for cryopreserved embryos. Cryopreserved embryos means what? That first of all, this couple should have healthy gametes. एक तो होना चाहिए कि healthy gametes, तो इनके जो the sperm and the egg should be healthy. Then only they can go for in vitrification. तो पहले क्या करेंगे, लैब में इन विट्रो फर्टिलाइजेशन करेंगे, इनके स्पर्म्स को लिया जाएगा और इनके एग को लिया, मदर के एग को और फादर के स्पर्म को, और इन विट्रो फर्टिलाइजेशन करके अ नंबर ऑफ एम्ब्रियोज डेवलप कर देते हैं। क्लियर? अब ये सारी एम्ब्रियोज को वो क्या करेंगे, प्रिजर्व करेंगे, प्रिजर्व्ड एट -3 to 1 degree Fahrenheit. They would be preserved at -3 to 1 degree Fahrenheit. So they would be preserved. Clear? So, and this would be preserved at this temperature. So it means that you would be lowering down the temperature. आप इसे lower करेंगे temperature को. Now this lowering down of temperature would damage the tissues. Clear? So protect the embryos from any kind of tissue damage, cryoprotectants would be used. Cryoprotectants, ये chemicals हैं जिसको use करते हैं. तो इसमें see, first option is what? That you can have pregnancy when you desire. Because in embryos, these kind of embryos would be preserved for 10 years. 10 years तक इन्हें कुछ भी नहीं होगा. You can have multiple child at one time. Whereas the time is your choice. Second is you can have multiple child at one time. So this is the benefit of what is called as cryopreserved embryos. See, there's a therapy which is called as gene therapy. Clear? There's a therapy which is called as gene therapy. When we talk about gene therapy, we can see that gene therapy is conducted for a person who would be having some kind of inherited disorder. We are saying that inherited disorder. Inherited disorder का मतलब क्या हुआ? Inherited disorder means that the disorder is transferred from one generation to another. Clear? Gene therapy is conducted for those patients which would be having inherited disorders. So the disorder is transferred from one generation to another. मान लो अगर gene therapy किया जा रहा है, अगर inherited disorder है, it means that there is a faulty gene present in that person. So the person would be having faulty gene. Clear? Inherited disorder. So first of all, what we do is we identify the faulty gene. Identify the faulty gene. And then we are responsible for doing what? Then we are responsible for making the normal version of this gene. So the normal version of this gene would be made in the lab by cloning. Clear? तो आपने normal version बना लिया है. Now what you have to do, you have to select some host cells. You have to take some cells from patient. So थोड़े cells patient से ले लें. Now these cells would be called as what? These cells would be called as host cells. And in these host cells, the normal version gene would be transferred. We are saying that in these host cells, the normal version gene would be transferred. So when you transfer the normal version genes into the host cells, these kind of cells would be now called as doctored cells. These type of cells would be now called as doctored cells. Clear? Doctored cells. And these cells would be returned back to the body of the patient through injection. अब इस सेल को क्या करेंगे? फिर से इंजेक्शन से it would be returned back to the body of the patient through injection. When these cells start to replicate, the disorder is gradually removed. I'm saying that when these cells start to replicate, the disorder is gradually removed. Clear? But the problem is that the disorder returns back in next generation. And the reason why the disorder returns back in the next generation is what? That gene therapy can be conducted for only and only somatic cells. Gene therapy can be conducted for only and only somatic cells. It cannot be conducted for reproductive cells. So for this it can be conducted, for this it cannot be conducted. So it means that the disorder is carried by the reproductive cells from one generation to another. And again in the next generation you have to conduct gene therapy. Clear? Again, in the next generation, you have to conduct gene therapy. So gene therapy would be conducted for somatic cells only, not for reproductive cells. Now, this is a problem. But then we can say that this problem can be removed by another technology, and that technology is called as what? It's called as CRISPR Cas9 technology. Clear? CRISPR Cas9 technology. CRISPR stands for clustered, regularly interspaced palindromic repeats. Clear? Clustered, regularly interspaced palindromic repeats. So that's called as what? That's called as CRISPR. Now, when we talk about this technology, CRISPR-Cas9 technology, we can see that this technology was developed by two gentlemen, two scientists, Carpentier and Doudna, and they were conferred Nobel Prize for this technology in the year 2020. This technology has vast application in the field of agriculture. Clear? That's why the Nobel Prize was conferred. But this technology includes two techniques. First technique, two tools. First tool is what? First tool is a segment of RNA. Now, this segment of RNA would be binding with the segment of DNA, which needs to be removed. This segment of RNA would be binding with the segment of DNA, which needs to be removed. Clear? Fine. So this would be done. And we can see, मान लो ये DNA का segment है, इसे या RNA का segment है, तो पहले एक RNA के segment को लेंगे और ये इसका part है. This goes and binds with the segment of DNA. ये segment है DNA का. This needs to be removed. And Cas9 इसमें क्या है? Second tool is what? Second tool is Cas9. First tool is segment of RNA, which goes and binds with the segment of DNA, which needs to be removed. Second tool is what? Second tool is nothing but Cas9. Cas9 is what? It's a type of enzyme. And this enzyme is responsible for chopping off, striping off the segment of, striping off the segment of DNA. Is responsible for stripping off the segment of DNA, and the new gene can be introduced. So this is called as see, I'll come to your questions. What you are teaching in the class would suffice for prelims or some other sources. See, what I am teaching in the class plus the questions would be sufficient. Clear? Because something I am not teaching which is in the form of questions. Clear? That I am not teaching for saving time, because you have to save time. You have to cover up a number of things. No one can predict what would be asked. Sometimes what happens, the questions are asked, because furnace while I asked a question in the class, that same question was asked in preliminary examination. But that is lucky. Luck. Clear? From the notes, many questions are asked. From the teaching, many questions are asked. But that is sheer luck. No one can predict. And if any teacher says that, yes, whatever I taught would be coming in the examination in the same manner, no, it cannot be. It can come, but in a different manner. Clear? So you have to have comprehensive knowledge for that purpose. जैसे उन्होंने पूछा है पहले, मान लो CRISPR Cas9 टेक्नोलॉजी में पूछा है कि Cas9 is what? Cas9 is used as molecular scissors. तो Cas9 एंजाइम है, तो इसे molecular scissors स्ट्रिप ऑफ करते हैं. तो मान लो डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंटिंग में रेस्ट्रिक्शन एंजाइम को हम लोग यूज करते हैं, कहते हैं मॉलिक्यूलर सीजर. लेकिन Cas9 यहाँ CRISPR Cas9 टेक्नोलॉजी में Cas9 को कहते हैं मॉलिक्यूलर सीजर. अब मान लो एग्जॉस्टिव क्लास होता है, जब फुल फेजेड क्लास होता है, तो ये सारी बातें बोल दी जाती है. लेकिन क्रैश कोर्स में फास्ट यू हैव टू से, and you have to remember that. So here Cas9 would be used. Chopping means molecular scissor. It is used. Clear? It's used as a molecular scissor, and a new segment of DNA would be introduced. Like this, they frame the question. Clear? Some questions they have asked you today also. You can see we'll discuss that. And this is related to CRISPR-Cas9. Fine. This is related to CRISPR-Cas9. And these are contemporary questions which can be framed on CRISPR-Cas9. Fine. So this technology has wide application in the field of agriculture. But this technology is used also for developing what is called as designer babies. Now, when this is stripped off, then a new segment of DNA can be introduced. DNA can be introduced. Clear? Fine. So this is how. So we can see that gene editing, change in the genetic makeup, can be conducted with the help of CRISPR-Cas9 technology. Gene editing can be conducted with the help of CRISPR-Cas9 technology. But CRISPR-Cas9 has been criticized also. And CRISPR-Cas9 technology has been criticized because it is also responsible for development of designer babies. Designer babies का मतलब है कि जो babies पेरेंट्स चाहते हैं कि जिस जिस कैरेक्टरिस्टिक उसमें मौजूद रहे वो सारे मौजूद रहेंगे. So if CRISPR-Cas9 technology is used for removing diseases, it's very good. But if CRISPR-Cas9 technology is used for fulfilling the aspiration of parents, that's not good. And any kind of alteration that you would be doing in the genetic makeup would have repercussions in subsequent generations. What about that? It is responsible for changing the characteristic of the embryos. What about that? Clear? So we can see in CRISPR-Cas9 technology can be used for designer babies. That's not good. That's uncalled for. But using this technology, a scientist, his name was Jayant. Using this technology, a scientist whose name was Jayant developed twins who have innate resistance to HIV. Who have innate resistance to HIV. HIV means what? The virus which is responsible for. देखो जीन थेरेपी रिप्रोडक्शन सेल्स के लिए यूज ही नहीं होता है. रिप्रोडक्टिव सेल्स के लिए वो कारगर ही नहीं है, सक्सेसफुल ही नहीं है. तो इसका मतलब है कि जो जेनेटिक डिसऑर्डर पर्सन में है वो तो रिप्रोडक्टिव सेल्स के थ्रू सब्सिक्वेंट जनरेशन में जा सकता है. सोमेटिक सेल्स के लिए जीन थेरेपी यूज हुआ है तो ठीक है, मेरे सोमेटिक सेल्स है तो सोमेटिक सेल्स मतलब बॉडी सेल्स, रिप्रोडक्टिव सेल्स मतलब आपके गैमेट्स. तो अगर सोमेटिक सेल से मेरे डिसऑर्डर ठीक हो रहे हैं लेकिन मेरे रिप्रोडक्टिव सेल में है तो वो तो नेक्स्ट मेरे बच्चे में चला जाएगा. Then again gene therapy would be used. So there is a problem in gene therapy that it cannot be used for reproductive cell. लेकिन for reproductive cells, ये याद रखें, for reproductive cells, for gametes, CRISPR-Cas9 technology can be used. For embryos, CRISPR-Cas9 technology can be used. Clear? So gene editing in gametes or gene editing in embryos, we can use this kind of technology. Fine. So this kind of technology. Now, a Chinese scientist, his name was Jayant. He developed twins who have innate resistance to HIV, and this was developed using CRISPR-Cas9 technology. CRISPR-Cas9 technology have innate resistance to HIV. These twins were developed using CRISPR-Cas9 technology. Clear? CRISPR-Cas9 technology. Now we can see that how this was developed. This scientist altered a gene in our genetic makeup, which is called CCR5, and by using CRISPR-Cas9 technology, prepared a mutated version of this gene called CCR5 delta 32. Clear? Now, what he did was he took a gene which is called CCR5 in our body, and by using CRISPR-Cas9 technology, he prepared a mutated version of this gene. And that's called as CCR5 delta 32. Clear? Delta 32. And through this, they have inbuilt resistance to HIV उनको नहीं हो सकता है क्योंकि उनमें रेजिस्टेंस है HIV के लिए, क्योंकि वो अलाउ ही नहीं करेंगे HIV वायरस को इस म्यूटेटेड वर्जन के कारण। तो ये थोड़ा सा याद रखना है CRISPR Cas9 टेक्नोलॉजी में। क्लियर? अब देखो थोड़ा सा करना है GM क्रॉप्स। GM क्रॉप्स, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट GM क्रॉप्स, और उसके बाद डिजीजेस भी साथ साथ तो हो जाएगा पूरा, उसके बाद क्वेश्चंस ढेर सारे डिस्कस कर लिए जाएंगे। नाउ व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट, and don't say that again that practically, sir, it is possible to remember all these things. I can remember all these things, only few things I forget, otherwise everything is present in here. So please try to work hard, and you are all young people, you can do it. Clear? So you are all young people, you can do it, you can make it. When teachers have worked on you, so please try to work hard and you will qualify, no problem. People like you only who qualify. There's no some extraordinary horns on these people they have that they qualify. No, people like you only qualify. Don't worry about that. Clear? So just work hard and just try to develop or in your knowledge base, and everything would be fine. So don't worry. I am saying that again. I am saying for environment, these things, class notes, whatever I have given on the slide, questions which the institute has given for you, every day 10 questions, go to that. There's nothing but a reflection of some questions they would be giving additional. Clear? The charts that I have provided to you, in the carbon market, can the resource be transferred from the private sector to the state? Yes, yes, it can be done. Now and then India EN book, particularly the environment section, the list I have given to you of wildlife sanctuaries and national parks, so specific animals in that, go through that, contemporary issues of 1 year, 1.5 years, and you can see that the questions would be from there only. Clear? Questions would be from there only. For animal species, I have told you what to do. This would be there. Biotechnology, this much, and the questions that have been given to you on biotechnology. So let's discuss those questions also, so that everything is clear to you. Fine. Now see, diseases also we have to cover some. So let's hurry up. Now we say GM crops, genetically modified crops, or we say that these are also called as transgenic crops. When we talk about transgenic crops or GM crops, first thing is they are suitable for different climatic conditions. Suitable for different climatic conditions. Suitable for different climatic conditions. First. Second, as far as GM crops are concerned, they are used for removing diseases. Removing diseases, which can be seen in plants. Third thing is what? That they are used for biofortification. Biofortification is the process through which nutrient content in the plants would be enhanced. So that would be called as biofortification. And then not only this, we can see that these types of crops are also not only removing, enhance agricultural production. Enhance agricultural production. There are many examples, but the first GM crop which was developed was genetically modified tobacco. Clear? Genetically modified tobacco. And the first GM food crop which was developed, first GM crop and first GM food crop which was developed was genetically modified tomato. So this was called as what? It was called as flavor saver. Genetically modified tomato which was called as flavor saver. Clear? But there are many examples of GM crop. One such example of GM crop is called as golden rice. Golden rice has a golden rice is a transgenic crop, and rice has a deficiency of what? Rice has a deficiency of beta carotene. Beta carotene means that this would be This would be transforming into retinol. When beta carotene enters our body, it transforms into retinol or vitamin A inside the body. So it means that rice is not supplying our body with vitamin A. Clear? Rice is not supplying our body with vitamin A. So it converts into retinol or vitamin A inside the body. Clear? Vitamin A inside the body. So that's called as beta carotene. And we can see there's a deficiency in that. So a rice was developed, transgenic crop was developed, which was called as golden rice. And the purpose was to remove this drawback. So golden rice also has beta carotene. So this drawback of lacking of beta carotene in rice was removed. So for that purpose, golden rice was developed. But there's another variety which is called as super rice. Super rice was developed by scientists of Italy. Italy. Clear? Rice also not only has a deficiency of beta carotene but also of iron and zinc. Clear? So transgenic variety was developed by the scientists of Italy, and the zinc content was enhanced twice and the iron content was enhanced 4 times. So this variety of rice is called as super rice. Clear? But in India, we can see 3 varieties are a much debated concern. One is BT cotton. BT cotton is also called as BG3 cotton. BG3 cotton. And this was BT cotton, BG3 cotton, and this was developed by a company. And that company is called as what? That company is named as Monsanto. Clear? Monsanto is what? Monsanto is nothing but a US firm. Clear? That company is called as what? It's called as Monsanto. Let's complete that. Monsanto. This is a US company. Now, cotton suffers from a disease which is called as bollworm disease. The balls of cotton are affected by this disease, and to remove this BT cotton was developed. Clear? Now we can see that the genes were taken from bacterium, and the bacterium was called as what? Called as Bacillus thuringiensis. That's why it is called as, it's a soil bacterium, and this was called as Bacillus thuringiensis. Clear? And the gene which were included for this purpose, the gene were taken for this purpose included Cry1AC, Cry1AB, and Cry9C, Cry1AC, Cry1AB, or Cry9C. And these genes would be called as what? These genes would be called as protoxins. मतलब ये सारे जो जीन है वो एसेंशियली प्रोटीन है, लेकिन अगर इन्वायरमेंट ऑल्टर हो जाएगा, दे वुड बी कन्वर्टिंग इनटू टॉक्सिक सब्सटेंसेस, टॉक्सिन्स. और किस इन्वायरमेंट में दे वुड बी कन्वर्टिंग इनटू टॉक्सिक? अल्कलाइन. तो ये इन्वायरमेंट इन्हें कहां मिलेगा? इट वुड बी इन द गट ऑफ इंसेक्ट, causing bollworm. गट ऑफ इंसेक्ट. तो गट जो है इंसेक्ट का, जिसके कारण बोलवर्म है, तो वो उसका इन्वायरमेंट जो है दैट्स अल्कलाइन. हमारे जो गट है वो एसिडिक है, हमारे गट में नहीं कन्वर्ट होगा. सो द गट ऑफ इंसेक्ट कॉजिंग बोलवर्म इज अल्कलाइन, and they would be getting activated in the gut. They would be converting from protein into toxic substances in the gut. And then we can see that when this happens, pores would be formed on the guts. And this would lead to the death of the insect. Clear? So that's how it is removed. BT cotton was cultivated on a large scale in states like Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan. It was said to be associated with pharmaceuticals, which is wrong. Rashes on the skin of farmers developed, which is wrong. 70% of cotton which is still cultivated today is nothing but BT cotton only. Clear? But second is the story of what is called as BT brinjal. BT brinjal. Clear? And when you talk about BT brinjal suffers from a disease. कभी काटा होगा तो देखा होगा आपने, which is called as fruit and shoot borer disease. Fruit and shoot borer disease, because of which the production of brinjal is less. Clear? So company called Mexico, a company whose name was Mexico, developed a variety of brinjal which is called as BT brinjal by taking the same gene, that is cry gene, from the same bacterium, cry gene from the same bacterium were taken. Fine. And this was developed. But GAC, that is your Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, जो Government of India की है, it gave approval for cultivation of BT brinjal in 2009. Clear? But there were a number of campaigns against it. कई सारे campaigns थे उसके against. Clear? And because of these campaigns, what happened was that this was disallowed. Clear? Because of these campaigns, it was disallowed. So moratorium was imposed. Moratorium was imposed on the cultivation of BT brinjal. And then we can see after that, GM mustard came into picture. Had it been cultivated, this would have become the first transgenic food crop to be cultivated in India. After this, we can see GM mustard was developed. See, when you talk about mustard, there are two problems in mustard. One is when you cultivate mustard, weeds develop. To remove this weed, the commonly used herbicide in India is called as glufosinate. Glufosinate is a herbicide which has been developed by Bayer company. Clear? But when you use this herbicide to remove the weeds, not only weeds die, but also mustard gets destroyed. So that's a problem, that not only the weeds हाँ रुको एक मिनट. कैंपेन हुआ क्यों हुआ? कैंपेन इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि उसके पहले जब बीटी कॉटन कल्टीवेट किए थे, क्लियर, तो उसके अगेंस्ट बहुत सारे एलिगेशंस थे that this is associated with what? This is associated with the farmer suicide in Maharashtra. Clear? This is used for farmer suicide in Maharashtra. लेकिन ये सारे के सारे गलत थे. क्लियर? तो कई सारे कैंपेन हुए थे बीटी ब्रिंजल के कल्टीवेशन के लिए. उससे पहले बहुत सारे रिपोर्ट्स थे कि बीटी कॉटन के कारण ये हुआ, बीटी कॉटन के कारण वो हुआ. तो बीटी ब्रिंजल को इसलिए कल्टीवेट नहीं किया गया क्योंकि कई सारे आंदोलन हुआ उसके लिए. जीन कैंपेन हुआ था, सुमन सहाय उसको हेड की थी. उसके बाद मुझे याद है खेती विरासत मिशन, डॉक्टर उमेंद्र दत्त उसे हेड किए थे. वैसे तो अब वो पूछेगा नहीं क्योंकि वो तो उस समय की बात थी, इसीलिए मैं पढ़ा भी नहीं रहा हूँ. नवधन्या था, नवधन्या is headed by noted environmentalist, her name is Vandana Shiva. CSE थी, Center for Science and Environment, which is headed by Dr. Sunita Narayan. लेकिन अब के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में वो रेलिवेंट नहीं है, तो ये याद नहीं रखना है. क्लियर? Fine. This cannot be done. See, one question I have missed, and that is your CAR T cell therapy. CAR T cell therapy का मतलब क्या है? CAR T cell therapy जनरली कैंसर के पेशेंट के लिए यूज करते हैं. क्लियर? कैंसर के पेशेंट के लिए यूज करते हैं. और जो हमारे इम्यून सेल्स होते हैं ना, वो अलग अलग टाइप के सेल्स होते हैं. तो एक होता है उसमें जिसको हम लोग कहते हैं टी सेल्स. तो टी सेल्स जो है इम्यून सेल्स, उसको हम लोग कलेक्ट करते हैं एक जगह, क्यों? इम्यून सिस्टम है ना, एंटीबॉडी है. तो इम्यून टी सेल्स को कलेक्ट करके उसमें एक यूज किया जाता है कार, जिसको कहते हैं कैमरिक एंटीजन रिसेप्टर. और इस टेक्नोलॉजी को कलेक्ट करके टी सेल को वो डालकर और उसके बाद कैंसर पेशेंट को क्योर करते हैं. तो इसको कहते हैं कार टेक्नोलॉजी. तो ये याद रखेंगे कि टी सेल्स को एंटीबॉडी, मैंने उससे बोला था, बेसिकली वो टी सेल्स हैं. क्लियर? सो T cells would be used, and these cells are collected, and then the chimeric antigen receptors are used, and this would be used for these T cells, and then these antibodies would be used for curing. That's called as cancer patient. It's called as CAR T cell therapy as such. Now, next thing that you have to know in this is what is called as GM mustard. I have discussed that. When you talk about GM mustard, mustard cultivation includes some basic problem. Clear? In mustard cultivation, we can see there's a big problem. First problem is that weeds develop in mustard, and to remove these weeds, तो मुझे लगता है वो ब्रिंजल समझ आ गया. Now to remove these weeds, we use what? We used a commonly used herbicide is used in India, and that's called as what? That's called as glufosinate. Glufosinate को develop किया था, just one second. Glufosinate was developed by Bayer. It was developed by Bayer. Bayer क्या है? German firm है. Clear? Bayer is a German firm, and this firm developed glufosinate. This is a herbicide. Herbicide है glufosinate. लेकिन जब इसे आप स्प्रे करते हैं तो वीड्स ही नहीं डैमेज होते हैं, मस्टर्ड भी डैमेज हो जाते हैं. क्लियर? और दूसरा प्रॉब्लम है मस्टर्ड कल्टीवेशन में. सेकंड प्रॉब्लम इन मस्टर्ड कल्टीवेशन इज दैट व्हेन यू टॉक अबाउट mustard, we can see that when you talk about mustard, we can see that mustard is a self-pollinating crop. Hybrid varieties mustard के possible ही नहीं है. Self-pollinating crop. So hybrid varieties are not possible. So what was done? That a team of scientists headed by Dr. Deepak Pentel, a team of scientists headed by Dr. Deepak Pentel is from Delhi University. DU लिख देता हूँ यहाँ पर ताकि याद रहे. Now they developed transgenic variety of mustard which is called as GM mustard, and this is called as what? This is also called as Dhara mustard hybrid 11. Dhara mustard hybrid 11. So what they did was they took a bacterium called Streptomyces, and from this bacterium they took two varieties of mustard also. One variety is called as the Indian variety, which was called as Varuna, and second variety is called as what? It's called as Hera. Hera is the East European variety. So one variety is called as Varuna, and second variety is called as Hera. Clear? Second variety is called as Hera. Fine. Now, what was done? That from Streptomyces, a gene was taken. Clear? And this gene is called as what? This gene is called as Barney's. This was introduced in Varuna for making it what? Making it male sterilized. Male sterilized means that the female part would be functioning, but the male part won't be functioning. Clear? For making it male sterilized. Another gene was taken from Streptomyces, and this was introduced in Hera. Now this is called as what? This is called as Barastar. Another gene was taken, and this was introduced in Hera, and this is called as Barastar. Clear? And this is for just the reverse impact. उसको पानी है, चाय बोलना थोड़ा सा. This is for the just reverse impact. It means that this would be becoming female sterilized. Female sterilized. Clear? Fine. And then what was done? That some additional genes were added in Varna. And these additional genes were added in Varna for making it herbicide tolerant. Herbicide tolerant means that if you sprinkle herbicide on it, nothing happens. Clear? So it won't get destroyed. And then what was? Cross pollination was conducted. Cross pollination मतलब मेल तो यहाँ है और फीमेल यहाँ है. So cross pollination was conducted. Now cross pollination was conducted between Hera and Varuna, and we can see that after this, the variety which developed. After this, the variety which developed is called as what? It's called at that's hybrid varieties which developed is called as GM mustard, or is called as DMH11. DMH11. Clear? This is HT. HT means that this is herbicide tolerant. So it means that if you cultivate this variety of mustard, ये याद रखना है, बार्नेस, बास्तार, वरुणा, हीरा, ठीक है, Hera, not Hira. Now all these things. Now if you cultivate this variety in the field, and then weeds would be developing. So suppose, just one second. You sprinkle glufosinate over it. The weeds would be destroyed, but not the mustard. Clear? The weeds would be destroyed, but not the mustard. Fine. Not the mustard. So this is called as GM mustard. Now, एक थोड़ा और याद रख लो खाली, अगर मान लो पूछ देते हैं तो कोई ठिकाना नहीं इनका. Now, the government of India is also considering, in fact, the GEAC is also considering giving approval to a variety of cotton which is called as BG2RRF cotton. Clear? BG2RRF cotton. Already BG3 cotton, that is BT cotton, we have in India. BG2RRF cotton. And this cotton, for this cotton, we would be using a herbicide which is called as what? It's called as glyphosate. We would be using a herbicide which is called as glyphosate. And as far as BG2RRF cotton is concerned, when you talk about BG2RRF cotton, we can see that this cotton consists of, this is HT variety of cotton first of all. So this is herbicide tolerant HT variety of cotton. Clear? And this was originally owned by Monsanto, but now has been purchased by Bayer as such. Clear? And this herbicide tolerant variety of cotton would be having, this cotton RRF has genes taken from, and genes have been taken from soil bacterium, and these genes include what? Cry1AC, sorry, Cry1AC, Cry2AB, clear? Cry9C. So this has been used from, taken from soil bacterium, and then from agrobacterium, a gene CP4EPSPS. This gene has been taken. Just remember the genes. Just remember this genes. देखो क्रॉस कैसे होगा? सेल्फ है तो आपने जेनेटिकली ऑल्टर किया है मस्टर्ड को दो वेराइटीज लेकर. किसके लिए? क्रॉस पॉलिनेशन करने के लिए ही. एक में सिर्फ मेल पार्ट है, एक में सिर्फ फीमेल पार्ट है, तभी क्रॉस पॉलिनेशन हो रहा है. क्लियर? Fine. So this is a thing that you have to do. Now, mustard assay, generally mustard, naturally they are self-pollinating. So we have altered genetically so that cross-pollination can take place. Clear? This much. Now you have to cover up some diseases. Let's cover up some diseases. Now there's a term which is called as epidemic. Epidemic. Epidemic means if the number of reported cases of a disease is greater than should have been at that period of the time of the year, the disease would be called as epidemic. मान लो कि उस समय जितना वो डिजीज का केसेस होना चाहिए उससे ज्यादा हो, so then it's called as epidemic. So if the number of cases of a disease is greater than should have been at that period of the time of the year, the disease would be called as epidemic. But if the disease is transnational in nature, if the disease engulfs a large geographical area and is transnational in nature, clear? And for this disease, the WHO says that the world community has not developed proper immunological response. उनके पास response है ही नहीं. Then the disease will be called as what? The disease will be called as pandemic. Clear? Pandemic can be in the form of what is called as zoonotic diseases. Pandemic can be in the form of what is called as zoonotic diseases. Now, zoonotic diseases would be taking place from vertebrates to humans. Animals से humans मत लिखना. Vertebrates to humans. Clear? And zoonotic diseases, sometimes we can see that bats are reservoir of viruses. Bats are considered to be reservoir of viruses. But these viruses which are present in the bats, they do not affect bats because bats have long flying hours. They are having long flying hours which develops their body heat and in turn develops their immune system, which develops their body heat and in turn develops their immune system. So these kind of bats would be having long flying hours as such. Clear? First thing is clear to us. Second thing that you have to know in this case is what? That as far as bats are concerned, they have long flying hours, but the question is that the viruses are spilling over from that. One reason for that is loss of habitat, and due to global warming and climate change, we can see one reason for spread of zoonotic diseases is called as triple recombination of genes. इसे क्या कहते हैं? Triple recombination of genes. Now let's see what is triple recombination of genes and how it is responsible for spread of zoonotic diseases. अब एक एक करके देखो. For example, when you talk about swine flu, swine flu is caused by a virus which is called as H1N1A. Clear? Now H and N are two different types of proteins which are present in the virus. Proteins which are present in the virus. H stands for what? Stands for hemagglutinin, and N stands for neuraminidase. लेकिन ये नहीं पूछेंगे आपको. A is what? A is influenza A. Clear? Influenza A. So swine flu virus is influenza A type of virus. When we talk about influenza, there are three types of influenza. One is called as influenza A. Second is called as influenza B, and third would be called as influenza C. But majority number of organisms would be affected by whom? It would be affected by influenza A. Clear? So we can see that as far as influenza A is concerned, influenza A affects a large number of organisms. For example, swines, for example, birds, for example, humans, whales, seals, etc., horses. लेकिन स्वाइन को अफेक्ट करने वाले जो इन्फ्लुएंजा ए वायरस हैं वो सिर्फ स्वाइन्स को अफेक्ट करेंगे, ह्यूमंस को नहीं अफेक्ट करेंगे. व्हाई? बिकॉज द इम्यून सिस्टम ऑफ ह्यूमंस इज डेवलप्ड अगेंस्ट दैट वायरस. क्लियर? Immune system of humans is developed against the virus, and similarly the virus affecting humans won't be affecting the swines naturally. Won't be affecting the swines naturally because the immune system of swines is developed against the human virus. But in case of swine flu, what is happening? That the swine influenza A virus is not only affecting humans, but it is getting transmitted from humans to humans also. It's not only affecting humans, but it's getting transmitted from humans to humans also. And how that happens? Suppose this is swine influenza A virus. Influenza A virus. And this is human influenza A virus. Now, this is not going to affect humans. And this is not, humans virus is not going to affect swines. लेकिन हैबिटेट लॉस के कारण, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण, द वायरस स्वाइन इन्फ्लुएंजा ए वायरस जो है वो स्वाइन से स्पिल करेंगे. दे वुड बी स्पिलिंग फ्रॉम स्वाइन एंड दे वुड बी रीचिंग एन इंटरमीडिएट मीडियम. They would be reaching an intermediate medium, which in this case is what? Which in this case is birds. And the human influenza virus, the human virus also reaches the intermediate medium. The human virus also reaches the intermediate medium. Humans also come in contact with the intermediate medium, which is birds. तो birds भी इन्फ्लुएंजा ए से अफेक्ट होता है, ह्यूमंस भी इन्फ्लुएंजा ए से अफेक्ट होते हैं, और स्वाइन्स भी इन्फ्लुएंजा ए से अफेक्ट होते हैं. तो बर्ड का इन्फ्लुएंजा ए का वायरस अलग है, ह्यूमन का इन्फ्लुएंजा ए वायरस अलग है, और स्वाइन का इन्फ्लुएंजा ए वायरस अलग है. स्वाइन इन्फ्लुएंजा ए वायरस यहाँ पहुंचा है, तो बर्ड्स का भी वायरस है यहाँ पर और ह्यूमन के भी वायरस है यहाँ पर. तो क्या होगा? What happens that the swine virus goes genetic alteration. The swine virus goes genetic alteration. It gains genetic material. It gains genetic material. Genetic material from human virus, and also bird virus. But it is a swine virus. It is gaining genetic alteration. जेनेटिक ऑल्ट्रेशन है, तो जेनेटिक मटेरियल वो गेन कर रहा है किससे? ह्यूमन वायरस से और द बर्ड वायरस, बट प्रेडोमिनेंटली अ स्वाइन वायरस. सो अ हाइब्रिड वायरस वुड रिजल्ट, and this is H1N1A. So H1N1A is predominantly a swine virus, but it is a hybrid of swine, bird, and predominantly human virus. This has the ability to affect humans. Clear? This has the ability to affect humans. ये देखो फिर से वापस swine के पास चला जाएगा. But if humans come in contact with swines, they have the ability to affect humans as such. So this is called as what? This is called as swine flu virus, H1N1A. Similarly क्या होगा? मान लो bird flu में, bird flu का क्या वायरस है? बर्ड फ्लू इज मच इन द न्यूज, H5N1A. इसको कहते हैं हम लोग क्या? इसको कहते हैं एवियन इन्फ्लुएंजा. आजकल अंटार्कटिका में हो रहा है, सील्स वगैरह में देखा गया है. क्लियर? और बर्ड फ्लू में क्या है? बर्ड्स यहां पर होंगे, ह्यूमंस यहां है, लेकिन इंटरमीडिएट मीडियम इज व्हाट? इंटरमीडिएट मीडियम इज स्वाइन्स. एंड दिस ट्रिपल रिकॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ जीन्स, this genetic alteration which is called as triple recombination of genes, क्योंकि तीन चीज यहां पर है, इसे कहते हैं क्या? इस प्रोसेस को कहते हैं ट्रिपल रिकॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ जीन्स. वो स्वाइन फ्लू में भी है, ट्रिपल रिकॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ जीन्स. This process would be in this case also, and the resultant virus is H5N1A. This is bird flu virus. Clear? Remember that bird flu is in news. Avian influenza कहाँ हुआ है? ये अंटार्कटिका में बर्ड्स में हुआ है, बार बार रिपोर्ट कर रही है पेपर. और bird flu spreads from bird and bird products to humans. I'm saying that bird flu spreads from bird and bird products to humans, but never spreads from humans to humans. Clear? Bird flu spreads from bird and bird products to humans, but it never spreads from human to human as such. First. Second thing that you have to know is that similarly, agar dekho, another thing that you have to say is that there was a disease which was called as SARS. 2003 में ये हुआ था. कोरोना वायरस इसके लिए भी रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, और कोरोना वायरस एक ही जगह से ओरिजिनेट करता है, एंड दैट इज बैट्स. सो ट्रिपल रिकॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ जीन्स यहां भी हुआ, बैट्स यहां है. देन सेकंड इज व्हाट? ह्यूमंस, but the intermediate medium was civet, an animal called civet. So triple coronavirus, which was responsible for spread of SARS 2003 Southeast Asia में, East Asia में. This is called as severe acute respiratory syndrome. Severe acute respiratory syndrome. So it spread in 2003, and the coronavirus came from bats only, and this was responsible for spread of this disease, and this was a respiratory problem mainly. See, coronavirus was known to humans every time, but they never turned fatal. For the first time it turned fatal for humans was in SARS. Then we can see another disease which was called as MARS. That's your Middle East respiratory syndrome. Middle East respiratory syndrome. Clear? Respiratory syndrome. And as far as Middle East respiratory syndrome is concerned, and we can see that for this purpose, and this happened in the Middle East, more than 100 people died. In this case also, bat is the origination. Humans are here, but the intermediate medium is camels. Triple recombination takes place in this case also. Clear? And the coronavirus is responsible for. But the coronavirus that we know today, that is your disease, is called as what's called as SARS-CoV-2. SARS-CoV-2. And the coronavirus that we know today is as far as the coronavirus is concerned, this virus, this disease spread in 2019-20 on a large scale, and here is bats. Triple recombination of genes takes, here is humans, but the intermediate medium is pangolin. Pangolin has been reported to be the intermediate medium. So in some case we know the intermediate medium, but in some case we do not know the intermediate medium. Clear? Some case we know the intermediate medium, but in some case we do not know the intermediate medium as such. Next thing that you have to see is that there's a disease which is going to affect us on a large scale, and is as the number of reported cases from India, also maximum number of reported cases from India, and that is called as what? It is called as cervical cancer. Now this takes place in the case of females. When we say cervix, cervix is an area in female which is just above the vagina and below the uterus, and any malignant neoplasm of that area, tumor neoplasm of that area, is called as what? Is called as cervical cancer. Clear? And this happens due to a virus which is called as HPV, human papilloma virus. Papilloma virus. So this happens due to virus HPV, for which there is a test which is called as Pap smear test. For which there is a test which is called as Pap smear test. Clear? This happens due to a virus called HPV, and for which there is a test which is called as Pap smear test. Fine. Now we can see Pap smear test. Now it's not that HPV does not affect male. HPV also affects males, but in males it is responsible for genital warts. In female it is responsible for cervical cancer. This can be, cervical cancer means in India, main reason for cervical cancer is what? Improper knowledge of, particularly in rural areas, it is improper knowledge of health and sanitation. Improper knowledge of health and sanitation, cervical cancer. Clear? And for this purpose, there are two developed vaccine. One is called as Cervarix, and second is called as Gardasil. One is called as Cervarix, and second is called as Gardasil. So we can see that both Cervarix and Gardasil are more than 90% effective. More than 90% effective. But when we talk about cervical cancer, we can see that the government is taking some steps. And initially, when Gardasil was used on a trial basis, a girl died, because of which, maybe that the girl died because of some other reason. But there was an uproar in the media that the girl died due to this only, and that's why this vaccination process was derailed. And again, the number of cases of cervical cancer spurted up in India. Clear, the number of cases of cervical cancer spurted up in India. Let's see some of the questions through diseases. Some of the questions on disease. See, after this, we'll discuss one more topic. That's your antibiotic resistance and some diseases which happens to be news. Consider the following statement and select the correct code. Bacteriophages are viruses present in the soil. They are named bacteriophages, but they are viruses present in the soil. That's correct. It can be used to fight antibiotic resistance. Let's see what is antibiotic resistance and then discuss. Low temperature is responsible for horizontal transference of ARGs. All these things are correct. Horizontal transference of ARGs will come study just now. Let's complete this and then we study antibiotic resistance and then we solve the questions. Now that's true. So 1, 2, 3 would be the correct. Now consider the following and select the correct code. Now take this not as a test, but take this as a material only, because these diseases are in news. West Nile virus, etc. Consider the following and select the correct code. Marburg virus belongs to the Ebola family. That's correct. It has 22 to 80% or 88% of fatality rate, death rate, very high. And there is no approved therapy for the drugs of this disease. That's correct. So everything is correct in this also. Now, let's see the next question. Which among the following gases can be used to fight antibiotic resistance? And that's your nothing but कार्बन मोनोक्साइड. और देखो इसमें जितने भी वेरिएंट्स दिए हुए सब करेक्टली मैच्ड हैं तुम्हारे लिए, कि जानो याद रखो कि कौन कौन से वेरिएंट है और कहाँ कहाँ से आए हैं. नाम भी दिया वेरिएंट का. वैसे यूपीएससी उतनी दूर नहीं जाएगी, लेकिन फिर भी अगर आते हैं तो थोड़ा जान जाएंगे. तो फर्स्ट ऑप्शन वुड बी द करेक्ट ऑप्शन एज सच. फर्स्ट ऑप्शन is your correct option for. Which one among the following is the correct incorrect statement about West Nile virus? देखो सारे स्टेटमेंट सही हैं. डिजीज ट्रांसमिट होता है मॉस्किटो बाइट से. मॉस्किटो में सलाइवा इन्फेक्ट सैलिवरी ग्लैंड से होता है वो. डीएनए सिर्फ इसके जेनेटिक मटेरियल नहीं है, आरएनए जेनेटिक मटेरियल है. लेकिन ये भी याद रखो, अगर मान लो आरएनए इज द जेनेटिक मटेरियल ऑफ अ वायरस, then that kind of virus is called as what? It's called as retrovirus. And this replicates with the help of an enzyme. And this enzyme is called as what? It's called as reverse transcriptase. तो जितने भी अभी नए नए वायरस है ना, सब सारे के सारे रेट्रोवायरस हैं. इबोला वायरस, HIV वायरस, all these are nothing but retrovirus. Next. So the RNA is a genetic material called as retrovirus. HIV देखो retrovirus है, Ebola retrovirus है, clear. Then the West Nile virus is a retrovirus. Nipah virus is a retrovirus. All these are retrovirus. See, which one of the following is incorrect about Nipah virus disease? तो सारे के सारे स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट हैं. रेयर ब्रेन फीवर है. फ्लाइंग फॉक्सेस मतलब फ्रूट बैट से ही ट्रांसमिट होते हैं. ट्रांसमिट प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स इंक्लूड वैक्सीनेशन, ये गलत है. अभी तक कोई वैक्सीन ही नहीं डेवलप हुआ. क्लियर. सो प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स इंक्लूड वैक्सीनेशन. दैट्स रॉन्ग बिकॉज नो वैक्सीन हैज बीन डेवलप्ड. Which one of the following statement is related to Kala-Azar is correct? Incorrect. India has targeted to eradicate Kala-Azar by 2023. The target, the date is also gone. So India has not attained. But This target was made by India. That's correct. This disease is transmitted due to protozoan parasite. इस protozoan parasite का क्या नाम है? इसका नाम है Leishmania donovani. This is called as Leishmania donovani. Clear? Leishmania. Oh my God. Let me rewrite it again. Leishmania donovani, so that you don't miss it. You can copy that. Clear? It results in spleen and liver enlargement. That's true. The protozoan parasite is transmitted due to mosquito bite. It's not mosquito bite, but it is transmitted due to the sandflies. Sandflies are responsible for transmission. Clear? तो एक तो प्रोटोजोन पैरासाइट का नाम है लेशमेनिया डोनोवाइन और सैंड फ्लाई से ट्रांसमिट होते हैं. क्लियर? लेट्स मूव फॉरवर्ड. Which one of the following statement related to monkeypox is incorrect? Monkeypox is incorrect. Monkeypox belongs to category of pox viruses. सही है. Everything is correct. सिर्फ एक गलत है. Monkeypox has been reported in India. No reported cases of monkeypox in India. Clear? No reported case of monkeypox in India. So that's incorrect. Which one of the following related to tomato fever is incorrect? सारे के सारे correct हैं. एक ही incorrect है. And that is what? The rashes on the skin appear to be just like and last for 1 week. It lasts for 2 to 4 weeks. चिल्ड्रन में ही होते हैं. कॉक्सैकी वायरस ही इसके लिए जिम्मेवार है. 2 वेरिएंट इसके, कॉक्सैकी A6 और कॉक्सैकी A16. Clear? Which among the following is responsible for spread of lumpy skin disease? That is Capri Fox virus. Lumpy skin disease cattles में होते हैं. Wounds develop हो जाते हैं. Lumps जो burst करके wounds में बन जाएंगे. So that's called as lumpy skin disease. Clear? Now let's solve those questions which have been provided to you in the form of set 4 and also set 5. And then we discuss antibiotic resistance. We say time for antibiotic resistance. Then the class would be over. Clear? Let's discuss that. First one is 4. See the first question. The term Barcelona Convention is sometimes mentioned in the news in the context of what? It is mentioned in the context of protection of Mediterranean Sea against marine pollution. When you talk about marine pollution can be of different types. It can be plastic pollution, it can be oil pollution. Clear? So shipping pollution is also marine pollution. Dumping of plastic waste by the riverine contributors would be also considered as marine pollution. So this is for that purpose only. Clear? Now, as far as the second question is concerned, that with reference to World Meteorological Organization, consider the following statement. It's a specialized agency of UN, and World Meteorological Congress is the supreme decision-making body. That means the World Meteorological Congress has 12 region association for the coordination, and in fact it is see. And in 2023, 19th World Meteorological Congress elected president for a period of, see, how many statements are correct? Only 2. Clear? Only 2. First statement is correct. It's a specialized agency of UN. But to say that the second statement is correct is wrong. Because the World Meteorological Congress is the supreme decision-making body. It's not the supreme decision-making body. Clear? It's not the supreme decision-making body. World Meteorological Congress, no, it is the supreme but we can see that that meets annually. It does not meet annually. It meets after every 4 years. So that's 4 years that you have to remember. Clear? So it meets after 4 years. And we can see, so second is incorrect. Now, the World Meteorological Congress has 12 region association. It does not have 12 region association. We can see that 6 regional associations are present. And World Meteorological Congress, and we can see the World Meteorological Congress has 12 regions. So this is only nothing but 6 regions are there. And last one is correct. So we can see first is correct and 4 is incorrect. So only 2 correct statements are there. Recently, climate countdown clock report was featured in the news. Which organization launched this report? This report was launched in a journal, and that was called as the Earth System Science. So this is not in international agency, energy agency, or International Maritime Organization or the World Maritime Organization which launched this. And this is about what? It is about the alarming situation which has occurred in the recent past in the world because of the growing impact of global warming and climate change. Clear? Next is what? See, with reference to key impacts of heat waves, consider the following. देखो कौन कौन से पेनफुल मसल, ये सारे के सारे, all these impacts are nothing but right only, all these impacts. See, but when you talk about heat wave is a condition in which the temperature is above 40 degrees centigrade, and this should be at least 5 degrees centigrade above normal. But there's a situation which is called as heat stress, or which is called as wet bulb condition. Wet bulb condition means that the temperature is above 35 degrees centigrade, but the relative humidity is above 75%. So what happens that the sweat which should evaporate from the body is not evaporating, and the heat is retained inside the body, so it disallows the spread of uh, uh, evaporation of sweat from the body, and this allows the body to get cooler also. So all 4 are nothing but correct. With reference to the following wet bulb condition, देखो मैंने बताया वही. Now, it is the ambient, it is the lowest temperature to which air can be cooled. The correct answer is, it is the lowest temperature to which air can be cooled by evaporation of water into the air at a constant pressure. क्योंकि इसमें क्या वेट बल्ब से कंडीशन, हीट स्ट्रेस को ही कहते हैं वेट बल्ब कंडीशन. तो ये याद रखें कि हीट वेव में टेम्परेचर इज अबव 40 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड, 5 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड अबव नॉर्मल, और हीट स्ट्रेस या वेट बल्ब कंडीशन में the temperature should be above 35 degree centigrade and the humidity is above 75 degree centigrade. Clear? तो अगर मान लो एक वेट क्लॉथ अगर आप मैक्सिमम मिनिमम थर्मामीटर पे निकाल देंगे, ऊपर से गुजार देंगे, तो टेम्परेचर वोंट इनहेंस. Clear? That's why it is the lowest temperature to which air can be cooled by the evaporation of water into the air at a constant pressure. Clear? This has resulted in India, because of which we can see a number of deaths has taken place in 2021 also, 2022 also. Clear? So this is called S. With reference to global declaration of river dolphins, consider the following statement. It is first of its kind. It is first of its kind to protect the river dolphins by 2030. It is signed by 14 nations that are home to world's population of river dolphins are also known as ambassadors of Amazon. देखो 14 कंट्री है, 14 कंट्री है जहां रिवर डॉल्फिन्स है, लेकिन साइन इसे किया है 11 कंट्रीज ने. क्लियर? So you can say how many of these statements are correct? Only 2. First is correct and the last is correct. River dolphins are also called as ambassadors of Amazon. Ambassadors of Amazon, why? Because wherever they move, river dolphins would be moving only when the water is pure. So whenever they would be moving, that reflects nothing but to keep the river ecosystem clean. That is required. Clear? So that's why they are called as ambassadors of the Amazon. Amazon is the lung of the earth. With reference to safety across Asia for global environment, consider the following. It focuses on connection between wildlife tracking and zoonotic diseases transmitted with the aim of preventing future pandemics. And how many of the statements are incorrect as such? Only one is incorrect. It is implemented by United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. It's implemented as a pilot project in South Asian countries. See, it's not implemented as a piracy. First statement is nothing but correct. Second statement is also correct. But to be implemented in South Asia, India वगैरह में तो implement ही नहीं हुआ है. It has been implemented where? It has been implemented in Thailand. Thailand is not a part of South Asia, but it's a part of Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Laos. So this would be the only statement which is incorrect in nature. Now with reference to Biodiversity Amendment Act of 2020, इसे याद रखें आप. This you have to remember. That's why I didn't teach, because everything has been mentioned only. That Ayush registered practitioners are exempted. See, first of all, that what is, all the three statements are correct. And just remember all these three statements. One, I have told you that the amendment which has taken place in Forest Conservation Act needs to be remembered. And second, this Ayush registered practitioner are exempted from giving prior intimidation to the State Biodiversity Board for accessing biological resources for commercial utilization. It decriminalized the offences for failure to get prior approval from authorities, and the number of ex officio members appointed by the central government has been raised to 16. All these are correct. And this is information that you have to remember. That's why I didn't teach also, because this is coming through questions only. And everything was correct. With reference to invasive alien species, consider the following statements. These are animal or plant species that are negatively impacting native biodiversity. That's correct. Nothing but correct. Fine. Climate change adds the spread of alien species. That's true. They are one of the 5 major direct drivers of biodiversity loss. See, when you talk about drivers of biodiversity loss, it is loss is due to land and sea use change. Loss is due to also direct exploitation of resources. Loss is also due to climate change and pollution. But invasive species is considered to be one of the drivers for the biodiversity loss. All these are nothing but correct. And the high-wise report recently seen in the news is related to mountain ecosystem. High-wise report क्या है? WISE means what? Water, ice, society and ecosystem. And this is meant for the protection of Hindu Kush region. And not only Hindu Kush region, but also Hindu Kush region of the Himalayas is meant for the protection of that. And to maintain the mountain development properly. We can see that as far as this report is concerned, the damage to this system is done, the cryosphere of this system is being damaged due to the adverse impact of global warming and climate change. When we talk about this region, there are 8 countries in the Hindu Kush areas, which includes we, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, our neighbors, Nepal, etc. So 8 countries, Afghanistan also, and Myanmar also is included in that. So that's for that purpose only. Now let's see the next. Let's see another one. Just one second. Let's open another file also. And दूसरा फाइल निकालो। सेकंड, हाँ, कहाँ भाग जाता है तुम लोग? चाय बोलो तो जैसे दी जाएगा। Let's see the next test. With reference to gene therapy, you can see which one of the following statement are correct. It is a method of correcting a gene defect by inserting a normal gene into the cell of a patient. It is more permanent and curative than bone marrow transplantation, and enzyme replacement. Now, what is the correct answer? Both are correct, because what you have done in gene therapy, just now you have studied. You have corrected a normal version gene has been used, so normal gene, and this is more permanent, so both statement would be correct only, because you have taken the faulty gene and prepared a normal version of the gene and then inserted this gene into the cell. With reference to molecular diagnosis, how can ELISA test technique be used to detect infection by now it is used. ELISA test is based on what? ELISA test is based for detecting diseases. By ELISA test is based on detecting antibodies as a response to the disease. Clear? Detecting antibodies as a response to the disease. That has been mentioned. But see, this test can fail when the virus is in the window period and no antibodies would be developed. When the virus is in the window period, then we say no antibodies. Then ELISA test can fail. Then we would be using nucleic acid amplification test also, which can be to detect the disease when it is in the window period itself. Which one of the following is correct about tissue culture? Tissue culture means what? A technique of regenerating plants from explants. And as far as explant is concerned, what is an explant? It is any part of a plant taken out and grown in a test tube. That's called as explant. Clear? So this third statement would be correct. Now the term, और इसे थोड़ा याद रखो, the case Gavi and Lymphedema, which were recently news. Now these are gene therapy for sickle cell diseases. There is a disease which is called as sickle cell anemia. The RBC जो है उसमें वो C shaped के हो जाते हैं, and this is due to the wrong the gene which have been taken from the parents. Clear? The wrong gene which has been taken from the parents. So, and this would be developing. Now, as far as this is concerned, as far as we say KSG technology is concerned, in this we are using what? We are using gene therapy. We are conducting gene therapy using CRISPR-Cas9 technology. Gene editing would be conducted using CRISPR-Cas9 technology. And as far as Lymphedema is concerned, in this we are using what? We are using nothing but lentivirus as a vector. So virus would be used as a vector and then the gene therapy be conducted. तो पहले केस में केस गेवी में हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? CRISPR-Cas9 टेक्नोलॉजी यूज कर रहे हैं, और लाइफेजेनिया में हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? वेक्टर के रूप में वायरस यूज कर सकते हैं ताकि जीन थेरेपी सिकल सेल डिजीज के लिए किया है. सिकल सेल डिजीजेज में क्या है? सिकल सेल डिजीजेज में आरबीसी जो है वो सिकल के सेल में सी शेप्ड में हो जाते हैं और रॉन्ग जीन इनहेरिटेड हो जाता है मदर और फादर से, इसके कारण होते हैं. And the blood becomes sticky, and this won't be good for health as such. Next is called as which one of the following statement correctly explains somatic hybridization? It is a technique of fusing two protoplast from different plant varieties. देखो, दो सेल ले लेंगे पहले, टू डिफरेंट प्लांट वेराइटीज से दो सेल ले लेंगे, और उसके बाद जो उनके दी cells have been taken, and we can see the cell wall would be digested. There would be a technique used through which we would be digesting the cell wall. Then what is remaining is nothing but protoplast. So these two protoplasts would be taken from two varieties and fused together to develop a hybrid varieties. This is called as somatic hybridization. तो क्या किया हमने? दो सेल लिया है, दो डिफरेंट वेराइटी ऑफ प्लांट्स के, और जो सेल वॉल है उसको डाइजेस्ट करा दिया, उसको विदर करा दिया है, and then the two protoplasts are taken and then they are mixed with one another. Now consider the following, they are mingled with one another to develop the hybrid variety. Crops are more tolerant to abiotic stress, reduced reliance on chemical pesticides, reduced post-harvest losses, increased efficiency of mineral uses by plants, enhanced nutritional value of food. How many of the above are features of genetically modified crops? All, सभी हैं. Clear. Fortification आपने अभी पढ़ा है. Clear. Efficiency, mineral use, biofortification ही है. Reduce post harvest losses, crop production increase करेगा. और ये chemical pesticides के लिए ये certainly it is resilient as such. Clear. So that would be all 5 would be correct answer. Now next question is what? Which one of the following statement about RNA interference? It's a process of, पहला question चाहिए. That's a very famous silencing a specific type of mRNA. So that's the first option is correct. Now, what with reference to biotechnology, which one of the following statement correctly explains recombinant? तुम्हें बताओ, तुम्हें लोग बताओ. The C would be correct because it's a technique of creating new DNA sequence by combining DNA from different sources. Just now you have that the other name for gene in genetic engineering is nothing but recombinant gene technology. That's known to you. Now see, when you talk about radioactive isotopes, we can see that there are a number of radioactive isotopes mentioned. Iodine 131 is used for treating hypothyroidism. That's correct. Generally वो use होता है. Cobalt 60 is used for the arrest to arrest the development of cancer. That is also correct. But 1 and 2 would be correct and third is wrong. Carbon 14 is used to study blood circulation. No, it is for the purpose of studying metabolic changes in person who has diabetes. So metabolic changes in a person who is suffering from diabetes. Clear? We can see carbon 14 is used for this purpose. Carbon 11 is used for what? It is used for PET scan. Clear? It is used for PET scan. PET scan is positron emission tomography. It's one of the most modern methods of tomography which is used today. Clear? Most modern methods of tomography which is used. तो ये आपको हो जाएगा metabolic changes due to diabetes, carbon 14 और carbon 11 है PET scan के लिए. And the last question, and that is what? Lyme disease was in news recently. It is caused due to what? It is caused due to bacteria. Clear? Bacteria, what happens is that this is 500,000 people in US is affected by this disease. Now bacteria is infected into the body by ticks, and this generally antibiotics is responsible for curing this disease, but sometimes the antibiotics also do not work on this disease. Clear? एक चीज याद रखो that there is a new antibiotic developed and the name of this new antibiotic is called as what? मुझे लगता है जैसा आएगा ये Jora, not Jora, sorry, just spelling is incorrect. Surab. Jora Surab Bulpin. Josurabbil. So that's a new antibiotic developed, and this new antibiotic can be now this new antibiotic has been developed by the Swiss company Roche Pharma. And this can be used for a superbug which is called as Acinetobacter baumannii. This is a bacteria, Acinetobacter baumannii, and this Acinetobacter baumannii is resistant to carbapenem. carbapenem is an antibiotic. So just remember, these are new terms, that this is a drug which is called as zosurabulpin, and this is developed by whom? This has been developed by the Ross Pharma, and that's a Swiss pharmaceutical company. This can be used for destroying what is called as Acinetobacter baumannii. And what is Acinetobacter baumannii? It's a superbug. But the question is that what is antibiotic resistance and what is superbug? Clear? What is antibiotic resistance? Now we can see that in the body of a US citizen, a bacterium was detected. Body of a US citizen, we can see a bacterium. This you have written. This can be a possible question. Clear? In the body of the US citizen, a bacterium was detected. And this bacterium was called as what? This bacterium was called as this bacterium was later on called as superbug. But this bacterium had developed resistance to the most powerful antibiotic that we know, and that is called as what? That's called as colistin. This bacteria had developed resistance to the most powerful antibiotic that we know, and that's called as colistin. Now, this is a bacteria. There would be chromosomes present in it. Resistance to colistin is not a new phenomenon. It was witnessed earlier also, but in China. But this is a new bug. This is a new bacterium. How it is different? We can see that this is suppose the chromosome of the bacterium. So the gene which is responsible for developing antibiotic resistance is called as MRC1 gene, that is mobilized colistin resistance. Mobilized colistin resistance. MCR1 gene, mobilized colistin resistance, and this is present outside the chromosome. So in the body of the US citizen, the bacterium which was detected, in which we can see that the gene MCR1 gene is present outside the chromosome. But earlier, when this was detected in China, so bacterium resistance to colistin, we can see the gene was present nothing but as a part of the chromosome. Suppose this is there would be a difference between these two. One difference is what? That if the gene is present outside the chromosome, this gene can be transferred from one bacterium type to another bacterium type. And this kind of transference would be called as horizontal transference. This type of transference would be called as horizontal transference. Second is called that if suppose the gene is present as a part of the bacterium, then we can see if gene is present as a part of the bacterium, then we can see that this gene would be transmitted only through inheritance. This transference would be called as vertical transference. Clear? Now, horizontal transference is always favored by low temperature. Clear? Horizontal transference would be always and always favored by low temperature. So, when we talk about antibiotic resistance, there are, WHO says that superbugs are bacteria, and they are bacteria or fungus or viruses which are resistant to the most powerful antibiotic that we know. Clear? Now, coming in the category of superbug is this bacteria which has MCR1 gene. Coming in the category of superbug is Acinetobacter baumannii. Coming in the category of superbug is also a bacterium which was detected earlier, and the linkage is with New Delhi because a Swiss citizen returned back to his native place after visiting India. Now, in his body, this bacterium was detected, and this was called as NDML, New Delhi metallolactamase. Clear? New Delhi metallolactamase. Now, if we talk about antibiotic resistance, we can see antibiotic resistance is not only due to superbugs. We have discussed Acinetobacter, then MCR1 gene, NDML. Antibiotic resistance is not only due to superbugs. We are coming across a number of diseases where the drugs which are used for curing these diseases do not work. Drugs which are used for curing these diseases do not work. Fine. Now these diseases, for example, MDR-TB, multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. The drugs which are used for curing tuberculosis won't be working in that. Clear? So more powerful drugs would be required for this purpose. More powerful drugs would be required for this purpose. So that's called as MDR. Extreme form of MDR is called as XDR, which is even resistance to more powerful drugs. Clear? More powerful drugs. So that's called as XDR. We are consuming today GM crops. Although in India, we do not cultivate GM food crop, but we import that from other countries. So we are accustomed to it. It consists of ARGs, antibiotic resistant genes. Clear? The milk that we drink, the meat that we consume consists of ARGs, because for breeding of these animals, antibiotics are used on a large scale. 70% of antibiotics is used for this purpose only, for the livestock. Clear? So the milk that we are drinking, the meat that we are consuming is nothing but consisting of antibiotics on a large scale first. Then we can see that antibiotics would be coming through biosolids, which are the manures used in the field. So the fruits that we consume, the vegetables that we consume are nothing but consisting of antibiotic resistant genes. So we can see that we are present in today in a pool of antibiotic. But if a question is asked, which is the single most formidable reason for antibiotic resistance, it is nothing but self-medication and also non-completion of drug cycle. Self-medication is the main reason. Clear? We become doctors ourselves, or for us, the most renowned practitioner is nothing but the chemist. So we are present in a pool of antibiotics today, and due to this, the antibiotic resistance has enhanced. And the Lancet, a medical journal, has said that in the years to come, when winter comes, when winter falls, when the temperature reduces, horizontal transference of ARGs would become easy. This situation would be called as what? This situation would be called as antibiotic resistant winter. This situation would be called as antibiotic resistant winter. And in this condition, it would be impossible to cure cancer patient. No chemotherapy can be conducted. No cesarean can be conducted for pregnant ladies. And not only this, it would be difficult to cure other diseases. Clear? It would be difficult to cure other diseases. So this condition, so what should be done for this purpose? So we have launched a national antimicrobial resistance program. Antimicrobial resistance is also antibiotic resistance. And under this, a campaign has been started, which is called as Red Line campaign. The purpose of Red Line campaign is what? That antibiotics should be sold on the prescription of a registered medical practitioner first. Registered medical practitioner first. And second is that a red line should be marked on all the antibiotics so that we know that this is antibiotic. Clear? A red line should be marked on antibiotics. Next, what we have done, we can use bacteriophages for this purpose. Bacteriophages are named as bacteriophages, but they are viruses and they are used for killing the bacteria. Viruses present in the soil. Carbon monoxide, what we have discussed as a question, can be used for this purpose. Carbon monoxide is a poisonous gas, but in limited amount, in traces, it can be used for medical purpose also. So carbon monoxide can be used for this purpose also. Clear? So all these related to antibiotic resistance. Do remember that UPSC has asked you a question. That triclosan, which is present in hand washes, is responsible for enhancing antibiotic resistance? Similarly, they can ask you a question. MRSA, that is methicillin resistant Staphylococcus aureus, which is present in cigarette smoke, is also responsible for enhancing antibiotic resistance. Clear? So we come to the end of the class, and now what you have to do, इसे नोट्स को पढ़ो, जो स्लाइड्स दिए जा रहे हैं आपको, क्वेश्चंस ज्यादा से ज्यादा सॉल्व करो, करंट के क्वेश्चंस ज्यादा देख लो, ये सारे क्वेश्चंस देख लेना, जितने भी क्वेश्चंस टेस्ट में पूछे गए हैं, करंट क्वेश्चंस आप इंस्टीट्यूट से भी ले सकते हो, इन्वायरमेंट के क्वेश्चन वो ढेर सारे आपको दे देंगे। क्लियर? जो टेस्ट सीरीज वगैरह में पूछे गए हैं तो उससे वो कवरेज होगा। गवर्नमेंट के कुछ पॉलिसीज प्रोग्राम्स भी देख लेना बच्चों, इंडिया ईयर बुक में थोड़ा सा चैप्टर है इन्वायरमेंट का, उसे देख लेना। स्पीशीज का मैंने जो लिस्ट दिया है उसे देख लेना कि कहाँ कहाँ पाए जाते हैं, क्या फीचर्स हैं। मैंने कहा कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 35 to 40 स्पीशीज होंगे वो, जो आपके वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज या नेशनल पार्क्स में मौजूद है, तो वो कर लो आप और देखो डिफरेंस है, डिफरेंस। बट कंटेम्प्रेरी सबसे ज़्यादा, क्योंकि कंटेम्प्रेरी बेस्ड क्वेश्चन ज़्यादा है, चाहे वो बायोटेक्नोलॉजी हो, चाहे वो एनवायरमेंट हो। क्लियर? थैंक यू सो मच एंड विश यू बेस्ट ऑफ लक्स, बेस्ट ऑफ लक्स।